I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
Across 6 News, this is South Australia Decides Election 2026. Now, here's Leonardo Puglisi.
Good evening and welcome into 6 News live coverage of the 2026 South Australian state election. It is going to be an extraordinary night. Labor is almost certain to win a majority. We've known that for months, if not years now. But who will form opposition and what will One Nation be able to achieve in what could be an election of historic first for them or potentially a big flop? We'll wait and see how those polls go. A lot of other elements as well. The upper house count, plenty of independents in the mix as well, including a bunch of high-profile, multi-cornered regional seat contests. And of course, we'll be getting to your feedback, your comments, your questions live all throughout the night. It is going to be a historic election and we are expecting quite a lot from it. It's really good to be back. Our first live election night coverage since Tasmania in about, June, July last year. And it is awesome to be on air. And we have the best election team in the country for you with us tonight. All the usuals. Maggie Perry, our election reporter, is standing by in 6 News election headquarters. And Stuart Jeffrey is with us as well. We'll be joined by our chief reporter, Roman McKinnon, a little later. But evening to you both. It is set to be a massive evening. Maggie, I'll start with you. What's your expectations for a night like this when the government formation seems all but known?
I mean, yeah, sure, we might know that Labor's going to form government, but, the real interesting factor here is how well One Nation can do. There's a lot of talk about One Nation even forming opposition in South Australia, and that would be a ridiculous first for them. But at the very least, it actually seems quite likely One Nation's going to win lower house seats, maybe multiple lower house seats in South Australia, which would be a historic first. It would be the first time they've ever won a lower house seat outside of Queensland. There's also the question of maybe will One Nation get more votes than the Liberal Party, who are looking for just a disastrous election result here, where a lot of polls are even indicating the Liberals will end up with below 20%, which truly would be groundbreaking just in terms of the Liberal Party history. And this is going to be the first electoral test we've really gotten since the Tasmanian election. And so much has changed. The Liberal vote has dropped by so much, and One Nation's vote has gone up so much. Honestly, I'm starting to regret my prediction that One Nation would win 0 seats, because I think they're in with a good chance in multiple, in particular Nyatiri, Narunga, Hammond. There's multiple other seats in regional South Australia mainly where One Nation could be picking up seats. I've said the Green Zero, but they are with a good chance in Hanson. For the Liberals, I'm saying they're going to end up with about 5 seats, which isn't actually so bad as a lot of other predictors who have said the Liberals are going to do a lot worse. People have even joked about 0 seats for the Liberals. Maybe that's not impossible, but I'm saying 5. Independents with 4 seats in a few seats around South Australia in regional areas with, I'm predicting they're going to pick up Flinders, Mount Gambier, Narunga, I think I have predicted, but One Nation's in with a good chance as well. and the seat of Stewart right up in northeast South Australia.
Speaking of Stuart, we will bring in Stuart Jeffrey now. Stuart, again, this is something that is really unprecedented. The possibility, as Maggie just said there, One Nation winning a seat in a lower house outside of course, the Queensland State Parliament, where they've managed to do that feat more than a few times, including, of course, as I'm sure will be referenced throughout the night, that 1998 state election. But getting into the present, into March 2026 here again now, what are your predictions for this evening?
And first, I want to thank South Australia for naming a seat after me. Very kind of them. But yes, my predictions, unlike Maggie, I do have One Nation getting, because I've got One Nation at 4, Greens on 1, given their chance in Hanson, Liberals at 6. So again, hanging around that again, mid-single digit numbers, and then Labor at 32. I believe I've got Labor at the lowest of the three of us, but that's because I've got that One Nation count. One Nation might get, 4's optimistic for me. I think 3 is much more likely, but I think they can definitely get 4. There was definitely talk, you go back 3-4 weeks ago, or maybe Liberals get no seats whatsoever, and One Nation forms the opposition. I don't think it's very likely here. It would be unprecedented, certainly, to see One Nation go from nothing to being the opposition. And unfortunately, no matter how strong that groundswell is in the polling, I don't think you're going to see it translated as that, even if they do end up coming in second statewide and first preference, which I think is pretty likely, which will, of course, affect their upper house count. But no, definitely Liberals barely holding on to their opposition seat there with 6.
Yeah, and look, I got pretty similar numbers to Maggie in terms of my predictions. But again, also, now that I have a little more think about it, starting to regret maybe One Nation 0. Wait and see, though, hold the line. So, yeah, Labor 40, I think they'll do exceptionally well. They are interesting. It really must be noted that in most polls, they are polling lower than they got first preferences last time. Their 2PP is just much higher, and that, of course, includes both a two-party preferred against the Liberals and One Nation, since we're now in a situation where we're getting both those counts in polling. I think the Liberals will do pretty poorly, though, 3 seats for independents. Now, of course, whether that kind of thing would lead to an opposition dispute, I'm really not sure. Of course, if, say, One Nation and the Liberals ended up in the same amount of seats in the House of Assembly, well, we'd be dealing in a very different situation there. I'll also agree Greens in with a chance in Heist, and I just can't see him doing it in this election with Labor's numbers doing well, but very happy to be proven wrong on that. And, of course, the One Nation results. So, wait and see for that. Overall, though, the talk of how high One Nation could go here has been really interesting, hasn't it, guys? Because some of the polls have been at 21, I think, is the lowest of the recent polls, and they've been as high as 28 in 2 different polls. You can say what you will about the methodology of the 2 that are at 28. Maggie, what do you expect if you had to give a rounded ballpark number? I reckon 19% for One Nation statewide, but I could be underestimating that. What do you reckon they could get?
I think we'll probably see both One Nation and the Liberals polling something around 20%. The question is who's going to get more votes in that situation. And actually, we've had state polling where almost every single state poll we've gotten recently has shown One Nation above 20%. I think their highest was something like 28 we got very recently. So there is definitely the possibility One Nation does a lot better than that. Who actually knows how many seats One Nation could win at this state election? And that's besides, how many seats they're going to finish maybe in the top 2 in. I think there's plenty of outer suburban seats that might be quite good for Labor, but One Nation's going to get a real big chunk of vote there. Probably not enough to win in many of those safe Labor seats, but I think we'll be finishing with a ton of contests between Labor and One Nation in the outer suburbs of Adelaide, where I'd say there's a bit more dissatisfaction with the major parties and the political process.
Just over 100 watching now. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in at home. Keep your questions, comments coming in. We'll be reading them throughout the night. And as you can see on screen there, polls do close in just over 20 minutes. So that's 6:30 Eastern Daylight. I've been saying it before, we've been operating on about 3 time zones here because most of the team you're seeing here are in Queensland, so they're an hour behind me, but South Australia somewhere in between, and look, we'll figure it out. But you can see the timer, the countdown, I should say, on screen there for when polls do close in South Australia. and we will get results. There'll be early votes counted as well. So we're gonna get a lot on tonight. Of course, as you can see on screen, there's support us for just starting at $4 a month. Patreon.com/SIXNewsAU, including, of course, full episodes of Sixth Preference. There, Stuart. Circling back to that question, yeah, what do you reckon for One Nation's kind of statewide result there? You're giving them more seats than both me and Maggie officially. What if you again had to ballpark a number? What would you give them statewide?
Yeah, look, my figure for tonight is 23% for them, and probably 21% for Liberals is what I'm going with for figures tonight. As you've said, we've definitely seen up as high as 28, 27 in the last couple of weeks, so I'm definitely sticking with that figure. Although, of course, I do think that we're probably seeing a skewing a bit too much in favour of One Nation and underpolling for the independents. So that's definitely a factor in play there for me, which is why I've got the 4 and the 4. But yeah, 23% give or take for One Nation tonight.
Yeah, and look, it's interesting, I saw a comment just there, One Nation might underperform compared to the polls they always do. I mean, that's not unfair. They have being down on the polls. And of course, on the ballot at these elections, you're going to see the Australian Family Party is going to be running in every seat. Family First is running in a lot of seats. You'll see other parties sporadically, like United Voice Australia, the SA Nats. I don't know. I'm sure there's others. Fair Go.
Fair Game.
Fair Game, Fair Go. Whatever's up with them. And so it is, I think, very possible that their vote might be dragged down a bit. But is that being dragged down from 28 in the polls, or is it dragged down from 21 in the polls? They are kind of all over the place here.
How big is that other vote is really the question there.
Yeah, and look, obviously you've got the independent factor as well for how many independents are going to get seats, and Stuart, we were discussing this before, and we'll continue this. There are quite a few kind of key independent matchups, which isn't unusual for South Australia, but obviously that kind of thing can play a big part in potentially whatever happens with the opposition after this.
And as always, when you're trying to do statewide polling with independents running a couple of seats, it does tend to get a bit messy, which is why you have to go seat by seat. But of course, when you go seat by seat, you lose the statewide picture. So it's kind of that trade-off you've got there of, at what level do you focus? And I think the polling here is skewed a bit more statewide, which is why you've got that higher One Nation figure.
Maggie, just on the independents there, Peter Murphy in the chat asks about, whether independents could band together and form the opposition, say they outnumber the Liberals or One Nation or both. It'd be tough. Is that like remote possibility here? I don't know. There's no real precedent for these kind of things.
Yeah, I'm not an expert on parliamentary rules, but I think they'd have to form, some sort of party room, which probably wouldn't be very good for candidates who are trying to act as independents. Obviously, they wouldn't be a member of a party or anything. I think maybe they probably could form opposition. I just don't know whether it's that likely that those independents would go for that option, given they are not inherently that ideologically consistent. I think there's quite a few ex-Liberal MPs in there. There's also a few independents who seem more like maybe sort of centre, community independent, something like that. So there is a bit of a spread in political views. There's also, I think, an ex-Labor MP is running in the seat of Florey. That could be very interesting. I'm not entirely sure what the rules are around that, but I guess it is a possibility. And we also have to genuinely consider at this point the possibility of One Nation forming opposition, and it would be very interesting to see how that would play out.
Yeah, and I think even like with the independents, Jeff Brock, who is an independent MP, he was like in the Labor ministry, right? They like putting independents in the Labor ministry. I don't know. Look, South Australia, I don't know what they're cooking sometimes, but I think I've also mentioned to just about everyone who's listened to me over the past week is that there was the 2020 in the Northern Territory before their election. There was that dispute because Territory Alliance had more seats, but the opposition stayed with the CLP, and it's different circumstances because that party was formed mid-term. But who really knows with this? It is a real situation of unknowns. And you're right. I think we do have to consider the possibility of a One Nation opposition. The problem with that is who is the opposition leader there? Because Corey Bernardi surely cannot be the opposition leader from the Legislative Council. And even if he was, I'm not 100% sure on the procedures there. they need at the very least a One Nation leader in the House of Assembly, right? And who's that going to be? These aren't candidates with high profiles. Corey Bernardi obviously is. He was their big high-profile recruit. I mean, it was called a defection. It wasn't really a defection, but, they brought him on. You're seeing him on screen there, and he is guaranteed, we'll say it, guaranteed to become an MLC after tonight. So there is a lot of questions. We definitely wanted to pose the question. We didn't get a chance during the campaign. I spoke to Maggie about this, pose the question, well, if One Nation, if they're saying they're going for government or something like that, well, then who's going to be the premier after this kind of election? Didn't get the chance to pose that question directly to them. And it seems very obvious they are not going to form the government. But yeah, on the opposition area, Stuart, just on the kind of procedural areas, this could be a real mess if you see the Liberals and One Nation end up, maybe One Nation, again, it's very result dependent, but they might try to claim things based on statewide vote. The Liberals could make the argument because they're going to have more seats no matter what, because they've got the upper house seats that aren't up for election. There's 11 that aren't up for election. So, Stuart, this could be really messy procedurally. Forget, those long kind of hung parliament talks. I mean, this is, I don't know, hung opposition. I don't know, think of a term.
Yeah, I mean, to answer the first question directly, the independents can't form opposition. The doctrine under the Westminster conventions is that the party that can control, that can get spending bills passed the lower house is the party that forms government. So then the same thing would be, if not them, well, then what's the next party or what's the next group of politicians who can secure spending bills passed? And in that case, independents can't form that. You'd have to be a party. Sure, you can go to Abbott and Gillard, where they could both, who can form government with the support of independents. But at the end of the day, you have to have some sort of party to form the actual opposition. In terms of who forms it, if you've got the Liberals and One Nation in there, well, then it comes down to simply, it does come down to a game of numbers. And at the end of the day, it's simply, if we've got 6 and 4, well, whoever has the 6 forms the opposition, regardless of how the independents want to fit into there. And as Maggie rightly pointed out, you've got a number who are ex-Liberals, but you've got a couple, I mean, let's say Ellis gets back, Ellis stays in, well, he's ex-Liberal, but as Maggie rightly points out, you've got ex-Labor in there as well. And you've got Brock as well. So you've got complete independents in there. You've got a couple of councillors who are running. So really, the independents can't form opposition at all. Liberals and One Nation both could. I mean, Greens can because they're a party, but they'll if they get highest, then they've got 1 seat. But yeah, it really comes down to Liberals and One Nation, and that's ultimately what it's going to be at the end of the day. I mean, upper house. So you've got a bit more room to play around up there. To answer the question, can Corey Bernardi be the leader? Technically, he can't be, because again, you've got to be in the lower house to secure a flow of money in the lower house. The Greens have a weird arrangement federally where usually the Greens Senate leader will be the leader of the party. That's because they're effectively third. So they don't have to have the worrying about convention there. But if you are the formal position, yes, your leader has to be in the lower house to follow convention. There have been a couple of exceptions. I think Victoria's had an exception at one point, but as a general rule, yeah, you have to be in the lower house, and One Nation doesn't have the coherency.
And in terms of, obviously, One Nation's kind of coherence and how they'll hold up, I think people will, and I don't think it's unfair to recall that 2/3 of One Nation MPs ever elected have quit the party within the first term. That is a very unusual statistic. That's why it keeps being brought up. And who these MPs are that could potentially be elected in the lower house. We kind of know their ticket. Carlos Cabrera, who's a councillor who is, I suspect, going to be elected number 2 below Bernardi, who's going to be number 1. He still should be able to get in. Really just a lot of question about, how long will they hold on? Will they be able to hold themselves together? And that argument not exactly helped by the fact that their candidate for Adelaide was disendorsed yesterday because there was a warrant for his arrest. I'm just reading the headline. In the UK, after he was charged with an alleged sexual offence, the party says they'll cooperate with any authorities, but they haven't been able to. This was yesterday. Haven't been able to contact Mr. Baxter over in the seat of Adelaide. That was a very unwinnable seat, so it's not going to be a loss for One Nation, but certainly just doesn't really impode well on them, Stuart. And especially, again, when you look back at that history, which I know we've talked about many, many times, just the constant defections within One Nation. And it is constant. It keeps happening.
I mean, I can't remember the name, but there was this endorsed candidate who was disendorsed being on a US Christian nationalist podcast being pretty, homophobic and Islamophobic.
So the Liberal Party had their own problems as well, and right.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely an issue for both of them. You've got Bruce Prius, who's again also One Nation there, and he's had his history of run-ins with city councils, and randomly he's been in front of the Administrative Appeals Tribunal for a migration issue. That's a fun fact for you. I had to read that this afternoon. That was an interesting read. For a visa application. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely, a lot of these, both Liberals and One Nation are going to have candidates there who they're not going to be totally fond of, but they don't have many people to pick from, especially in the upper house, whereas Labor's got a bit more. They've got the numbers there, they can afford to be a bit more. Yeah.
Maggie, what do the odds look like for potential supermajority here in Labor winning? Because they need 6 Labor to win a double majority if they get those upper house seats. They currently have 5. They won 5 last time. We're both tipping them for 5. How hard is it for them to get that 6th? Notwithstanding, of course, Labor plus Greens is already a pretty easy path to pass legislation for a number of things.
6 Labor would be what I'd say. I think they'd need about 46% of the vote at the very least, or that's really scraping it. They'd probably need something like 48% of the vote in the upper house. I don't really think that's happening. Maybe that could have been considered a few months ago when Labor was polling a lot better, but you have to remember, even if Labor's getting, 48% in the lower house, which I'm not confident of, the upper house vote is going to, potentially be a lot lower than that, because there's a lot of different minor parties and such who are contesting that might not be contesting those lower house seats. And so 48% of the upper house, it's going to be tough. I reckon 5 seats, completely plausible for them. I think they'd need 40% to get 5 quotas. They don't even need that much to win 5 seats. It's very possible. If they won 5 seats last time, I'm sure they're very capable of doing it this time around, and they should have a pretty easy time passing legislation with support of the Greens, or maybe if legalised cannabis gets in, they might be able to pass legislation with them instead.
Yeah, and we're hoping to speak to someone from the Legalised Cannabis campaign later tonight, potentially, so keep an eye out for that. Someone else in the chat mentions seat of Carville. Stuart, interested in your thoughts there, because that again looks like one that could be a kind of a tough one to call. And there's a few, a lot of these regional seats are kind of a few options there, but Carville has been particularly interesting and just kind of one that I certainly haven't been able to put a solid pick on.
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's sitting as nominally Liberal, although it's currently independent. And my prediction is it stays independent. But you're right, it is one of these more regional seats. There's another one there where you've got Ellis, who's, I'm predicting that's going to be a One Nation, which I know is a bit out there. I mean, my logic there is that his independent vote flows to One Nation, then Labor and Liberals fight it out, and their preference go to One Nation, and One Nation wins there as well. But that's very likely going to be a Labor win as well. As I mentioned earlier, when you're putting in independents in these more regional seats in South Australia in particular, you do get those outliers, and I know that there'll be several of them. I mean, the one we can say that's going to be fine is Stewart's going to be fine. I mean, there's no contest there. But when you start talking about McKillop, when you start talking about Hammond with a strong independent campaign, then these could definitely go on for days until we finally have an answer. When you're dealing with this complex system, and again throwing in the One Nation vote, where you're going to get preference. I mean, it's all well and good to say One Nation is a right-wing party, but we do have that weird Labor One Nation pipeline that does attract some preference flows there, plus independence, and as we both said earlier, independence kind of hard to peg for polling as well. So Cavill's definitely one of the seats that I'm watching tonight, and I'm sure we'll see counting for that one would go well into tonight, if not flow over into next week.
We'll note, by the way, there was a poll from Newspoll the other day in terms of for South Australians who would you prefer to form government. 39 want Labor majority, 16 One Nation majority, 12 Liberal majority. Then you have 9% who wanted a Labor Liberal government, 10% who wanted a Labor One Nation government, and 9% who wanted a Liberal One Nation government. Single digits, so they didn't know. So that's interesting there. I think, again, I actually don't remember if I said this on Sixth Preference or not. I feel like I did. I've said it before, but you know, a Labor One Nation kind of preference flow isn't impossible. There are voters who have that kind of lean. Same vice versa. Same with One Nation Labor, and it also can't be understated, of course, the popularity of Peter Malinauskas in all of this. I mean, he's 64% preferred premier. He's doing, you know, incredibly in the preferred premier polling. Stuart, and you know, his brand, his personal brand, call it whatever you want, his leadership style. I mean, that is clearly it's more than just dragging Labor over the line here. I mean, it could set them up historically. His popularity in South Australia right now is pretty unmatched compared to everything else.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely compare him to the likes of Dan Andrews in the peak of COVID in Victoria. That's the level of popularity we're talking about here. And in a post-COVID landscape, you don't really see that. But South Australia is this odd holdout where they do have that really high figure there in terms of a popularity for him. And I think that's going to definitely be a big factor in tonight when we see that Labor's got such a high pull compared to, especially again, as we mentioned, who's One Nation's leader? You know, when you do a preferred premier, who do you put up there for One Nation? Corey Bernardi.
Well, they haven't tried naming anyone. Can say
and
that.
Liberals keep changing. Sure, you've got Hearn now, but you've had Spears, who's contesting as an independent tonight. I mean, none of us think he's going to get back in after the drug charges. But they've had 3 changes since the last election as well. So he's the only one who's got that established reputation. Yeah,
and of course Vincent Tarzia, who could potentially be in a bit of trouble with his own seat there. We'll wait and see. Just under 4 minutes until polls close in South Australia, and of course we'll let you know when that's on. Roman McKinnon, our chief reporter, will be joining us pretty soon as well. We'll get his analysis on the state of play here. But keep your comments, your questions coming in. Have been reading them throughout the evening. Maggie, we spoke to Stuart about Carville. What are your thoughts about what will happen there?
I don't really think One Nation's going to pick up Carville in particular. I think someone who might be quite likely is the independent Matt Schultz, who is endorsed by the previous independent MP, I believe, Dan Cregan. So very possible that there's a sort of independent successor pipeline there. The Liberals could very much win the seat, but also the two-party preferred last election was only 55 to 45 in favour of the Liberals. So, you know, a 5% swing for Labor in these sort of circumstances, it's not that unlikely. So there's quite a reasonable challenge from the Liberals, Labor, and the independent there, Matt Schultz, and One Nation as well. You know, maybe as Stuart said, maybe One Nation could do very well in that sort of seat.
And Mount Gambier also has kind of an independent successor as well.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, and there's been
I wouldn't say to the same degree, but yes.
Yeah, Maggie?
Sorry. Yeah, there's been some seat polling there. I forgot the name of the independent who's running, but we had some seat polling that was published. I think it had a reasonable sample size, and it had that independent leading on primary vote, as well as a very strong vote for One Nation, and a disastrous primary vote for the Liberals there, who I don't think are going to be doing that well anywhere in the state. But that's the sort of seat also where there's quite a few of these where the Liberals, One Nation, and, you know, also an independent are all in serious contention to win a seat. And in a few other areas, there's also Labor. So it gets very complicated as to who we might see prevail in some of these areas.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. That unless I missed one, that was the only seat poll we had. Yeah, sample about 300, I believe it was done by UComs, got some interesting results out of that. Obviously, you can also take into account some of the sub-samples that we've been getting from the statewide polls. I say take them into account because obviously low sample size, high margin of error, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We always want to stress that, but certainly possible that there is a larger swing for One Nation in regional areas. I mean, that's no real surprise, but it could be substantial. I think we've seen it as high as 39% in Demos. Demos was cautious about that, but they're very conscious that it could be over 30% in those regional seats as well, which definitely sets One Nation up better. You have to obviously account for regions, like when you're doing state polling. So you have to be kind of conscious of those things. 30 seconds till polls close. Keep your questions coming in. And again, we really want to hear from you throughout the evening. It is set to be an extraordinary night. And get them in now because it won't count if the results start coming in. Get in your predictions now. Let us know what you think will happen, because I don't think any of us are completely sure on this. I don't think anyone is sure about what's going to happen here, but we are very much excited to see it. It is a potential for a lot of strikes. First, how high could Labor go? How low could the Liberals go? And just where will One Nation end up? But it is 6 p.m. in South Australia, and the polls have just closed in the state election there. So after months and months of campaigning and, of course, early voting being open for the past 2-ish weeks, polls have closed in South Australia. 6 p.m. Australian Central Daylight Time, at 6:30 Eastern Daylight Time, and 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. So we are going to get results coming, not instantly. There's no 6 p.m. exit poll, unless there is. Someone's done it. Please let us know if there's like an exit poll that we've missed. I haven't seen it. But polls have officially closed now, and we are going to get results coming in probably by within the hour. We'll see. Hopefully soon. Stuart, it is going to be a bad election for the Liberals. I think everyone's kind of acknowledged that. What's a pass mark? Is there such a thing as a pass mark for the Liberals in this election? Is it just holding opposition? Is it holding off One Nation? What could the Liberals do to take away anything from what is said to be a loss, and certainly nowhere near forming government?
I mean, holding off One Nation, I think, is definitely a pass mark. I'd say hovering around 8 seats would be a pass for Liberals, which even then is a blow. I mean, if you're looking at a position where Hearn goes, then you're completely gone. But I'd say hovering it around 8 seats is probably a pass mark for them. Although I don't think any of us have them even going anywhere near that high. Obviously beating One Nation, which I think we all agree they can do. But yeah, we've 6 and 5 is what we've got for them, and I think that's definitely failing. So I'd say a pass mark is if they can get 8, and I don't think they'll get 8.
Maggie, James Ison in the chat talks about Hammond, which is going to be an interesting contest there. Whether there could be a potential independent there, but I think we had a look at it earlier. It's definitely one of those, again, multi-cornered contests.
Yeah, we have. I keep forgetting about the independent running there. They got 15% last time, and we're quite close to finishing in the top 2. I'd say Labor could win it. It's within reason for them to win that seat. The Liberals currently hold it. It's also the type of area you'd think One Nation would do well, and there's that independent Airlie Keane who was also running with a serious shot. It's going to be very complex. I think I'll be very excited to see how that seat plays out. But if One Nation is going to be winning multiple seats, they'd be starting by winning Hammond. I'd reckon it's absolutely the type of area they'd be hoping to pick up at this state election.
And just on similar to what I asked Stuart, Maggie, what's a pass mark for One Nation here? Because I think they can still have a good election, even if they don't win a lower house seat. It can be unlucky. They could very well get 23% and not a lower house seat, and that's still doing a historic result. They're still picking up at least 2 upper house seats. Is that, good enough for them, do you think? Or do you think they've got to somehow break into the lower house to really back up all the hype that we've just had over the past few months?
It depends what sort of you're comparing against. If you're comparing in terms of, how well One Nation has done in Australia historically, obviously this election is going to be like their second best or maybe even their best election in Australia ever, maybe only behind the Queensland election in 1998 where they got like 23% of the vote. But if you're thinking about, given how the polls have been, One Nation would be wanting to win multiple lower house seats at this point. If they won 0, obviously it would still be like their second best state election ever. But if we're just thinking about against current polling, if they won 0 seats in the lower house, I'd reckon it would be a disappointment for them. They'd probably be wanting to win, just a handful of seats, just a handful of seats. But I reckon 2 or above would be pretty good for One Nation, and especially they'd really be looking for beating the Liberals on percentages, but mainly seeing if they can clinch opposition from the Liberals.
Yeah, and those figures that we're looking at in terms of highs and lows, 22.7 was what One Nation got in Queensland 1998, as you said there. That's their high. And as for the Liberals' low, it is, from my count, 14.9% in the 1989 ACT election. I don't think the Liberals are getting that low. I don't, but you'd think it'd probably be the lowest in South Australian history, at least. Overall, though, if the Liberals get lower, if the Liberals are below 15%, then I think all bets are off. But I don't think that's happening. I say for now. It is interesting, though, Maggie, you said it there, like, we kind of have to put these things in perspective. Like, we're talking about One Nation just getting 19% or something like that. One Nation has just fallen short of overtaking the Liberals. Like, it's ridiculous that we're talking about this. And I think also, Maggie, it's kind of reflected in some of the comments we see when One Nation, they might maybe below what other polls have. So they only get like 21% in like a federal poll, and other polls have them at 28%, and it's a disappointing result for One Nation. I think the expectations are just so high at the moment, given what we've seen through polling numbers recently, which of course kind of leads into what I'm sure will get name dropped later in the evening, of course, the upcoming by-elections in the P and especially Farrer, where these expectations are just so high for a party that was, again, barely over 5% the last federal election.
Yeah, you're right. It's about, are we comparing against, historical outcomes where they've gotten in the past, or are we thinking about their expectations, where we're expecting them to get? And we're expecting One Nation to get multiple seats. We're expecting One Nation to get above 20%. If you're thinking in historical terms, obviously, like, it's going to be amazing for them historically. But when we say like maybe this hasn't been the result One Nation was looking for, it's about the extremely high expectations that we have now. I mean, thinking about this a year ago when One Nation was polling like 5% federally, this would be ridiculous. But now we're seeing One Nation at 28% in a federal poll, almost overtaking Labor. We have to put these things into perspective. You're right. And also, about that ACT election, I don't really know if that's a very good comparison point, because I think it was sort of like a transitional election in terms of who people voted for, where there was still like a majority of people voted for independents and stuff. So
if we want to be technical, that's it. If we absolutely have to be technical, but yeah, I mean, look, undoubtedly, Liberals getting anything below 20 is a disaster. I think they probably still get lower than their 2021 WA result, which obviously different circumstances, but I think there's no good result for the Liberals here. I know I was just asking Stuart about it, but I just don't think there's a good result for the Liberals here. This is as bad as it could get for them, regardless of what happens in terms of holding opposition or not. It is just dire.
Yeah. If we're thinking with the Liberals, once again, historical outcomes versus their expectations. If the Liberals got 25%, that would be really good for them, given the expectations we have, but our expectations are just that low. That, we can say 25% is good compared to what we thought they would get, which is, maybe below 20%. If the Liberals want to have, any sort of dignity after this election. They'll want to win probably, like Stuart was saying, 7 or 8 seats. And at the very least, they should be trying to get above maybe like 22% of the vote. But then again, we've had a poll where the Liberals have been on like 14%. So really, I think we've kind of seen this in the UK as well. I always compare sort of what's happening in Australia to the UK, maybe unjustly, but it can be hard to tell when there's this sort of right-wing rise. I think there's a lot of disagreement between polls as to where those parties are actually landing, and so we have a very wide range where maybe One Nation's getting 20% this election, or maybe they're getting 28%. It's a bit hard to tell, and I think polling companies don't really know what we should be expecting, and we don't have this sort of precedent as to One Nation doing this well since 1998. And politics has changed quite a lot in 28 years. So we're going to get a very very interesting result. The Liberals should be, they should be trying to get above 22%, but that is just such a low benchmark.
Yeah, and look, obviously, I think, and this has been discussed for Farah and to a lesser extent Nepean, but interesting if one of those kind of regional seats ends up also, just for the kind of historical novelty of it, I guess, being an independent versus One Nation contest. I think it's tough, but it's not impossible. I mean, again, some of these seats are just so hard to tip in regional areas, and you kind of wish you had more seat polling, even if the reliability of that can be tested at times. Wait and see there. Stuart, you've been running the numbers on some historic figures, as we were just talking about. Just for the sake of it, how low could the Liberals get? What's their lowest? What is their lowest in South Australia ever?
The Liberals' lowest in South Australia was 31.53% in 1975. Technically, Liberal Union got 27.94% in 1918, but at the same time, National Labor got 18.66%, and they went on to merge. So I'm not sure whether you can really give them the 1918 figures, but definitely 31.53% is the lowest figure in 1975.
And that would have been the election with the Liberal movement, wouldn't it? Like a Democrats' predecessor at the time. Correct. If it was 75.
No, it was after the Liberal movement, but it wasn't the Liberals.
Yeah, interesting. I
check that right now. You're right. It was Liberals and Liberal movement. You were correct there. And that 31.53% is with an 18.27% going towards the Liberal movement. So even then, that's your lowest figure, and that's with Liberal movement in play as well. And the other low figure is 1918, but that's with National Labor in there. So.
And I just checked the figures for that as well. Some other novelties from that is that number one, the 2PP was about the same. Number two, and maybe this is relevant for what's about to happen in South Australia. Maybe the Liberal movement got 18.3% and only 2 seats out of that. So, maybe we'll see like that again.
One Nation 2.0, One Nation 0.5.
Yeah, well, One Nation was able to get 11 out of their 23% Queensland result back in '98, and of course, that is kind of the big benchmark everyone is going to kind of keep talking about until this. Is this our 1998 Queensland moment, Stuart? Because One Nation has never been close to getting back to that point ever until now at any level of government.
No, and that's why this is the test. If they fail here, well, then it really is a fad. Because if they fail here, and then if they fail, you're right, Farah and Nepean, if they fail those as well, then there's no bite to their bark. I know One Nation has said earlier today that they'll count it as a win if they get above 20%, even if they don't win any seats. But that's not a win. As Maggie said, you've got to get seats with these numbers. It's like you see sometimes with Greens, you'll see the Greens at 20% and they don't get any seats. So it's the same sort of thing. One Nation, you've got this big spike converted into actual numbers.
Yeah, and again, I've just been looking at the polls and obviously been looking at them extensively. I've been surrounded by polls, I swear, but just having a look at them, the kind of divergence in the ones where it's basically the same. 21, 22, 23 for One Nation. And then there's two where it's 28. One, which was Roy Morgan, which was this 2,000 sample size SMS poll. Now, Roy Morgan SMS polls have also produced other gems like Victoria and New South Wales having One Nation primary vote leads, right? Whatever's going on there, wait and see. They can prove us right at those respective elections. And there was also one, caught my eye, I think Dr. Kevin Bonham tweeted it late last night, which was Resolve, and they've put it in their own words, an experimental AI poll where the human respondent is talking to an AI voice. Now, they've chosen to release that. That's the only Resolve poll that we've had out of this election. How that will kind of prove itself will be interesting. But that one had Labor at 32, One Nation at 28, Liberals at 18 in that. So that one, if that poll was right, Stuart, that would be extraordinary. I don't think it will, though. I don't think Labor will only be at 32 in this election, considering they were at 40 last time.
If Resolve is correct, I will eat my hat. Like, I don't see that AI polls being anything near accurate. And yeah, Roy Morgan SMS polls, they're hit or miss. Iffy at best. Don't want to see anything more than that, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll wait and see for something like that there. Maggie, what do you make of some of the numbers about Labor? Because it's kind of getting missed, and I think I said it before, but apart from Newspoll, they're currently polling below their primary vote from last time, and they're still probably going to win. They're going to win more seats than that. It's obviously, there's two-party preferred, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We both know that. I think our audience knows that. But it is a bit of a kind of interesting note that they are polling below, although I will note, about 12 months ago, they were polling at like 48% primary. So things have changed.
Yeah, I think this can be credited to, compared to the last election, I think the Greens vote is a bit higher in these polls. And also if you've got two Conservative parties, both on 20%, a quarter of those votes are going to leak out from one of those parties and in preferences and go towards Labor. And so we've ended up with a sort of much stronger two-party preferred, where Labor might be doing a lot better than last election bottom primary votes. They might actually be doing worse. Kind of reminds me of in 2022 when Labor got like a 3 or 4% two-party preferred swing towards them, but they actually lost primary votes because there was a much bigger other and Green vote that took votes from them, but that would come back in preferences. And so I think that might be at play this time, but, we're kind of reaching the limitations of a single member system when, you can have a party at something like 33% or something, and they end up with a landslide in Parliament. I think a lot of people credit that to to preferential voting in Australia, but it's more so because we have single member seats where one member takes all in an electorate. And so we might very well end up with Labor getting 33% of a vote and 80% of seats, something like that.
Yeah, I promise you that, for anyone who might think it, One Nation is not going to form government if we switch to first past the post for the South Australian election. I can pretty much assure that. And there's a lot of kind of other elements here as well. Bring in Stuart. Stuart, it is going to be exceptionally tough, I still think, as we've said all night, right, for One Nation to actually kind of get up there. But as Maggie made the point there, right, this is kind of pushing the limits of what you can do in a single member system.
Yeah, and it's why you look at Japan and New Zealand, where they've got a system where part of the seats are a single member and part of the seats are done at that multi-member system. And I know this is going to start seeing the push for that as the Greens become more of a presence, and if One Nation becomes more of a presence as well, you'll see the same sort of thing emerge, where you will see more of a push for multi-member seats.
Yeah, we will wait and see for that. Look, polls have closed, so we are gonna actually start to see results coming in soon enough. Overall, though, we still want to hear your questions, your thoughts, your comments. There's conspiracies about postal voting. Clearly Labor's obviously got kind of their popularity up there yet. And as you can see, we'll have those results on screen for you. Clearly Labor's got their popularity up there, Stuart. And just circling back to Peter Malinauskas, I think I remember seeing like late last year, reports that, he could go into federal politics if he wants. Obviously, you'd have to find a seat for him. I don't think he intends on going anywhere as South Australian Premier because he's clearly popular enough there. But, this is the kind of figure that only, parties could really dream of having. And they've got it. South Australian Labor has got it in Peter Malinauskas.
Again, I want to say Dan Andrews. It's that sort of thing. I remember there was talk of Dan Andrews going federal at one point, and that never went anywhere. But I guess the question is Peter Malinauskas is, he probably wouldn't want to go federal because the best he can get there probably a Senate seat, maybe get a lower house seat in Adelaide. But probably staying in Tasmania is probably going to actually do more good for the state there as Premier rather than as just an MP. No offense to other MPs at a federal level, but I think Premier probably ranks a bit higher above that. So I don't see much of a need to go federal there. But definitely, as we've said, he has that personal pull that really you only see in the likes of Dan Andrews, or you see in Queensland politics, where you have to be eccentric or be out there, be really popular to be a minor party leader and get a seat. So it's really the only sort of thing you see in those sort of situations. And he's not in Queensland, and it's not COVID, so definitely a rarity.
Yeah, and look, we'll wait and see in terms of obviously a lot of elements here. We've spoken about the Greens' chances in Hanson, and we do know, though, that they will, you can assume safely, that they are going to get at least one upper house seat in this election. Melanie Selwood is their lead candidate for the upper house. She is hoping to join Robert Sims as the Greens team in the South Australian Legislative Council. We spoke to her earlier in the campaign.
So we've been knocking on thousands of doors, and what we've really heard from people is that they're really struggling to afford to pay the rent. They're struggling to cover their energy bills, and they're really feeling the pinch. And at the same time, here in South Australia, we've got an algal bloom on our shores, which is causing devastation along our coastlines. So I think people are really looking to us to push for more action on the cost of living, but also look after our environment and make sure it's something that we can live in into the future.
Saw today the announcement of a proposal that the Greens are putting forward, a train to the Adelaide Hills. I am a big transport enthusiast, so this policy has caught my eye. What are the benefits of that?
Yeah, so there's actually an existing train line that already goes to the Adelaide Hills, and we've had a huge population increase in Mount Barker, and it's going to continue to increase due to the land release that's happened up there. And the existing train line is only used for freight. Back in the 1970s, we still had trains going up there that were passenger trains to Adelaide, and we'd really like to see them brought back. So we've announced a plan today to make sure that we can bring back that train to the Adelaide Hills, service the residents of Mount Barker, but also the residents all the way through the train line. But what it will also do is ease the congestion on the Southeastern Freeway, which is a road that wasn't built for purpose. With the increase in population in Mount Barker, it's just not working anymore. It's always congested. There's accidents on there all the time. So we think this would get a lot of cars off the road and help people get to the city easier.
The messaging, and I saw this from the current Greens MLC, Robert Sims, about Greens pressure, public school fees, etc., other policies that I guess he would word as being lifted from the Greens platform by Labor. I guess, what do you see as the benefits? Let's say you're elected, you're alongside him in the upper house, of that Greens voice having that pressure on what we admittedly we do expect will be a Labor majority government in the lower house.
Yeah, Labor is on track to win a landslide, and we know that. The Liberals are in a mess, so they're not going to be any real opposition. So we really see our role in the upper house as being there to hold Labor to account. There's a real chance that we could end up with a one-party state here in South Australia. We don't think that's really good for democracy. So we're going to be pushing really hard to make sure that we can try and get the balance of power in the upper house and really hold Labor to account to do a lot better. They have been adopting some of our plans recently. We've been campaigning for years on free school fees, and they've taken that on board. So we do know that Greens pressure works, and we'll be keep pushing Labor to do better on all the things that actually matter to people in their lives.
As you said, the Liberal situation right now is something, but One Nation has been surging in the polls. We've seen that anywhere as high as the high 20s to the about 19%, but pretty consistently they've been neck and neck or above the Liberal Party there. What are your concerns about them if they get a foothold in potentially the lower house or, 2-3 seats in the upper house?
Yeah, it's really concerning. We know that One Nation federally don't vote for housing affordability. They don't vote for working people. We know that Pauline Hanson hops on Gina Rinehart's plane and then comes and tells everyone she's for the people. But really, they don't vote in accordance with the need to reduce the cost of living. We also have concerns about some of their views around women's rights in particular. And we saw in the last term of Parliament abortion come back on the agenda here in South Australia. So we want to make sure that we're not having those sorts of divisive debates in Parliament when it really is a matter that should be dealt with. And abortion is decriminalised here in South Australia, and we want to keep it that way.
So, as I said before, and as you admitted, right, Labor landslide seems very possible here. The chance of them taking the upper house is low in a majority situation with the amount of seats up, but it's not impossible. Obviously, they're going to emerge from that the largest, especially when you consider half the seats aren't up. Having you there, maybe if the Greens get a second as well in this election alongside you to bring the total up to 3. We talked about the pressure before, but what would kind of be on your agenda immediately then?
Yeah, there's some really key things that we need to get on top of straight away, one of which is the algal bloom here on our shores. So we're seeing dead fish wash up daily still, and it's been about a year since it first became apparent. So we really need to get climate action on the agenda really fast. We know that it was caused by climate change, and we're only going to see more events like this if we don't attack that really quickly. We do also want to see a lot of more work done in protecting renters. We want to see rent capped in line with CPI. We don't think it needs to raise above inflation. So we really want to put those protections for renters in. One of the things we also really want to do is launch an inquiry into AUKUS. So we have a potential nuclear site being built here at Osborne under the AUKUS deal, and we just think it needs to be scrapped. It's not going to produce the jobs that they say it is. It's not going to happen in time, and it's a big waste of money that we really should be spending on things that make difference in people's lives.
Earlier this week, we had the candidate announcement, Greens running in every seat. That's up on 2022. I would go amiss if I didn't mention one particular race, Hanson, which has been definitely talked about and is really a viable chance for the Greens to win in the lower house. It would be the first elected as Greens in the lower house in South Australia. Significant. On the campaign there, what can you tell us about that? Because there is, from what I know, a pretty huge kind of on-the-ground operation at the moment.
Absolutely. So the seat of Hanson is a seat on the edge of Adelaide. It's up in the Adelaide Hills. And we have a fantastic candidate. Her name's Genevieve Dawson-Scott. She's a local resident. She's a mother of a young child and an early childhood educator. She's embedded in the community in so many areas. And we've seen a huge groundswell of support for her campaign there. And we're really excited that it could be the first time we win a lower house seat here in the South Australian Parliament. It's really a testament to the fact that a lot of people in that area want to see environmental protection. They want to see better transport options, and we're the people that are talking about that. Since Jen started campaigning, she's actually had some real wins on the ground. So the other parties have started to commit to community campaigns that we've been supporting around crossings to get children across the road and things like that. So it's really exciting to see the campaign, and we've had hundreds of people out door knocking and attending events. So it's really exciting.
And at the statewide level on that door knocking you just mentioned, you've been announced as a candidate for several months now. What have you been observing? What have you been really hearing from voters?
Yeah, I hear two things mostly. One is that people are struggling, and the other thing is that people have lost faith in our political systems to deliver the results that they want to see. And I think that's a really sad thing. I think we need to work really hard to try and build up the trust in institutions. And if that's not going to work, we need to change the institutions. So I think there's a lot of work to be done there. And, I think the Greens are a really good alternative to show people that we're doing things differently. We're building community grassroots campaigns that don't just last for the term of an election. We're trying to build community on the ground long term. So we want to see more of that happening. And I think that will help people with this feeling of disenfranchisement.
That was Greens upper house lead candidate Melanie Solwood speaking to Six News earlier in the campaign. She is pretty much expected to indeed win that seat. Greens, if they had a great night, they could potentially get two in the upper house. And of course, as we mentioned, Hanson, I've learned how to pronounce it now. It is not Hanson, could be interesting as a potential lower house gain there. We are waiting for that. Just approaching the top of the hour on the East Coast. Coming up, we're going to have a lot more results. The first results are going to start to trickle in. Roman McKinnon will be joining us. And look, it's going to be a long night ahead, potentially, even though we should probably be able to call government pretty easily. You're watching 6 News Live, the South Australia side. Stay with us.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Roman McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Catter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
Across 6 News, this is South Australia Decides, Election 2026. Now, here's Leonardo Puglisi.
7 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time on the dot. Well, it's 7:01, I lied. Anyway, we are back on live with South Australian state election coverage. Polls closed half an hour ago, as you can see on screen there, and results will come in over this hour. They're better. We are very much excited to keep looking at those results. Keep your questions, comments, thoughts coming in. Someone asked me if I'm Australia's better Thunberg. I don't know, man. But we are expecting a lot of results to early trickle in. Obviously, it goes without saying, I feel like I've said this hundreds of times, right? That those early results, just take them with a grain of salt. Although it probably does mean in an election like this, we can call a Labor victory much earlier, much faster, which we will do at some point throughout the evening. I reckon we will be able to call it in the next hour. We'll see. So it is 6:30 Central Daylight Time, and for these two, Maggie and Stuart, it is 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Maggie, no results yet. What do we expect for counting here? Because we're going to be able to start to get, I should say, we're going to be able to get early results tonight mixed in with the count, which is going to be very helpful, to say the least.
Be hopefully starting to get our first early results over the next half hour. I really hope. I've been waiting to see whether the South Australian Electoral Commission will be doing two candidate preferred matchups between Labor and One Nation or Liberal and One Nation in any of these seats, which I haven't been able to see yet. But One Nation, we should be going into this expecting that they'll finish in the top two in multiple seats, at the very least. I'm sure they'll come second in plenty of those outer suburban seats in Adelaide, and they're in real contention to win in some of the more rural areas of South Australia.
Yeah, and it will be interesting because, One Nation and a 2CP isn't something that happens often. I mean, even at the federal election, kind of forgotten, they only made the two candidates preferred in two seats, Hunter and Maranoa. Now, I'd say, well, they're never winning Maranoa, and if you saw the MRP the other day, well, kind of better off with One Nation winning anything federally. But we can forget about federal politics for now, even with Farah coming up, because there's a lot happening in South Australia. And yeah, you're right, Maggie. It is going to be fascinating what the ECSA actually decides to do with counting here. I don't envy the role they're in, trying to decide things like this. Whenever there's disputed counts and things like that, and it's maybe not the initial 2CP, there's always kind of controversies, but they're having to. I think it is pretty much a guessing game here. So I don't envy the role they're going to be in. I think we both said, though, Maggie, on sixth preference, I reckon at least 15. There's 47 seats in the House of Assembly. At least 15 One Nation should make 2CP in. But, if they do really well, could be at least half.
Yeah, I mean, I keep going on about these outer suburban Adelaide seats, but, there'll be plenty of areas where the Liberal vote is just rock bottom, maybe areas where it'll be in the single digits. As we saw, I think there was a few seats like that in WA, and I think there'll be maybe a few seats like that in South Australia, and this time in WA, Labor got all that vote. They got almost 90%, I think, or 80%, something like that, in the seat of Rockingham that Mark McGowan had. But Labor's not going to be sucking up all that Liberal vote this time. A lot of it's going to One Nation. And so we'll see plenty of seats where One Nation is going to come a very distant second to Labor, areas they're not going to win. But those regional areas are definitely a lot of complex contests, and there's so many independents who are in very interesting territory, many across regional South Australia. In the seat of Flinders, in the northwest, there's a sort of community independent running who is in serious contention, but One Nation's going to throw a wrench in that. In the seat of Stewart, there's an incumbent independent, but One Nation could come second. In Narunga, there's an incumbent independent, not with as high of a independent vote, who's been a bit plagued by scandals recently, so One Nation could win that. Najuri, One Nation very much could win. As I could go on. I thought about naming every single one. I think you've got him a point. There's Mount Gambier. Also, there's an independent who's trying to succeed a retiring independent MP. That's also the same situation in Cavill. One Nation could win there. You've got him a point. One Nation is definitely able to win in plenty of regional areas. In some of those places, there's independents. Some of those areas, there's Labor could be winning. I guess a lot of the time in these elections, the focus is on the urban centre where most of the seats are. But this time, we know most things in Adelaide will be going to Labor, if not every single seat. It's a possibility. So our attention is kind of on these regional electorates who could definitely be making a point with, big results for One Nation or independents, etc.
Yeah, South Australia loves having their independents embroiled in scandal and then maybe not being re-elected for obvious reasons, not suggesting all scandals are equal involving independents, but I don't really know. Something in the water in South Australia, maybe that's why it tastes like that. Stuart, again, kind of looking at where One Nation kind of makes up the numbers to go as high as possible. They're in and support us on Patreon, by the way. But Stuart, they're obviously wanting to set themselves up here beyond this election, which has basically it almost called it a well-known, predetermined kind of outcome for the Labor Party. But what's your kind of floor ceiling for One Nation making two candidate preferred counts? If there's 47 seats, how many of those 47 could we say, oh yeah, One Nation could get up there, even if they're getting totally smashed 70-30 or something like that?
I'd say mid-20s.
Fair enough. I think
that's just over half, and I think based on the figures we've been seeing just from the last week, I don't remember who it might have been YouGov, self-described right-wing voters. One Nation was behind Liberals, but for every other group, they were saying there were more One Nations than Liberals. And as Maggie rightly points out, all of the outer Adelaide seats, Adelaide Hills, I can even see going. Regional seats, if Labor's not a force, then One Nation will be a force. We could see more Malinauskas definitely forming. If we're looking at seats where they're independents, I don't see One Nation's coming in second in seats where there's if the 2CP has an independent, and it's One Nation probably won't be the other one. But apart from that, it's anyone's games as to what seats One Nation shows up in as in the 2CP. But definitely, I'd say 25, 26, 27. We could easily see them in that many.
Yeah, we will see. Keep your questions, comments coming in. Ben Puglisi asks, are there any SA Democrats left? No. Maggie did speak to the Australian Democrats earlier this year. They are not registered in South Australia. It is effectively their home state, or their kind of well-known state. So I'm sure, I think they've said, they're disappointed about that. But no, there are definitely not any SA Democrats at this election. Stuart, a little novelty of South Australia, and we get in Tasmania to a lesser extent, as well as the SA Nationals, though, who are not in a coalition. They have previously had an MP in a Labor government, and they are not going to win any seats at this election. But they're a bit interesting to have. I mean, what do you imagine? What could they there? I don't know. What do you make of the SA Nationals, Stuart? It's a bizarre thing that they still kind of sit there.
They're going to have more luck than the federal Nationals at this point, I think, based on these previous figures. But yeah, I don't see much of a point as having the Nationals in either of those seats. I mean, you don't have to worry about any Nationals in Northern Territory. Of course, they've merged in Queensland. They're not a presence in the ACT. I don't think they even exist in the ACT. And except Australia, Tasmania, there's this weird thing. I mean, actually, going back to Tasmania last year, we were talking about the Nats having a chance in a couple of seats. The Nats won an outside chance for a couple of seats that were eventually won by independents, but the Nationals were a presence, or at least we mentioned them last time around. But yeah, not even seeing them here. It's pretty much, it seems like it's just a performative at this point, taking a roll call, Nationals present, and apart from that, you won't hear from them.
I still don't know why I tipped the Tassie Nationals for one seat, though. I should have stuck with Shooters. The Shooters won it. I don't know what I was thinking online. I don't know. That was our last coverage, by the way. It's been...
Yeah, we both did. We both had Nationals, so it's not just you.
Yeah, we go down together on something like that. Yeah, it's been a while since that coverage, and to think there's so much coming up. I mean, we're saying, ladies and gentlemen, before we got on air, the first few weeks of May, we're going to get Nepean, we're going to get Farah, and because we really are interested in it, we'll see what kind of thing we talk about with Wales, Scotland, UK local, big going on in the month of May, but we'll keep an eye out for anything. April, we'll see what's happening in April as well. Roman McKinnon will be joining us shortly as well, and we look forward to having him on. But keep your questions and comments coming in. And of course, you can stay up to date with all those headlines. Go to our website, SIXNewsAU.com. A lot more articles happening up there, Twitter as well. And of course, subscribe to us on YouTube for plenty of things as well. How high Labor will go here, that'll be determined soon-ish. I am... have been desperately refreshing results after result after results page, and we'll wait and see. But that first result, when we get a tiny little booth in some tiny regional seat, that's when things are going to get really exciting. So we'll wait and see.
We'll get 5 votes somewhere, and we're talking about them for the next 10 minutes.
Look, if Labor can lead on primary votes somewhere, Rosemore call the election at that point. We know what it's going to be.
There's no real
point waiting. I couldn't do that yet. Besides, that's Maggie's call anyway. No, Maggie says no.
I was not.
Yeah, so we're waiting for now, but I can't imagine it'll be too long. Other elements of this, Stuart, we've spoken about the upper house as well here, and I've got legalised cannabis. I said that, potentially winning. You see any other opportunities for a potential, that 11th seat up for grabs being taken by a party that isn't Labor, Liberal, One Nation, Greens? There are a few who might have chances if it was a larger parliament, but it just simply isn't.
No, I mean, do you want to say fair goes in with the fair shot? I feel like
not with the disendorsed lead candidate, but I don't reckon.
I mean, it's too late to disendorse him. There's been a few like that, like the One Nation's candidate. But yeah, there's been a few late minute disendorsements that couldn't be withdrawn. Yeah, you're right. With a larger house, if all 22 seats are up for election, actually that's a good idea. Can you have a double dissolution in South Australia? There's a question for you. Probably can. But in any event, with just 11 seats, we're lucky to get any minors apart from Greens, which will be to One Nation, and it'll be legalised cannabis probably. That 11th seat, really, it's legalised cannabis or Labor.
And that does mean, Maggie, that'll be it for SA Best. They've held on since that 2018 election. They had two. One defects to the Liberals. Connie Benares is still there. There was always kind of rumours I'd been hearing for the past 12 months that maybe she'd go. She didn't. She held on, and they actually have more than a few candidates they thought. They haven't just got the bare minimum. But that'll be it, and that just leaves technically Centre Alliance left as the kind of remains of what was a real Xenophon minor party empire he had running there in South Australia in the previous decade.
Yeah, it is. It has been kind of funny to think that, the remnants of the Xenophon party still had, up until recently, they had two members of the upper house in South Australia, and they still have one. And in federal parliament, there's Rebecca Sharkey for Centre Alliance, who was originally elected under the sort of Nick Xenophon banner. And she's continued as the member for Mayo ever since, in her own right, I guess. But now that kind of is the end for SA Best. There's a few other minor parties. You said Sarah Game, fair go, but there's been a string of scandals. I didn't know it was possible to go through that many lead candidates for the upper house. I think they've changed 3 times, I want to say. Who their candidate would be, and then now their candidate is disendorsed.
Once per Liberal leader.
Sorry, what did you say?
Once per Liberal leader. 3 lead candidates and 3 Liberal leaders. There's a theme of 3 here.
We've also got, there's the Australian Family Party, Family First as well. Who else? Legalised Cannabis, Animal Justice, United Voice Australia. There's plenty of minor parties running this election. In fact, there has been sort of a record with South Australia where, I think on average there were like 5 candidates or 4 candidates in each seat last state election, and now it's something like 8 or 9, because there are a huge amount of minor parties and independents who are now contesting in the lower house this election when they weren't previously. Even the Greens didn't run in every seat last time. One Nation barely ran in any, and yet this time now, the Liberals, Labor, the Greens, Australian Family Party, One Nation are running in every single seat, and there's plenty of other minor parties who are running in a big amount, if not almost all electorates. So people are going to polling places and seeing some very big ballots compared to last time.
Yeah, we said this on Sixth Preference. Sarah Game Fair Go has been a real sideshow of this election. Henry Davis, councillor, announced, gone, has control over the incorporated association but not the registered party. Jake Hall-Evans, dragged in from Colton, becomes upper house candidate, gets replaced by Chris McDermott, former Adelaide Crows captain, by the way. Jake Hall-Evans then quits just before nominations closed in Colton, running there as an independent, and Chris McDermott quits the party after nominations closed to run as an independent. Sarah Gaines released so many statements on that, and now she's running vote fair go below the lines. If you need a fair go, don't vote fair go above the line. I mean, it's absolutely bizarre. And Parliamentary Party, by the way, Sarah Game's still there for another 4 years. This isn't a comment on her, but broadly, just we were talking about S8 best 8-year terms are something. But
also,
yes,
One Nation.
Yes, well, exactly. With One Nation, it's all started. It's all started with that, and she quit, of course, just after the federal election. Her mother, Jennifer Game, was the One Nation lead candidate for South Australia at that election. I am reminded, of course, that Jennifer Game said if she ever quit the party, she would not stay in Parliament because it's One Nation seat. But Sarah Game's still there. Anyway,
One Nation will grab some more seats now, so at least they get something.
They do, and again, Maggie named some of them there, but in a different election, maybe Bob Day, the former South Australian senator, would be another South Australian senator who would be going up there, or it would be, Family First, who, of course, Family First still gets decent name recognition, of course, because of the previous Family First, but they're just not cutting in there, and obviously, as right-wing parties, they're all just being kind of overshadowed by One Nation at this point. We'll cross to Roman McKinnon in just a second, but keep your questions, comments, thoughts coming in. We'd love to hear from you, and of course, we will finally get results soonish. But as a comment just said,
the website is actually up and running now. Finally,
the website's
so we'll
up and running
soon.
So we'll get there soon. In the meantime, looks like we will, unless I'm being told not to, we will go to Roman McKinnon, our chief reporter, who's been standing by very patiently for us. Roman, good evening to you. It's such a huge election, isn't it? Not really because of who's going to form government, we know that, but because of all the ins and outs and the unknowns of One Nation's campaign.
Yeah, good evening to you, Leo. You mentioned it's not just about South Australia this election. Yes, they're voting on their premier, but we'll tend to gauge a expectation, maybe a result from One Nation tonight. Will they pick up seats? We'll kind of get the sort of the feeling within the Australian community here in South Australia, obviously more closely. Tonight we will see how One Nation will perform. Obviously we haven't had an election for some time, so this will be the first real big test for One Nation. Obviously we've got the Farrer by-election on a federal scale, but this will be the first real test for One Nation, obviously surging in popularity in the last few months. The first real big test for One Nation tonight.
And we saw your predictions there. It still seems very hard, though, because as we know, right, they could get about 20% and still not pick up anything in the lower house, at least. It is going to be very tough because in so many of these seats, they're starting from zero.
Yeah, that's right. And that's the hard thing for One Nation right across the board, even at a federal scale where, in some areas they may not have done well in previous elections. Just like now, they haven't had previous years to build on their voter base. Like you said, they're starting from the bottom. So, what their expectation is in tonight, in the One Nation party room, who knows? Will they pick up a few seats? Will they, even pick up a few more seats than the Liberals? It's hard to gauge and it's hard to tell. Obviously, results are expected soon. So hopefully by the end of tonight, we will start to gauge what voters are thinking and feeling about these issues that One Nation have really been fighting hard on.
And yeah, Roman, it does, as you just said there, with Farrer obviously coming up, Nepean in Victoria to a lesser extent. And of course, we'll end the year with Victoria, and 12 months from now, it's New South Wales, right? That'll creep up on us, I'm sure. It really does push One Nation's credibility here, and also the credibility of all these pollsters. We can only have so many polls until we finally get a result. This is something where we can actually gauge things and just see how close some of the polls are. And obviously notwithstanding that there are polls that have them at 21, there are some that have them at 28, but whether roughly, they can get something like there, or they're going to underperform, as I think One Nation has admitted, they do underperform on election day because there are a lot more right-wing options on the ballot, as they still kind of face that problem in this election too.
Yeah, absolutely. And with preference flows going to the Liberals potentially from One Nations, that is something that they may struggle on, especially tonight. But on that federal scale, like you mentioned, the Victorian and New South Wales state elections coming up in time, it will be hard to grasp tonight what that really voter base and how they're feeling tonight, especially in a state like South Australia, who, has one of the most popular, if not the most popular popular premier in all of the country. We saw today the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese was helping the premier cook some sausages on the barbie at a polling booth. But that was today, obviously, at the May federal election last year. Every time the Prime Minister stopped in South Australia, you'd see the premier right by his side, and that's because his popularity is so huge, and it continues to be tonight as we're expecting a landslide victory for Labor. In contrast, when the Prime Minister went to Victoria last May during his campaign trail, the Victorian Premier Jacinta Allan, we rarely saw her side by side with the Prime Minister. So, Labor strong really at a state level in South Australia. So what that could mean for One Nation, who knows? Hopefully we'll see a little bit of a result after counting starts, and then hopefully after counting continues in the night, we'll see a bit of a clearer result of what One Nation will bring to the many elections that are upcoming here in Australia.
Absolutely, Roman. We'll keep coming back to you. Noted, by the way, as others have said, including in the live chat as well, we actually have results page up. That doesn't necessarily mean there are results in, and from what I can see when I go to result.ecsa.sa.gov.au, it's just loading and loading and loading and loading. So I guess a lot of people want to see it. And actually, there we go. It loads for me now, and there's absolutely no results. So doesn't matter, does it? We should get stuff soon-ish, though, as we've said, within the hour or so. And we've got keep your questions coming in. Someone asked, who do you think will win more seats, Liberal or One Nation? I think we've all got the Liberals winning more seats than One Nation. Stuart, though, does have One Nation winning seats in the first place.
The only person who does.
And I continue to question my own judgment on that call. But too late for that. Too late for that. I mean, you want to give everyone a seat here. Clearly, even the Greens get Hanson under this. Hanson, of course, one to watch throughout the evening as well. Although we know that those One Nation contests are going to be the one to watch. And hey, you think it might get boring now, but just wait till we get a flood of results in, because things are going to get really interesting, really fast. We've all done this many times before. We know how this goes, and it is going to be, I suspect, a flood of results eventually. So stay with us, because we are going to be there the moment those results drop. And believe me, you will hear us scream about it when we finally get something, even if it is, as you said, 5 votes in some regional seat. But Stuart, those early figures, what do you reckon they could maybe tell us? Obviously, you can't call anything from them, but is there the opportunity to maybe say, well, this is so big, then surely this can't be an outlier, or is it really just kind of case by case thing?
It will be a case by case. It depends on where we get the results from. If we get the results from the seat of Flinders, it'll be very different to if we get the results from the seat of Stuart, for example. So it's going to depend. Do we get the results in from inner city Melbourne? Inner city Adelaide. Geez, wrong state. Inner city Adelaide, or do we get the results in from the middle of nowhere? And that's going to be the question. Because often we do get these early results in from regional booths for some reason. You think you get them from inner city booths, but it's because those are bigger, so there's more to count. But yeah, who knows where we're going to get these results from? But we will overanalyze them. We can guarantee you that. As soon as they come in, whenever they come in, it's been, 56 minutes since polls closed, and we still have no results. Still waiting. It's a waiting game, apparently. Wasn't this long for Tasmania, was it?
Yeah, Tasmania. Tasmania's got a few less. They got a few less people. Then again, felt like ages we were waiting for some ENT results, but of course, Rockliff, they've got a couple thousand. Anyway, who cares? We're not in Rockliff, we're not in Tasmania, we're in South Australia. Yeah. And we are still waiting for those ECSA results. Hey, by the way, as others will note, and I think a few in the chat may have noted as well, there's another election in South Australia at the moment. Now it's non-partisan, so we're not touching it really, but it is the First Nations voice election, the second such election in South Australia, and that is ongoing right now. First time they're doing it in cycle with the state election. So just an interesting side note there, and you've got people voting on that. Obviously, turnout would be less, obviously, but still very interesting to see what happens there. Of course, I'm sure we'll touch that another night.
Well,
but right
it's a
now,
weird
of course,
system,
focus is
right?
on the
Because
Parliament.
they've got 6 local ones and then one. I was going to say federal one, statewide one. So they do have this weird 2-tiered system. I don't think Victoria's got it, but the system that they have in South Australia is you have 6 almost regional councils that then in turn elect to a larger body, which it's definitely, I wouldn't say unique, but it's also a good way to represent such a diverse community in such a sparse state, I guess.
I'll refrain from going on a rant unrelated to the South Australian election, but at least the ECSA does release results for this, because the Victorian First People's Assembly does not release results, and that is insane, and I'm not the only one to make that point, and they really should release results for an election to a statewide body like that, but this is not the time for that. I'm not sure
We'll save that
the
for
VEC
November.
is listening at the moment. Yeah, well, they don't even hold it in concurrent. It was last year before, I don't know, man, a couple of years ago. Next year, forget it. That's Victoria. We're focused on South Australia at the moment. We're locked in, and keep that on screen there, because as you can see, obviously, you know, there's the chance for One Nation to actually make gains. But before the election, as you're seeing on the right-hand side of that image, you know, there are, Labor already has a good number. I mean, I think, you know, their last election was called a landslide. So 2 landslides in a row, it's pretty good for them if they get it, when they get it.
It was a landslide last time around because it was a unique Liberal government that had
Stephen Marshall, the moderate, yeah,
which is a rare thing in South Australia in recent decades.
Yeah, Stephen Marshall. It's a whole other thing, I believe. And Maggie looks like she's itching to go here. I believe we do have some results for the first time tonight.
Oh, really? I was
okay. I'm looking at that. I thought that was going to be your reading.
We thought you did.
I'm not saying anything. It's all yours. But there's numbers, and I'm looking at numbers, and I'm going to let you say them.
Oh, wow. We have results for so many areas. Oh, my God. I guess we'll start with, starting with the seat of Chaffey. We have 2.4% counted, so that's where I started. Labor on the Liberals on 37%. That's down 18. One Nation 34, up 24%. Labor on 13, Greens on 6. And the South Australia Electoral Commission has conducted a count here between the Liberals and One Nation, which has the Liberals 56 to 44. In Elizabeth, however, which is a safe Labor seat in the outer suburbs of Adelaide, One Nation leads 40%, Labor on 32, Greens 14, Family First 5.5, and the Liberals all the way in 5th place. And One Nation is just barely leading that 2 candidate preferred count as well. We've got 0.7% counted. That's very small. So you have to be aware of that. But we're starting to get results, and also in Flinders, very big One Nation vote there, where they're counting the count between the Liberals and Independent, but clearly at the moment One Nation's ahead of the Independent there. We might see that in a few areas where the Electoral Commission hasn't anticipated One Nation getting into the top 2, but you know, currently they are, and currently they're ahead in the seat of Elizabeth. Only 0.7% counted. You have to be aware of that.
All right. Well, at the same time, it's rare at any point of any count ever that you see One Nation leading in something outside of some Queensland state seats. So, you know, when you're seeing orange in, you know, ECSA or ABC graphics, or our graphics for that matter, or anything like that, things are happening. Yeah, as you mentioned, you've got the Chaffey results, and again, very, very fascinating to see what the ECSA has chosen for an election like this. Obviously, something like Elizabeth would be extraordinary, obviously, because you'd naturally think, and again, we're not going to get ahead of ourselves with it, but just to make the point, as you were, to think of Labor losing seats at this election, because Labor losing seats at this election is something I don't think anyone would have thought would happen at all 12 months ago, and I don't think many thought, including me, didn't think it'd be happening in this election. If it does, that's something cannot stress the earliestness of the result. You know what I'm saying? It's too early to say anything concrete.
We also have figures out of Giles, we should check that beforehand, which is a One Nation Labor race, apparently.
which Labor will win comfortably, you'd guess. And on the 0.4 counter, they are leading. But yeah, that seems to be one of those areas where it could just be the Liberals just start getting knocked out, and they're not in those two CPs, which is again unique.
The commission saying TCP is One Nation and ALP, the two leading parties are Liberals and One Nation. It just changed again. But yeah, it's one of those ones where we expected to get a two-party preferred or 2CP of One Nation and Labor. So no surprises there to see those figures. But yeah, I think we all had that as a safe Labor seat.
Yeah, and also looking at Hartley, as we've discussed, right, and what could happen there with, of course, the former Liberal leader, Vincent Tars. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that throughout the evening, of course.
We have figures in for Hartley very early.
McKillop's going to be fascinating, of course, with Nick McBride as the independent there. And hang on, Maggie, did you actually mention the McKillop numbers or not? I may have gone over.
No, I have not.
Okay, well, I've got them. 0.1% counted, so warnings, but its results: One Nation 48.7 primary, Liberal 16.2, Independent 16.2, Labor 8.1. There is a Independent versus Liberal. The only thing that you can kind of take out of this maybe is that there is an Independent versus Liberal two-candidate preferred, and it's very possible One Nation is going to make that two-candidate preferred. So kind of hold your horses for what's going on in McKillop, although that is 0.1% counted. So hold on. But at the same time, this is kind of reflecting, I think, the fact that we kind of are starting to see the earliest indication of what those One Nation seats would be after all the kind of speculation and name dropping that we've been doing over the past 90 minutes and that everyone's been talking about for the past weeks, if not months. We're starting to get an idea of where One Nation could potentially do well. And so it's important to actually go into, for instance, if you're looking at the ABC, and look, we look at the ABC results, they do a great job. But it is important because if you're clicking on like the preview, you're going to see a 2PP that might have absolutely nothing to do with what the primary looks like, because we can only predict so much, and the ABC can only predict so much, and the ECSA can only predict so much. So it's going to be fascinating to see what happens there. But yes, we do have results starting to trickle in. Of course, it goes without saying that these are early results, and you can't call anything from them at the moment. But yes, Stuart, interesting numbers nevertheless.
Yes, and interestingly, Liberals and One Nation so far in first preferences are neck and neck. I think 25 and 27. Liberals slightly ahead. It's skewed. It's mostly regional, so it's going to be skewed, which is why Labor's at 28%. Labor's vote should be higher, and it's because it's being skewed by these mostly regional seats. As I suggested earlier, but it does have One Nation and Liberal pretty much neck and neck, which is what we expected, although Liberals are slightly ahead by 2%. Again, early days. Greens at 10%, which is consistent with what we were expecting. And beyond that, yeah, it's still pretty much as expected, although what Labor's votes, it's down because it's a regional. But apart from that, yeah, no surprises so far. Again, early votes, regional seats, regional polling booths.
Yeah, interesting to see these early numbers that are coming in, and again, you have to take into account how early all of this is, but still, and Maggie, these are again, kind of repeating the word indication here. They're going to give us some kind of indication, and yeah, kind of look forward to seeing kind of what we can get out of that. But we know, Maggie, that we're also able to get some results up on our own screen. You've been working very much on that.
So let's have this come up. Let's go to, we'll start with the seat of Chaffey. So this is really out there in eastern South Australia. It's very regional. Let's go to the results. We've got 2.4% counted. I was just going over this. I mean, look at that. Liberals 37%. One Nation 34. That's up 24. Labor's on 13. Greens on 6. Forgot to put the other vote in, but it's also quite substantial. But
there's a Nationals layer.
0.8%. But as you'd imagine, the Liberals are doing better on preferences against One Nation. The Liberals on 56%, but that's still down 11 from their two-party preferred count against Labor last election. Let's go to God, I have to remember what seats I just put in. Let's go to Narunga. If we forgot to really get this working, let's go to Bragton, which we put in. This is the safest Liberal seat in South Australia. And interesting result here. We have Liberals way down 13%, One Nation on about 10. This isn't the area you'd expect One Nation to be doing very well in. It's a very, very upper class sort of area, so One Nation hasn't polled very well. The Greens on 20% vote is what I found quite staggering. In this seat, I don't think they'll be winning it. Especially the Liberals are currently winning the two-party preferred count here, but clearly momentum against the Liberals, and Labor isn't necessarily picking it up. There's a minus 2% swing for Labor here.
Yeah, so we'll see on those kind of numbers, and we'll keep coming back to that. People will call it what they want. I'll call it a supercomputer for the elections. It's very good. I know you've been working on it for some time. So thank you very much for that. You will be seeing a lot of it throughout tonight's coverage. We'll bring back in Roman McKinnon, because we just heard from the federal leader of Pauline Hanson's One Nation, Pauline Hanson, who has spoken just before. Roman, what did she have to say?
Yeah, she spoke, Leo, in the town of Kent Town, which is obviously in South Australia, at the One Nation party room. She just spoke to media. I was just watching that. Results right across the board, well, not right across the board, but we're seeing a bit more orange than the normal blue and red two-party preferred. She spoke about how results and polling right across the country, of course, were encouraging, but obviously she remained, herself and really any politician these days, will wait for the vote to come in. She said it's encouraging, those polling, early figures that we have been seeing so far. One Nation right up there, but of course it's still quite early on during the night. And of course, a number of candidates right across the board in this South Australian. We saw 4 years ago as well, the polling results took some time to come in. So, typical, I guess, of South Australia to take a while with their polling results, and also a high amount of candidates probably doesn't help for, every election person's, nervous wait, I suppose.
No, the amount of candidates, we've spoken about it for a while, right? There are a lot, so many seats. The fact there's more than a few seats on, with 12 is annoying. Among other things, though, we'll shout out the ECSA for having a very nice colour-coded election website, by the way. It's very convenient. It looks good. Good job, ECSA. Even if the results are slow, I got something pretty to look at. So nice that that's there. But I think our election graphics look the best, and we'll keep coming back to them. Obviously, for what it's worth, by the way, because it's an interesting statistic, not that it matters for seats, but I'll keep an eye out throughout the night, the statewide vote. Not that it matters right now, because there's only a few thousand votes in and many seats aren't reporting. But for what it's worth, One Nation does lead the Liberal statewide 23.3 to 21.5. Not that it matters right now, because it is not statewide anyway. So and there's not statewide results anyway, but that's something to keep an eye on.
Probably important to note that is that as with this was with the federal election as well, we mainly get results from the really small booths, especially in regional areas. And so this vote is very much skewed towards regional seats where we've got most of the vote counted. So don't take anything from One Nation leading statewide.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I should have said, and absolutely. And to be clear, I do mean leading the Liberals statewide, because Labor's not going anywhere with this government in terms of government, and it won't be too long, I am guessing, until there is a call for government. But as I said before, right, that's Mackie's to make, not mine. Looks like we do actually have more from what Hanson said just before. Take a listen.
I'll be so relieved and excited for Corey and Carlos if they both get these seats. Just number of seats. there's no estimation of how many are going to win, have no idea. But anyway, I think it'll be a new start for South Australia to have a strong voice and real opposition in the state, and I think that's what the people want. And people keep saying to us, you're our last hope. People want change.
Yeah, so there's Pauline Hanson there. Roman, interesting again, she's admitted they don't really have an idea internally of what their own numbers could be, but you understand why they might want to downplay it when there's so many expectations here.
Of course, and obviously it's the first real test, as I was mentioning before, for One Nation at a state level. Yes, obviously federally may be different, but this is a really good indication for One Nation, and if they, have a really good result tonight, then, it could set them up for, for until the next federal election, really. I want to talk about, they're at the Kent Town Hotel in Adelaide's East. We're hearing that the ABC was banned from entering their party room. Obviously, we saw the advertiser there in Channel 7, Sky News. Obviously, all the mainstream outlets are, in One Nation's party room. Obviously, Pauline Hanson just arriving a short time ago, but what we're hearing at the moment, they're expecting some high counts. This is One Nation in Mount Gambier, the Liberal-held seat, 13.8%, something or other, held by the Liberals there. We're hearing in Flinders and Mawson, just to name a few, but, some high results for One Nation tonight could really prove successful. You saw that vision just before as well, Pauline Hanson calling One Nation people's last hope. And the good thing, I guess, for One Nation, is that she's quite consistent, Pauline Hanson, in her statements in her campaigning. So, she's been chipping away, she's been pounding the rock, I suppose. And now, hopefully, for One Nation, they're hoping that she'll finally break through, in this time around. And as I mentioned, the first really good indicator for One Nation after months of really positive polling for them.
Yeah, and certainly, waiting to see where those numbers exactly line up. Overall statewide, it's about 0.6% counted, so it's early days. Next hour is when we can actually probably start to get something and make more definitive calls, but 15 or so minutes left in this hour. We'll take a very short break at the top of the hour. But excited to see what continues to come in from that. Maggie, again, just having a look at some of the numbers here. Obviously, the kind of earliness of all of these is unable to be ignored and shouldn't be ignored for obvious reasons. But you do note that One Nation does have those leads, and it is notable because you don't see them at any point in any counts leading. It is notable.
Yeah. It really is astounding to just sort of go into this and it's like, oh yeah, One Nation's leading in the primary vote in this seat. Whatever. We expected that. Everything has just been taken up this election, and clearly the polls have not been wrong. One Nation does have momentum. And they are going to get a strong result. And at this point, with the early results we have, probably will translate into multiple seats, I'd expect.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, why are we saying that? No, we predicted none. It's not supposed to be wrong, Maggie. Well. Don't say that. Don't say that. Look, I said, by the way, how wrong will my prediction be? But, don't trust me. I gamble responsibly. Don't listen to what we're saying. Don't listen to what I'm saying. Stuart. Everyone listen to Stuart. Stuart, you taking the victory lap already?
I want to remind you that I called Trump and no one else did. So
yeah, all right. Well,
no.
Well, get back to me when you're tipping.
Wrong last time. So
get back to me when you're tipping one green seat in the 2024 NT election. Okay, that's when it gets real. Yeah. That's when stuff gets real.
Oh, I
know. No, in all seriousness, though. I
want to point out as well on the current figures we've got as well. It's literally tied for One Nation and for Liberals, 2,500 votes each. So exactly neck and neck. But as we expected, the Labor's vote has extended to 34% right now. So we are finally seeing that come in line with predictions. And of course, then I'll wait for Maggie to say anything more. But it does look like Labor is winning most of the seats as we expected.
Yeah, no one surprised there. We will go to Maggie because we're going to look, excuse me, we're going to look more at the results that we have in the Six News supercomputer. Maggie, what can you show us?
Okay, so first, let's start with going through the seat that I was not able to go to last time. The seat of Narunga. There we go. Yes, that worked. So that's sort of in the north of Adelaide. It's hard to say north of South Australia. But we have 2.5% counted and some pretty exceptional results here. One Nation, 39%, a swing of 33 towards. Next, in second place, the Liberals on 19%, Independent Fraser Ellis on 16%, Labor on 15%, the Greens on 5%. One Nation clearly with a very big primary gap between them and the Liberals, very early in the count in Narunga, but this was sort of one of the main seats they were hoping to try and pick up. Over in Elizabeth, this is in the outer suburbs of Adelaide in the north. Definitely also somewhere you'd expect One Nation to do quite well, but the expectation has been, well, Labor's, it's an extremely safe Labor seat. But evidently not. I've got that a bit mixed up, but One Nation on 40%, actually higher primary vote than Labor, who are on 32%, with 0.7% counted. I have to add the caveat. But also exceptionally, we have the Liberals in 5th place on 4.9%. I was going over this earlier. And One Nation is winning the 2-candidate preferred count here. So clearly we can't discount One Nation from some of these outer suburban seats, as, you know, maybe we have been. And the last seat I've got is Flinders, which is, I believe that's the Eyre Peninsula, and it goes up all the way to the WA border. But the independent there, Megan Petherick, the South Australian Electoral Commission, is conducting a count between her and the Liberals. That's why I had them as the top two. But clearly that's not going to be the case, and One Nation at this point would expect to get in the top two against Labor in these sort of seats. But I will note about this seat is that in the past, federally and at a state level, the concentration of independent vote has been very weird, and so there are some booths where the independent is at single digits and some where the community independents have gotten like over 50%, so still could be Liberal against independent. But I guess the overarching story through the seats I've gone through is that One Nation is in serious contention to win seats. They cannot be discounted, especially in that seat of Narunga where they had 19% more vote than the second place candidate there. So One Nation.
Well, yeah, well, you know, that's the big question, obviously, on their seats. Thank you for that. And yeah, there's going to be a more than a few, I reckon, abandoned 2PP, 2CP counts tonight. We are really in uncharted territory here. But it's fascinating to kind of see, where they've been going up. As you say, of course, some booths are going to be different, and you can only take so much from what we can see. We can only do our best. There's the statewide vote total. Not that obviously number one doesn't form government anyway, no matter how it does. And number two, it's early. I believe, not every seat is reporting yet. There's still quite a few seats, in fact, I should say, that are not reporting yet. But by this time next hour, we will have something for everything. You would think. But you know, we're having a look at just about every result here, and you know, to be honest, you know, these are results that, as we said, right, it's just kind of weird to think about because you haven't seen One Nation leading in early booths ever. You know, maybe it's in 20 or something, but not at 48% primaries. Not that I think they're going to get a 48% primary result in the seat. I think I will note, Maggie, and I guess we'll make the point that obviously with our kind of calls, and I'm sure with others, people are going to be very cautious with this. I think we will have to be as well. It's uncharted waters predicting One Nation to win a seat outside of the Queensland Legislative Assembly. And so trust me when we say that if we do predict the One Nation seat, if it does happen to come tonight, we're not going to rush it. This is something that we're going to have to be very careful with because it is very unprecedented. But of course, we'll wait and see what others will do. We're monitoring all the usual sites and, credit to the work of people like Casey Briggs of the ABC, William Bowe at the Poll Bludger, whose sites I have up, among others. And we'll be continuing to look at throughout the evening. But One Nation ahead in some races, and fascinating to see kind of where they can go from here. Roman, this kind of is interesting, as we say. Their early results, you can't really take much away from them. But just the idea, and you and I have covered elections on air for so long. The idea of seeing One Nation in a two-candidate preferred count in South Australia, or One Nation leading a primary vote, even if they don't end up winning. As we were saying before you got on air, it kind of shows just how high the expectations are and how One Nation's kind of reset the idea of what we can expect in elections now because of how they're polling and how well they've been doing in polls.
Yeah, and it shows a change in, I guess, our political spectrum from, Liberal Labor and then from Liberal Labor to the Greens. Now it's kind of all four of them, right? We're seeing more orange pop up on different electoral scales. You mentioned there One Nation is ahead in a few seats. Obviously, we're not calling anything for really One Nation or too many parties, or really Labor at the moment. It is Elizabeth. The Labor has Ella Shaw going up. The Labor MP, Lee Oldenwalder, retired just before this election. So they've put up Ella Shaw. About the estimation at the moment, to candidate preferred, has 49.7% of the vote going to Ella Shaw. And then One Nation has Kim Hanton receiving about 50.3% of the vote. That is, of course, two candidate preferred. First Preferences at the moment has about 190 votes counted. One Nation has almost 40%, Labor 32%. The Greens, David Deeks, 13.7%, Family First, 5.5%. The Liberal Party has 4.9%. It's 1%. It's one count difference between Family First and the Liberal Party there, so not too much in that. Legalised Cannabis has 6 votes, or 3.3%, and the Australian Family Party, Bray McKee, 1 vote, and then Fair Go for Australians, United Voice for Australia, both with no votes. 9 candidates running. This is just one seat alone that I've pulled up here. Obviously we can't really take anything out of the swing. It's 22% swing from the ALP. You really can't take too much out of that because, One Nation really haven't ran on this level, to an extent, especially in South Australia. Bear with me, I'm just bringing up another one. Narunga is another interesting seat. We've got First Preferences, we've got about 700 votes counted there. We've got the One Nation candidate, Chantel Thomas, on 262 votes, or almost 39% of the vote there. Tanya Stock running for the Liberal Party, 130, or 19.3% of the vote. Then the Independent, 15.9%. Labor's Esther Short is on 15%. Then the Greens, Legalised Cannabis, Family First, Real Change Australia Family Party, and then the United Voice party there. So, interesting results there. We probably will see some interesting results, especially for One Nation. That's really the big one on a federal scale. Of course, I don't want to call anything that this is Maggie's jurisdiction, but everything is pointing towards a Labor victory. Of course, I feel like that's a safe prediction, but the really interesting thing is definitely One Nation coming out of South Australia, I guess, at a federal level.
Yeah, we're about to go to a break, so we'll hold a lot of the results points, and everyone's eager to have a look at some of these numbers coming in. So we'll hold them a couple minutes. But as you kind of said, they're interesting to see the matchups, and as Maggie mentioned, there's seats where the Liberals might be dropping to fifth. I'm looking at, for instance, the seat of Lee now, where it's Labor One Nation. Labor One Nation, Greens, Liberal, and you've got the Liberals dropping to fourth. There's other seats where, the Liberals just keep dropping, and that is kind of reflective of how low the primary vote is going to go. From the difference with things like WA, of course, is you've got the One Nation factor that can actually overtake them. The Greens could only overtake so much in say, the WA election. Of course, very different circumstances there, and looks almost certain to be a much higher Labor vote for that than here. But we'll go to a break shortly. Keep your questions, comments coming in. We're going to get a lot more results. And again, by this time next hour, we should be able to get results from every single seat, early or not. And I reckon in the next 15 minutes, we can start to make some election calls. So keep your questions, comments coming in live. Results are coming in for the South Australian election. Labor's ahead, but One Nation is not going away quietly. And how could this all affect the Liberals? You are watching 6 News Live as South Australia decides. Stay with us.
You're watching South Australia Decides Election 2026 live on 6 News.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Roman McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
Across 6 News, this is South Australia Decides Election 2026. Now, here's Leonardo Puglisi.
8:01 on the dot, Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 7:31 Australian Central Daylight Time, 7 p.m. in Queensland. You're watching live as South Australia Decides. Results are coming in for the 2026 state election, and they are interesting to say the least. Labor is ahead. Many seats, but One Nation is right up there. There are seats where One Nation are currently in the 2-candidate preferred. There are seats where One Nation would be in the 2-candidate preferred if there were counts being conducted for that, but there aren't, because this is unprecedented territory, and we're really not sure exactly how things will end up. Certainly the idea of being able to call every single seat tonight seems bit more than unlikely, but we'll wait and see there. In terms of calling seats, that's Maggie Perry, who has been looking at the results throughout the evening, and I believe we've got more that we can look at right now, Maggie, as they continue to come in, and we can actually start to get results that are meaningful.
I think we're still a bit away from that. We're still really in the early stages. But I do have some election graphics that I would like to have up if I am sharing those. Let's hope so. There we go. Cool. So the first seat I'm going to look at is the seat of Cavill, which is in the Adelaide Hills. It covers the town of Mount Gambier, as well as some surrounding areas. And there's a very split vote there. 1.7% counted independent Matt Schultz, who was endorsed by the incumbent in Independents, only on 24. In second place, the Liberals on 23, One Nation on 22, Labor on 21, the Greens on 7, and the current two-candidate preferred matchup is 59 for the Independent and 41 for Labor. So, very split contest so far, so we'll have to see how that plays out. But I guess it is worth noting that the Independent is getting a considerable chunk of votes, and so, you know, if he finishes in the top 2, he'd be in a very favourable position. The next seat to look at is Hurtle Vale, I believe. Yes, where we have another seat with the Liberals in 4th place. It's I'll just go back to this. In the outer suburbs, right in the southern part of Adelaide, and we have the Labor MP Nat Hook, who won a very close by-election a few years ago on 43%. That's down 11. One Nation on 27%, the Greens on 12, Liberals on 10.6%. And you'll notice, clearly they have not caught up with the One Nation rise of the South Australian Electoral Commission, currently conducting a count between Labor and the Liberals, but evidently this will not be happening. I guess very interesting how well One Nation has done in a lot of these areas, and also consistent story is just how horrible the Liberals have been performing, but this has been, as you would expect. And the last seat we've got is Hartley, which is currently a Liberal-held seat held by Vincent Tarzia, who I believe former opposition leader. And the results we have for this seat, we have a very high Labor vote here. Liberals down 27 points. We've only got 5% counted, but Liberals down 27 points. Labor on 40, that's up a tiny bit. The Greens on 17%, that's up 6. One Nation on 14%. The fact that they're even getting 14% in some of their least favourable seats like Hartley, that is very impressive. But Labor's got a 10-point swing towards here. We've kind of been focusing on, understandably, the very big results One Nation's gotten so far, but still important to note that, Labor's still picking up some of these Liberal seats. Not that we can call anything yet, but...
No, and look, if things get tough in our waiting period, I don't know, Matildas are on, Fremantle, Melbourne's on. I'm sure there's plenty of things we can do while we're waiting here. Christopher Scarry's playing his first game, former Northern Bullland. Anyway, there's the look at the live statewide results. Again, not that those really matter in general in former government, plus they are obviously early. But hey, that wouldn't be like out of line with polls if that did, hold. But we're just saying ifs at this point. We're just saying stuff for the sake of it. Stuart, what do you make of, again, those numbers that have come in there and what we just heard from Maggie?
Well, I mean, those statewide pollings are somewhat relevant in the terms that it gives us a good picture for the Legislative Council.
True.
And I think we've got no figures in from Legislative Council yet, which isn't surprising. But yeah, Tarzia, you're definitely in trouble there. I mean, on those figures you've got there, then Jen Roberts wins with Greens preference flows, which puts you at 57%. So if those figures stay consistent, then he's out. I mean, One Nation again doing pretty well there, but even running with One Nation figures plus Liberal plus Family First, you don't get it. Labor plus Greens, he's out. If those figures hold, which is the question: is will those figures hold?
That's the big if. Yeah,
if they do, then he's out.
That's the big if. No, I'm sorry.
The margins are only 3.6%. So it's only a slim margin already.
Yeah. Well, we will wait and see. For what it's worth, by the way, I know the ABC has given 2 for the Liberals, 1 for Labor. I'm actually sure what seats they're giving, nor are they our call. So we're very happy to keep our graphic at the bottom there at 0000.
I think they're called West Torrens.
We'll keep it at 000. That's Maggie's domain anyway. We know that. But still, looking at these figures, just in terms of kind of how high One Nation goes, and of course, whether they could kind of drag down that Labor swing as well. I mean, we were talking about a Labor primary vote that was close to 50% in polls less than 12 months ago. We were talking about 70-32 PP, Stuart. That's gone. Yep. That's not happening tonight.
Yeah. I mean, and again, it is early figures, but yeah, it's not looking great. The Labour swing that we were talking about, yeah, is not. I mean, it's definitely there. It's definitely there, but it's the One Nation swing that's more interesting. But everyone thought it was going to be interesting tonight, and it is too early to tell just how big that One Nation swing is. But on early figures, I mean, yeah, definitely bad news for the Liberals. I mean, they were going to lose Adelaide, Badco, Black they're behind, Bragg I think they're behind in, Chaffey that's going to be a Liberal One Nation battle. And then Finnis, that's going to go independent probably, but it's just like across the board bad news for the Liberals. Whether they're losing to Labor or One Nation doesn't matter; they're still losing.
They are, and that's obviously where the fact that they're having to defend themselves on I guess you could say both fronts is a huge problem, obviously for them, obviously for any party having to defend itself on two front. And they're going to be seeing more of this, right? It's going to happen in Farrer. It's going to happen in Nepean, in terms of the Liberal Party being forced to defend itself from both ends, and that obviously is going to have to be something that they'll adapt to if they're able to adapt to it. But look, still kind of waiting to see more results, and that goes without saying. We'll kind of keep looking for those details there, and throughout the evening. We spoke, by the way, Ben Rowie. I'm hoping I'm not throwing Austin off by throwing to this. Ben Rowie, independent election analyst at the Tally Room. We spoke to him earlier in the campaign, touching on a lot of things, but I think this is relevant as we start to get results in what seats One Nation could actually win here, and also any lessons that we could have gotten as well from what happened with SA Best in 2018, because you remember they were leading in some polls on primary vote, and obviously they won nothing in the lower house. Granted, it looks like they're going to get less than what One Nation's getting now, but this is what we spoke to Ben Rowie about earlier in the campaign.
Yeah, so the South Australian Liberals are polling very poorly. When you look at the two-party preferred metric, it's not quite as bad as the WA result in 2021. We're looking at a 2PP maybe in the low 60s. The problem with that approach is that it kind of ignores the influence of other parties. In 2021 in Western Australia, it was about as close to a two-party contest as you get in Australian politics. Pretty much everywhere was Labor versus Liberal and National. The Greens didn't win any seats. Independents weren't really much of a presence. None of that kind of stuff. Whereas what's happening now in South Australia is that One Nation is polling very well, probably polling better than the Liberal Party. And so they could face a situation where they get wiped out in the traditional marginal seats, the urban seats where they compete with Labor by Labor. But then the seats that you would typically expect them to fall back to in a bad election are exactly the ones where One Nation would probably be strong.
In terms of independents, there's already quite a few in the parliament. Many of them, at least some of the ones that are recontesting, are on pretty decent margins. Obviously, there's some cases, you look at like Mount Gambier, for instance, where you've got a high-profile successor to Troy Bell there, Bell not recontesting. There was an electorate poll for that. Make of that, obviously, what you will. Independents, though, as you mentioned there, could play a factor, especially in some of the country seats that might be untouchable or unwinnable for Labor against the Liberals right now. That looks like it could make up a significant part of, or I guess the only part of the crossbench potentially.
Yeah, there's a lot of independents, particularly a lot of regional independents. So I think they will continue to be a presence. But in some places, we don't know where that One Nation vote's going to be strong. If One Nation was to end up polling over 20%, you would expect them to do better in regional areas, which means potentially in the 30s or the 40s in some seats. So we don't know how that's going to interact with those independents. And so, I think both will be a presence in the parliament, probably not in any kind of balanced power situation, because in Adelaide, where I think One Nation, Independence, indeed the Liberal Party, I think will be a lot weaker. Labor is very dominant. And so I think Labor is probably on track for a very solid majority.
Yeah, it's a good segue there in terms of Adelaide. You know, we've had by-election results that actually show Labor being able to defeat the Liberals, and of course, there's been some limited subsamples that also show Labor doing well in inner and outer Adelaide of those subsamples. So it looks like Adelaide could be where it really starts to hurt for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, so in kind of Adelaide proper, there are only 6 Liberal seats remaining. They're all kind of in central Adelaide across a band. We're talking about seats like Unley and Morphett and Morialta, for example. None of them are held by margins of more than about 8%. Quite a few of them are a lot more marginal than that. So I think in terms of the two-party contest, that traditional Liberal-Labor contest, they would be amongst the first ones to fall. And yeah, like you say, there's been a couple of by-elections where the Liberals have done very badly, and that's not typically what you see with by-elections. Usually by-elections favour the opposition, they don't favour the government.
One Nation, they've got their chances in some of these regional seats. Again, it is kind of very hard to figure out, you know, exactly where their support's going to be concentrated. But of those kind of hardline Liberal areas where they've got such a large majority, it feels like the only way where you could see a scenario, probably the worst case scenario of Liberals 0 seats, is if One Nation wins 1 or 2. Are there a couple of electorates you're keeping your eye on for a potential One Nation gain?
Yes, so I mean, amongst the safest Liberal seats, you've got Schubert, which is a 12% margin, Chaffey, which is a 17% margin, and McKillop, which is a 22.6% margin. Now, they are the seats where you'd think that they would retreat to, but they are also areas where One Nation has done better, particularly in federal elections. You know, One Nation hasn't been quite so much a factor in South Australian state elections before, but these are conservative areas. And so I would be watching them in particular for places for One Nation to do particularly well.
Green's also an interesting factor in this. You'd think in an election that's tipped to be a kind of Labor landslide, you wouldn't expect them to be able to win. There is only, I guess,
outside of Adelaide, although they do quite well in the Adelaide city centre as well. And so I think that is the place to watch. I mean, going all the way back to the Mayo by-election in 2008 when Alexander Downer resigned and the Greens ran there, that's always been an area they've focused on. And before then, the Democrats, it's always been the kind of like centre-left minor party vote has been strong around there. So it will be interesting to watch, but I think it could be the kind of one where if the Labor vote is really strong, they just block the path of the Greens. You know, the Greens didn't do particularly well in 2021 when there was that huge surge to Labor. Generally, you know, centre-left voters also were very happy to switch and vote for Labor. So, you know, it's worth watching. I think that is the seat which is most interesting for the Greens. There's also an ex-Greens candidate, Kieran Snape, running as an independent in the seat of Adelaide. Again, I can't see Labor losing any seats in this context.
The upper house, obviously nice and simple to calculate when we look at polls in terms of being statewide, and you can figure out the numbers there. There aren't that many seats actually up for grabs. It is only half of the upper house there. But One Nation has been on a couple of polls, including upper house specific ones, in second place there. Corey Bernardi's guaranteed to become an MLC. What can we look at for kind of the maybe final 3 or 4 up for grabs? Is there, you know, how low, I guess, could the Liberals get, for instance, when you look at the upper house contest in terms of the seats that are up this year?
So traditionally in South Australian upper house elections, it's very proportional. You see major parties usually getting about 4 seats, although Labor did win 5 at the last election. And then usually there's minor parties getting maybe 1 seat here or there. So at the last election, Labor got 5, the Greens got 1, the Liberals got 4, and One Nation also got 1. I think the Greens getting 1 and One Nation getting 1, very likely, if One Nation's polling is as strong as they have been recently, they would have a good chance of getting 2. The Liberal vote, it's hard to say. I mean, there was one poll that had them on 14 points. And if they really polled around that level, you'd be dropping down to 1 or 2 seats. I think probably, I can't see them really getting below 2 seats, but it does put them in a much weaker position. It does potentially create a situation where I wouldn't rule out the possibility of Labor getting majority. They already have 5 of the seats that aren't up for election. So if they can get 6 out of 11, but I don't think Labor, again, this is the difference between this election and Western Australia in 2021 is Labor is doing very well in a head-to-head contest against the Liberal Party, but the Greens vote's a bit higher. I haven't seen polls having Labor's primary vote like well into the 50s. So I think Labor will fall short of a majority. I think, though, between Labor and the Greens, there will be clear centre-left majority in the upper house. And then Labor will probably have a very comfortable majority in the lower house.
And just finally, we're kind of don't want to get ahead of ourselves in terms of predictions, but I guess something that's been brought up along with the One Nation polling for this election is going back 2 elections to when it was SA Best and their polling. And of course, they had, huge highs, not areas where we've seen One Nation at in state polling, but obviously they were talked about, they were heavily talked about, and then they end up with 2 upper house seats and nothing in the lower house. Should we be cautious of a repeat of that, or is One Nation just at a different level given the context of their national polling as well being extraordinarily high compared to a year ago?
I think there is a good lesson in that, in terms of a party can do quite well, but if their vote is very even, which is what was the case with SA Best, they didn't really have heartland areas where they were particularly strong, and so they polled quite high everywhere, but didn't really get those spikes that put you into first place and give you a seat. One Nation, though, I do think their vote will be more regionally varied, and that means, a vote in the low 20s will mean some places where they're polling less than 10% and some places where they're polling 30 or 40%. The other lesson from SA Best is that it's one thing to say, oh yeah, I'll vote for Nick Xenophon. It's one thing to say, oh yeah, I'll vote for Pauline Hanson. And it's another thing to vote for the specific local candidate when they are up against the specific sitting MP, for example, who maybe people don't like that party, but they like that MP. And the lack of incumbency, the lack of a lot of candidates with deep credibility, One Nation is running a lot of candidates, but they're mostly people you haven't heard of. I think does make it harder for them, and I think that is the primary reason why people are assuming they won't do as well as the polls are suggesting.
It was Ben Rowie there speaking to 6 News earlier in the campaign, independent election analyst at the Taylor Room, does great room there. Great work there. You can check out his work. Someone in the chat just said Japan's up 1-0 over the Matildas, which is less than ideal, but we are on election coverage, so we'll stick with that. And there's a lot to focus on at the moment. And we'll bring in Maggie. I presume if she's ready. Yes, so we'll bring Maggie in. Maggie, we can call at least one seat, and that is thanks to a nice and early concession.
Yes, so we can project the seat of Waite, which is a very marginal seat for Labor. They only hold it by about 3%. Will be held by Labor against the Liberals. So the SA Best MP in the upper house, one of the two, Frank Pangelo, he is running for the Liberals in this seat in Waite, and he has just conceded that he will not be able to win. I've actually got some graphics up if we can go to that. Cool. Just bring up their seat result for some context. So, bit of a tiny misordering, but the Liberals are actually in third right now, slightly behind the Greens. I wish I could display this, but 15.6% for the Liberals, 54 percentage points for Labor. Swing of 28% on primary votes so far. For context, there were plenty of independents who got a big amount of the vote last time in their seat, so that is no surprise. That they've gotten a huge swing towards them. But 72% against 28%. I know it's early results, but the Liberals are not winning this, so we have called that. I do have a few other seats we can go to. Let's go to Mount Gambier. There we go. This electorate, right in the southern tip of South Australia, of course, centred on the city of Mount Gambier. The results we have so far are very split. We've got 10% counted, actually, so it's not so insignificant. Independent Travis Fatchin, who is succeeding the incumbent independent here, on 29%. One Nation on 27%, Labor on 15%, which is down 6%. And the Liberals, most strikingly, on 12%, that's down 17%. So this is actually, at the moment, shaping up to be independent versus One Nation. very unprecedented to have both major parties lose out on finishing in the top two. The last time this happened, I believe, was in 1998 when One Nation, got a big amount of the vote in Queensland. So I think that's kind of indicative of how big this result is for One Nation.
That would be remarkable, yeah, especially in the context of we speak about Nepean and Farah coming up, but we said earlier, could there be one of those cases at this election? Still kind of have to wait and see. But anyway, sorry, I'll let you continue.
Thank you. That's okay. I've moved on to the seat of Croydon, which is the Premier seat, Peter Malinauskas. Sorry. And the result we've got 4% counted. God, I really need to actually order these things properly. But the Liberals are in fourth place. One Nation is actually in second. The reason I've got this ordered like this is because the Greens were very recently in second place here. But Peter Malinauskas at 74% against 26 for the Liberals, and she's actually down 8 points on the primary. I think even though we've got results like that, let's see. Is there another seat I wanted to go to? Hammond will be the last seat I go to before I say something important. In the Adelaide Hills, One Nation on 27, Liberals on 25.5, Labor on 24.5, and Independent Ali Keen on 11%. Liberals are wanting that to party preferred, but One Nation maybe will win this one. I just wanted to get through those seats because I think at this point we can probably say, we can confidently say Labor has won this election. I know we've just gone through a few seats with primary, but at this point, the Liberals are in such a dire position, and One Nation are not sure they're in contention in quite a few seats, but they're not in contention in 24. They're not going to win government. No one else but Labor is going to win government in this situation. The question is this might actually be a reduced majority for Labor if they lose a few seats to One Nation. And, how much they might increase their majority. Whatever it is, Labor's forming government in this election. I think at this point, the Liberals have shown they won't be able to win enough seats, let alone probably not any seats off Labor. And One Nation might win a few seats at most off Labor. Labor's going to form government here. Peter Malinauskas will continue as Premier.
What a bizarre turnout of all of this if they end up losing a couple of seats but still hold government there. But you're right, 6 News does project, as you just said there, Labor will return to government in South Australia another 4 years for Peter Malinauskas as Premier, and that is definitely one of the earlier calls we've made, and we've made a few early calls over the years, but no surprise there, the ABC and Sky, for what it's worth, also projecting Labor has won the South Australian election. So now that we can officially say that outcome, which we all kind of knew was happening, we can actually go into the seats that One Nation's winning and some of the other contests with the independents and actually look at the state-by-state result. There's no doubt about who's going to form government, as you said there, Maggie. Really, really important to get that call out of the way. And Stuart, I'll just come to you for a moment because obviously, this is as much as we were expecting it. It's still a pretty monumental victory, and does still reflect, even if they do end up with a couple less seats than last time, or only a couple more, it does reflect Labor's strength in the state and the utter total collapse of the Liberal Party.
Yeah, as I said at the start, it doesn't matter whether the Liberals lose seats to Labor or to One Nation, they've still lost, and Labor's obviously won. I mean, we all saw it coming, but it's still, confirmation that something has gone wrong for the Liberals, and we've got a clear majority for Labor. It's yet to see if we have a double majority in both houses. That will be to come in the coming weeks. We're not going to have any major calls from the council tonight. Legislative Council, but definitely no surprises here seeing a Labor majority this early on. Even though we haven't called many seats, it's pretty straightforward. It's pretty clear that Labor will win.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I do that, and we're more cautious on calls at the moment. Obviously, we've given weight, and I think probably in the next 15 or so minutes, Maggie, and you can make the calls for a lot more. But because we did just watch the ABC jump up, I just watched in real time jump from 8 to 15 seats for Labor. Not again that there's any doubt that they will win government and win a majority government, but obviously in terms of what can be definitively called here, it is tough. The Liberals so far only given 1 seat. It's still obviously early days at this point. Maggie, if you want to kind of jump back into results before you were so rudely interrupted by that government call that we needed to make.
No. I was finished with my results, but I think we can bump the Labor number up to 5 seats with the votes we've gotten. So Croydon, the seat Peter Malinauskas currently holds, that's going to go to Labor, as well as West Torrens, Cheltenham, Florrie, and King are all seats that I think we can confidently say to Labor at the moment. So I've called those. That's up to 5 for Labor. But and wait, of course, we just called that. So 6.
6
sorry.
for Labor.
And so both seats currently we're up to 6. But we expect Labor to get a lot more. I just wouldn't want to make calls on any specific seats. So, I mean, we've just gotten a vote update in the seat of Adelaide, and evidently Labor's going to win that as well. So probably bump it up to 7. I reckon this is the point in the night where we'll probably start calling quite a few seats because the votes are coming in quickly. And, you just want to get a few percentage points before you can confidently say, like, Labor has won this seat, even if it's already very safe. And, with the results we've gotten in the seat of Elizabeth or Herschel Vale, just because it's a safe Labor seat and just because we're winning a landslide doesn't actually mean they're going to hold it. So holding back on calls at the moment, but I think we can say 7 of those confidently.
All right, thank you very much. 7 seats for Labor, and you'll see those numbers continue to update at the bottom of your screen. All eyes on that One Nation 0 count at the moment. You would have noticed, by the way, my AirPods decided to die, so we're doing it the old-fashioned way. Apparently, they only last 2 hours at the moment, which is great, isn't it? But yes, no surprise. And it's just interesting to see how, as we're going to kind of repeat over the night, right, but how big the Liberal fall is. Like in Croydon, for instance, which Peter Malinauskas was obviously going to win. Right now, you've got One Nation second, Greens third, and the Liberals fourth. And the Liberals are less than 3% ahead of a socialist-endorsed independent, Ahmed Azhar, who's on 6.7% of the vote at the moment. So, interesting to see just kind of how much they will fall here. I doubt there's any. They won't lose their deposit in any seats, but it's probably going to be tighter than they would have liked. Must be fair to say. Also fascinated to see what happens in the seat of Bragg, among other things. If the Liberals are still able to hold on there, they're currently ahead, but that's 1.2% counted. So take it that what you will. And you're looking, by the way, at our studio setup. Austin Pollock running things behind the scenes there, and he has been doing an absolutely fantastic job. You can, of course, support this kind of work and a lot more of this kind of work for just $4 a month. Patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. And and by the way, we're continuing to read your comments, your thoughts, your questions, your predictions, your tips, whatever the hell you're saying in the chat. Let us know, because we will continue to read it out throughout the evening. A lot of interesting results at the moment, though. And again, just kind of how much the Liberal Party will fall, still yet to be determined, with results still trickling at the moment. Although, as we've said, for seats like Mount Gambier, there's 10% in there, which is not insignificant when you've gotten a One Nation, or I should say, in terms of the order, independent versus One Nation, 2 candidate preferred count, very possible there at the moment. But really, who knows? Who knows what's going to be the final count in Mount Gambier? Fascinating seat among many, many fascinating races in this election. Must be able to kind of wait and see on that. Stuart, anything else you're observing at the moment?
I love how we've called the government. I love how we've called it as one, but we still didn't have figures in for like a dozen seats yet. Like consider Taylor, there's still nothing in on Taylor. There's several seats there where you've got no figures. Seat of Playford, there's nothing there. Seat of Light, where we have figures in there. The issue you can have with Seat of Light is that Seat of Light is going to be wonky, as will the figures for the seat of Nudgery because we've got a redistribution there. That meant that the MP for Light, Labor, is going to Nudgery, which is currently held by the Liberals. So it's going to be a weird face-off there to see who gets it because of that redistribution. So seats like those, we're going to go long into the night. Flinders as well. There's a few there, but still some seats, no figures. We've called the government.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, the ABC is making a few other calls. I just watched them bump Labor up from 15 to 17 to 20 and Liberals at 3, and there's one other. One Nation is not that other, I can tell you that. But of course, those are their calls, their computer, how that works. We'll make our own calls.
How's Sky calling at the moment?
I believe Sky called about the same time as ABC did, which was about 4 minutes before we did. But give or take, rounded up, margin of error, blah, 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 and same time. Yeah, we all called it at the same time. Who cares? Really, though, interested to... I do care. See again just where the Labor vote kind of falls. Also, must note, by the way, just out of kind of a side note, that the One Nation candidate, the disendorsed party cannot contact One Nation candidate in Adelaide, is at 10%. Not that he's going to win or anything. We'll go back to Roman McKinnon, our chief reporter. Roman, you've got a bit more on Ashton Hearn, and she obviously is the Liberal leader with an impossible task that she's had to go to. Also, the footy is on, so I will note the sister of Shannon Hearn, former West Coast player.
Yeah, that's right, Leo. Look, it's been a tough task for the Liberals, and that has been known for quite some time, particularly Ashton Hearn, who's in a little bit of a, not so much a fight, but, I would be worried looking at the numbers out of her seat of Schubert. Her primary vote in the seat is down by more than 10%. And before the election, before tonight, there was some speculation about whether she could even hold the seat. Now, One Nation is doing quite well in that seat as well. It's their primary vote, the One Nation vote is up by about 19%. So, just significant difference there. And, questions, obviously a Labor win tonight, questions will now start. Is Ashton Hearn the right person to lead the Liberals in South Australia?
There's probably not going to be many left. Maggie, just interested in your take on Schubert there, because you'd still think on a 44% primary as it is now, 9% counted, that Ashton Hearn does have a good chance. But always interesting to kind of see what the two candidate preferred is going to end up there. So what do you make of the Schubert count at the moment, Maggie?
Admittedly, I haven't looked at it yet, so I will just look at it right now.
Fair enough.
9% counted, okay. Yeah, it would be probably pretty hard for the Liberals to lose. Yeah, Ashton Hearn probably would retain this, but can't be certain about anything yet, just given how unpredictable everything is at the moment. But you'd imagine the Liberals would end up with at least one with Ashton Hearn. And in any seats where it's a Liberal versus One Nation count, they'd probably be favoured, just because all those Labor preferences will be going to the Liberals and preferencing them. But hopefully pretty soon I should have a few more seat results up.
No, all good. Yeah, unless you're seeing those One Nation votes in like the high 30s, early 40s, but you're not in Schubert at all. So they're not going to be able to make up the ground probably, but who knows yet at this point. We'll kind of continue to follow that. And again, remains kind of interesting to see, where these Liberal One Nation counts will end up, because again, you don't see many of them. Stuart, that has been one of the problems for One Nation. You've seen reflected in reports over some time in polling, etc. One Nation struggling to be able to get preferences when they're not, at least from Liberals and the Nationals, but even then, sometimes from the Liberals and the Nationals, not getting a perfect flow. So that's something they're having to deal with tonight, you'd imagine, but obviously going forward.
Yeah, and we're seeing with seats where you've got a strong, we've had a strong Labor presence, you've got Liberals, One Nation. They are struggling in some seats, like the seat of Chaffey, for example. They are struggling there because the Labor presence is only polling at 14%. I mean, the Greens are at 4.6%. The Nationals are actually a presence there. But that's going to be a seat that probably goes to the Liberals, though we're not going to call it yet. One Nation has a slight primary lead, but Labor will preference the Liberals. So in a close seat like that, Labor will probably tip the scale for the Liberals. So that is good news for them in those seats. In other seats, on the other hand, it's going to go a different way. But definitely in Chaffey, you were seeing that issue where, yes, One Nation is polling well, but they've got that issue of they're not going to get preference flows from Labor in those seats. And because it's so close with the Liberals, they don't have any other right-wing parties to draw on preference flows from. I mean, you got the Australian family parties in there, but they're 3% in Chaffey. They're not even running in some seats. So that is going to be a problem for One Nation, is they've gone to the right of the Liberals, and sure, they get some Labor preference sides because of that weird Labor One Nation pipeline, but at the same time, it is going to be an issue for them, that bit of that follow-through there. They're going to hit a bit of a brick wall after this. They're kind of like the Greens almost at a federal level, where they can't really win many more Senate seats. With the current figures, One Nation is going to be in that point where they have to try and make some headway against the Liberals, and that's what we're seeing at a federal level as well with the polling. But at this point in those seats, you're going to have a difficulty there between One Nation and the Liberals when it's so close.
Yeah, looks like we can get up to 9 Labor seats, by the way, from our call at the moment. I'm misreading a message.
What else are we calling?
We can give 9 Labor seats. Well, I'll go to Maggie in a second on that. I will just note, by the way, keeping a little eye on Hanson at the moment, which of course is that one seat that if the Greens are to win a seat, it's Hanson, which is a 29.3 Liberal primary, a 25.5 Greens primary, and a 25.2 Labor primary. So it's one of those very tight two-candidate preferred results. The ABC, I should say, the ECSA has a Labor Liberal two-party preferred, but obviously you can probably discount that. Maybe not. Wait and see. Obviously,
there's literally 5 votes difference between Labor and the Greens and Hanson.
Yeah, exactly. So it's tiny at this point, and it's 9% in. One Nation's at 15%. For what it's worth, they won't make the top 2 or anything like that. But I think we'll go back to Maggie now, and yeah, Maggie. So looking like we can add another 2 seats, and make it 9 for Labor.
Yes, up to 9 at this point. Got some more election graphics. How do you remember what seats I've done? Okay, so the first one, we were just talking about this, but it is the seat of Chaffey in regional South Australia. We've got 11.3% counted here, and One Nation is still actually leading on primary vote, 36.5%. The Liberals on 34.4%, Labor 15%, Greens 5%. And it is interesting that One Nation leads by 2% on the primary vote and only is losing by 3%. Well, in American terms, losing by 3% in the two-candidate preferred, which actually shows that preferences from the other vote is actually probably pretty significant here. I haven't listed how much that other vote is, but it is interesting that One Nation aren't getting super unfavourable preferences from Labor and other parties in this area. Another seat I've got is Black. So Labor gained this off the Liberals last at a by-election, what was it, like a year ago, from the resignation of incumbent Liberal MP and former opposition leader David Spears. He is now running as an independent in this seat, and they're actually conducting a 2-candidate preferred count between Labor and David Spears, and the Liberals are in 5th place. They won this seat in 2022, and now they're in 5th place. It's saying 58 to 42% Labor MP against David Spears, who's trying to win back his seat. Then you've also got 16% for One Nation and 13% for the Greens, 7% counted. Very dire situation for the Liberals. I'm surprised David Spears' vote is this high, but Labor's probably going to win this one. And the other seat, I have to remember what it was. Give me
All
one
good.
second
All good.
to think about this. Have we popped in on Flinders? You know what? Forget it. I'll remember later. We can get it up.
We'll come back to that. We're continuing to look at results, obviously, and seeing where these calls make. Seats like Naranga are obviously very interesting at the moment. You got the 16.5% counted. One Nation retains their primary vote. I stress primary vote lead. You can throw the two-party preferred out the window, though. The Liberal versus ALP count that's happening there, that's just not. Yeah, ignore it. That's not the count, so it doesn't matter. Fraser Ellis is third there. Labor's fourth. Wait and see there if that's definitely a possible One Nation win if they're to win based on that. But more than too early to make that call, and certainly too many unknowns. And again, certainly we're not making that call yet. As we said, I think last hour, we're going to be very cautious, very conscious of making calls about One Nation wins, given how historic it would be to make such a decision. What we can call, though, as we said earlier tonight, Labor, of course, retaining government, Peter malinauskas in for another 4 years. Assuming he returns his term as Premier, I'm sure he will. But yes, Labor coming in, they will be the only party able to get to a majority. They will get to a majority, and by the end of the night, you should probably be able to see the exact or rough amount of seats that they will end up on. But still, so many unknowns at this point. There are really a lot of calls that we just cannot make yet at this point. And in terms of, how many seats One Nation could actually win, you're seeing the Libs up to 6 in some projections, 2 in some, 5 in some. We're giving them at 0 yet, but again,
I think
Maggie can change that on.
We could say that Ashton Hearn will retain her seat in Schubert. I think we can say that.
All right, so we'll give 1 seat to the Liberals there. Big Ashton Hearn at least retains it. That stops the opposition leader losing her seat to One Nation, which would have been a big blow. Obviously, for I can't imagine the particularly good morale within the SA Liberals at the moment. But yes, Ashton Hearn will retain her seat of Schubert despite a One Nation swing there. So we can make that call there, and at the bottom of your screen, you'll see, what is that, 9 seats for Labor, one for the Liberal Party. Nothing else yet, though. Wait and see on that. Stick to the bottom of your screen at the moment there. We'll go back to Roman, actually, because obviously Roman, swing against, there was always going to be a swing against, but at least the Liberals can take away that if they want to keep Ashton Hearn around, she's going to be in Parliament, because they are not going to have too many MPs to choose from in the House of Assembly, are they?
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. Look, they probably don't have too many people to choose from to be their leader. So is that maybe something that keeps Ashton Hearn in her position? We've had a senior Liberal senator in Anne Ruston come out and say that she thinks Ashton Hearn will still be the opposition leader tomorrow morning. Now, remember, she was only elected to the role, only a few months ago. What was it? 4 months
December,
ago? Yeah, so not that long ago, and obviously we knew about the federal election and how the Liberals had a women problem. Of course, Susan Lee ousted after as many months as well. So, is that something that the Liberals, and especially the SA Liberals, will need to work on? Yes, of course. And one way to do that is obviously keeping Ashton Hearn around in the meantime.
Yeah, definitely, and look, I think many people, Liberals or not, will be sympathetic for the position Ashton Hearn has found herself in. But of course, you kind of go back to Zach Kirkup or something like that. And I am also told that we can now update at the bottom of your screen. We can give 14 seats to the Labor Party, so bump that up from 9 to 14. Still just 1 for the Liberals. No other calls yet. Of course, Labor's got government no matter what anyway, but interesting to again kind of see the results that are coming in. Narunga continuing to be a fascinating result that we'll keep an eye on in terms of potential for a One Nation gain there. And it is worth reminding again, this would be, someone correct me because we've been saying it all night, I can't think of another example. The first time One Nation has won a lower house seat outside of Queensland. Waiting and seeing for that. That's a big if they get Narunga. Definitely no call from us yet. You will hear about it, though, if and or when it happens. But still, waiting and seeing for Narunga at the moment. Stuart, how much of a wipeout is this? If I saw some comments, this is a limp wipeout. I mean, this isn't the 70-30s that we were talking about a year ago, is it?
No, it's a pretty clear wipeout for them. Yeah, it's a limp wipeout, but it's still not what the Liberals needed to hear, especially if One Nation continues performing so well. I mean, I say so well, performing as well as they are. It's not what they want. As you said, we've got Nepean, we've got Farah coming up in May. It's another test for them then, and then it's November in Victoria. But this is definitely going to be a big boost for One Nation to have this under their belt, to say that they've done so well in South Australia. Yes, they won't form opposition at this point. Hearn should probably still stay as opposition leader, provided she stays in as Liberal leader.
And Liberals win enough seats.
Well, she'll be Liberal leader no matter what, probably, based on this, probably. Presuming that Liberals win more seats than One Nation, which, based on the figures we're seeing, is still, I'd still say 60-40 going Liberals' favour. In terms of who gets the most seats of Liberal and One Nation, then Liberals still stay opposition, but either way, it's a big win for One Nation and a big loss for the Liberals. So, I mean, they've got 11. If they end up with 5, which is what I think, did you say 5? How many were you saying?
I gave him 3. Maggie gave him 5. So
then, did you have Hearn retaining on your list?
I don't remember. Probably. I don't remember. I don't think I set it out fully. But yes, I think it always looked like one of the ones for them to have if they were to have one, and they do have one. They have this, and
yes,
yeah. Must also be said,
they're going to have one.
Okay.
Yeah, if they're going to have one, this would be the one.
It must also be said, by the way, because it's going to get lost because we all kind of knew it was happening, but he's still a high-profile name, so worth mentioning, obviously, with One Nation. It goes without saying, Corey Bernardi is going to be an MLC, the former senator, a long-time senator from South Australia. He was in there for a while, Liberal, then Australian Conservatives, then quit Parliament shortly after the 2019 federal election. Corey Bernardi will become a member of the Legislative Council in South Australia for an 8-year term, and he will, you'd think, be joined by Carlos Coimbra, second on the ticket as well. But yes, Corey Bernardi.
First preference polling is down to 18.9%.
Well, we'll wait and see.
That's not good.
Well,
below 19.
Well, we'll wait and see in terms of how accurate everything kind of lines up.
What did I say? It was earlier 31%, and that was with the Liberal movement back in 1975.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I mean, even if you factor in One Nation, it's still 60% Labor. Although, yeah, on their first preference, Labor's polling at 38.1%, but you got the Greens there at 11.
Well, we'll
and
see.
We've got some more figures from Maggie.
Yeah. It looks like we can get more figures from Maggie. We'll take it away.
I've only got 2 seats this time, but some minor party contests here. First, I've got the seat of Narungga. We can get those graphics up. There we go. Let's go to the seat of Narungga. Here we go. Regional South Australia, we were just talking about. We've got 17.6% counted. One Nation on 35, Liberals 26. Independent Fraser Ellis, the incumbent, he's on 16%, Labor on 15%. This is actually a seat where would say One Nation is probably the most likely to win at this moment, but nothing is certain at the moment. They're up 29 points. Can you believe that? The question is how preferences will flow if it does end up One Nation versus Liberal. How will preferences flow between the two? How will independent votes flow? How will Labor's votes go, etc. And for one other seat I wanted to talk about was the seat of Hanson, which is in the Adelaide Hills. We've talked about this as a Greens game. So let's go to the result here. And we've got a very tight contest. Liberals on 29, Labor 26, Greens 24, One Nation 17. Notably, the Greens are up 4 and the Liberals are down 13% here. The Labor is winning the two-party prefer count by about 4.5%. I think it's going to be very close between Labor and the Greens. The thing I noticed about this seat when I was looking at polling maps was it really does differ with the Greens vote. Some areas, some polling booths were like 10% for the Greens. some polling booths were like 35. So I'll have to look into that more. We will see how well the Greens will do in this seat as we go on in the night. Probably if the Greens do gain a seat, they're desperately trying to win this one. They've run a very strong campaign here. That's 6.5% counted. That's pretty much all I had to talk about at the moment. So.
Yeah, brilliant. And we'll keep coming back to Narungga and Hanson. We're coming back to everything, but yeah, fascinating to see what's going on in Narungga and whether One Nation is able to win there. Obviously, it is dependent on preference flows, but you know, they've got they're 10% ahead on primary votes. We stress that of the Liberal Party. So, Stuart, you know, that is one that you've got to keep an eye on there, and really just you know, One Nation is. Well, if you had to pick one at this point, it'd be Narungga to win.
Well, unlike Chaffey and Narungga, you've got the independent float, which will flow. I mean, essentially, Ellis had a high lead, but I mean, you know, when you get found guilty for misusing a parliamentary allowance, you're going to lose support. So then his vote then flows to One Nation. You then get Liberal and Labor fighting that preferences flow to One Nation. One Nation wins. So that's the path forward for One Nation there. Compare that with Chaffey, for example, as you mentioned earlier. The difference being you've got the independent, you've got that other vote that can flow to One Nation that you don't have in Chaffey. Then in the seat of Giles, where you've got One Nation and the Labor, well, the Liberal vote flows to One Nation, so that's good for them there. But yeah, the issue for One Nation is going to be how do you offset Liberal? Because Liberal preferences don't flow to you if it's, you know, two-party preferred.
For what it's worth, just in case she does become the first ever One Nation MP, lower house outside of South Australia, Chantel Thomas is One Nation's candidate for Narungga, 30-year-old photographer and makeup artist who's also worked as a councillor for Lifeline, according to her party's bio of her. So if you need to get to know the potential first One Nation MP in the South Australian House of Assembly, that's Chantel Thomas. So we'll keep a strong eye on that. True Blue, the party calls her. In their website bio. So
not True Orange.
No. Her great-grandfather fought in the First World War, and he would be appalled at the direction Australia is heading in. It was a long bio. But yeah, keep an eye out on that because, look, at the end of the day, you're going to have to get to know these One Nation MPs. You will, I imagine, you will hear a lot about them if indeed they are elected. And of course, we know Corey Bernardi is up there. And we'll, you know, wait and see for that. But of course, it does depend big on the preference flow there. Also, things like finesse that we've discussed. I saw that mentioned in the chat before, and whether that's going to be ONP Lib or independent versus Lib, you know, a big kind of determining factor of the outcome there, of course. And yeah, just continuing to kind of refresh results at the moment.
Do we have any votes in for finesse yet?
Oh, someone mentioned it, unless they're just totally speculating. But someone mentioned it, and sorry, I'm looking at results that Maggie's sharing. I don't know if she can talk about them or not, but just elaborate them. Okay, we will go to Maggie, and look, I'll just say that when you look at these election graphics, you'll notice there's someone or some party missing.
Yeah. So our graphic list, the top 5 parties. The Liberals are currently polling 6 in Elizabeth. That's in the northern outer suburban area of Adelaide. Unfortunately, we don't have a Labor One Nation Two candidate preferred yet, as I guess ABC did some estimates earlier, but we don't have any actual count. But the Liberals just aren't even in the top 5 in this thing. I remember talking to Leo, I wonder if there's any seats Liberals will come 4th behind the Greens, One Nation and Labor. And then now we've got the seat of Elizabeth, where they're currently coming 5th, below 4%. They're not even polling a deposit in this seat, behind legalised cannabis, Family First, the Greens, One Nation and Labor. That was the only result I wanted to pull up. We've only got 4% counted, but kind of highlights how bad the Liberals are truly doing at this moment.
Yeah. I did say before, are there any seats where they're going to lose their deposit? If there's one, it's going to be Elizabeth, as you say, the 4% counted, and we're very, very conscious of that. But still, and just look at that statewide. Keep that up on screen for a bit, because it is worth mentioning that One Nation is up there. They are polling, but, and again, it's not final or anything like that, obviously, but they are below any of the polling. Now, granted, some of it will be marginal, 20% to 21%, but they are currently polling below those figures. So kind of wait and see on how much that holds up. Obviously, Labor also continuing to poll under what they got last election is again, something when we were talking about them at 48% primaries previously. But yes, Stuart,
speaking of statewide, we have some very early upper house figures in. Again, this is upper house early, so it's we're 2 hours in, or 1.5 hours in, whatever, and we're getting early upper house figures. It's going to go on for a couple of weeks for Canning Upper House. It always does, and they are skewing regional. But Liberals in third.
Liberals in third in the upper house. Yeah, you'd imagine
2.5 quotas.
The figures. All right, 2.5. Well, I gave them 2 seats, so we'll see. We'll see how that holds up in the upper house. Still, though, waiting for any call to be made. The music tells me that we're going to take a quick break. It's top of the hour. We'll be back very shortly. Stay with us. SA Decides.
You're watching South Australia Decides Election 2026 live on 6 News.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Roman McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Carter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
Across 6 News, this is South Australia Decides Election 2026. Now, here's Leonardo Puglisi.
Welcome back in 9:01 p.m. Australian Standard Daylight Time, 8:31 Australian Central, and it is 8:01 Eastern Standard. Welcome back into our live coverage of the 2026 South Australian election. There are the statewide seat totals that you can see there. 14 for the Liberals. We have been able to call just 1 for the Liberals. 14 for Labor, I should say. We're able to call just 1 for the Liberals. We can make a definitive call on at the moment. One Nation 0, Green 0, other 0. But One Nation potentially creeping up at the moment, and we'll wait and see there. It does look like as well in the interim we can make a couple more calls, and we can actually now bump up those numbers so we can get the Labor Party at 17 seats statewide, and we can get the Liberal Party at 2 it's still not very good for them. Obviously, should go without saying, Labor Party will retain government, as we called last hour, along with others. Just about 8:25 Eastern Daylight, Labor retains government. But there you go on screen. That is 17 seats for the Labor Party, 2 for the Liberals. Wait and see in terms of how everything goes. And we're hoping to actually speak to legalised cannabis candidate, Jessica Neese, who is their lead candidate. She's hopeful of getting up there. Stuart, you had the early upper house figures just a moment ago. What's legalised cannabis on? Muted. Has to happen once during our broadcast, doesn't it? It was going to be one of us.
Yeah, it has to happen to someone. Every time there has to be someone. Hang on, I didn't even have it open. I was closed out of like.
Well, I bought you extra time.
The lower house. Yeah, they got 0.2.
0.2. Now, how much is that? To be fair to them,
97 votes, 2.2% of the vote.
2% of the vote. 2% of the vote.
But this is also it skews regional. It is skewing very heavily regional.
Yeah, so we won't want to mention it to them. They can, to be fair to them, it doesn't.
Don't tell them.
No, don't tell them. No.
I mean, they're beating every other minor party except Family First, if that helps.
Okay, well, see, that's good for them, eh? That's good. We're told that they will join.
Them at what, 6th?
Very shortly. I've been told by Legalised Cannabis Campaign that their candidate Jessica Neese has been joined by a support crew. So I don't know how loud this is going to be, but we endeavour to go to them shortly, and we will see on that. But Stuart, what else are you kind of observing as we continue to get results?
Also, what was the other seat we called for the Liberals, if we have that at hand?
I called the seat of Bragg for the Liberals. That's their safest seat in Adelaide. It looks like they'll hold on to that one.
So they will hold on to at least one seat in Adelaide, which is good for them in the sense that there was a lot of people talking about potentially 0 Adelaide seats for the Liberal Party, but they get Bragg. So that's 2 seats for the Liberals, 17 for Labor. Bit of a consolation prize, I guess, for them.
No One Nations yet.
Yet.
As we said at the start, it's going to take time because whenever One Nation has a seat, it's going to be on preferences. They're not going to win on primaries. Labor's won a couple on primaries. One Nation will never win on primaries. At least this time round. But I'd be very surprised if they ever win on primaries, except in Maranoa. They might win Maranoa on primaries. Especially at this last federal polls, to be believed. That's neither here nor there for this. Except no Nationals. Nationals are polling at 1% for the upper house.
And
they're almost non-existent. Yeah, they're non-existent in the lower house as well. I've only seen them show up once in the lower house as being more than 1%, and you're 1% in the upper house. So that's as we discussed, they're pretty much out of the picture.
Right. Well, we will wait and see cautiously for that. Keep your questions, your thoughts coming in. We want to hear from you, and in terms of how things are going at the moment. There's some suggestions that maybe Sky News is calling 3 seats for One Nation. I believe we would all call that premature at the moment, at least on our figures. Not saying that is wrong. It certainly could turn out to be accurate, but a real wait and see at this point. And looks like we can talk a bit more about the seat of Hanson as well, Maggie, which is really teetering in and out in terms of whether the Greens can make that top 2 at the moment.
Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a very close contest between the Liberals, Labor and the Greens, actually. So the Greens, we've talked on this a bit before, we're on 10% counted. This was their one seat that they've put a huge amount of effort into. Their candidate, Genevieve Dawson-Scott, currently running second ahead of Labor, but only barely. The Liberals on 30.7, Greens 24.5. Labor 23.9, One Nation 16. The Greens are up 5, Labor down 2, Liberals down 11, One Nation up 11. And two-party preferred, Labor is winning 55 to 45. This will be something we're going to have to keep track on. Currently, you wouldn't think the Liberals could win this, but I do wonder, as we get early votes in postals, the Liberals could start to get more votes, and especially if the Greens beat Labor, and the Labor preference vote of the Greens isn't as strong. I wouldn't necessarily discount the Liberals here, but will be interesting to see this continue. The Greens definitely in contention to win a seat here, and I think it has kind of gone a bit under the radar that the Greens have gotten a few percent swing towards in quite a few seats. So obviously a bit overshadowed by everything else that's going on at this election.
Yes. Yeah, no, we'll continue to note that. Obviously, Bragg is interesting. Shout out to the person in the comments who thinks that like the pulsating One Nation ahead equals a logo bias or something like that. Anyway, what are we talking about? It's just crazy. Anyway, I like the graphics. They're not biased one way or another. They're good graphics. Anyway, we will continue to kind of look at the results that come in. We still can't call anything for One Nation concrete, although Naranga is obviously the big kind of, what if at the moment. Not that that's the only one. It's obviously very kind of hard to see things on face value because you know that the One Nation total is actually higher in many of the cases. You know, they're not making it in certain counts, for instance. Like Flinders, for instance, you've got a pretty clear top two where it's the Liberals and One Nation, and then Independent, who's 18% behind One Nation on primaries, getting that two Canada preferred. Speaking of One Nation, we'll get to Roman McKinnon again, where we can kind of look more at where they're going and just how they're really tracking statewide at the moment, especially in those key races. Roman.
Yeah, so we've got about 11% of the primary vote counted statewide. 18% has shifted from the Liberals to One Nation. That's pretty astronomical when you think about it. A bad night predicted for the Liberals. Liberals has seriously gotten worse, and this has really shaken things up for the political spectrum, not just in South Australia tonight, but federally as well. You know, obviously that number does have the possibility to shrink a little bit as the night continues. But if you were One Nation, you'd be pretty happy with those numbers. Not suggesting they're going to be win enough seats to form an opposition, but it's definitely a good start, especially when they were starting from next to nothing here in South Australia.
Definitely, and look, it's still, you know, it goes back to the conversation that we were having earlier about what kind of expectations do we have, what are we comparing those expectations to? Because, you know, Roman, you know, it's the idea of One Nation just being second casually in 5, 6, 7, 8 seats is more than that, actually, way more than that. I don't know why I was understating that. The idea of that would have been crazy 12 months ago, but now it's like this. But it's they didn't win anything, and it's like, well, you know, it's something. It's still very much something for them.
Definitely. And look, it's really easy to talk about, but I want to go back to Dixon. I'm sorry, but Labor's candidate Ailey France, it took her 3 attempts to win the seat. So this is similar in a way that One Nation are kind of chipping away at this Liberal Labor monopoly, I guess you can call it. It won't be instant, but, this takes time. And, in the lead up to the federal election in, 2028 it is, I'm sure we'll see, more support for them, especially at a statewide level, which will, most likely flow on to a federal level. So this is really just the start for them. This is their first big test. And, most people would say they've either hit those expectations or even exceeded them.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the upper house totals wait and see. But I think at this point, with the results that are in now, they really need to win a lower house seat to, I guess, at least complete the night. They'll take, obviously, they're going to celebrate no matter what. But, it's not as if we had, seat by seat projections. That's not our personal predictions, by the way, notwithstanding they might win one. But yeah, no, still plenty that can be kind of accounted for in all of this, and you know, still a lot that comes in. We'll continue to kind of look at these numbers. I know as well, you know, it's kind of hard to figure out proper two candidate preferreds when so many of them, the Liberals, are dropping out of what the ECSA has given us and given everyone in terms of predicted counts. So it kind of makes it irrelevant. But, you know, Roman, this really does set up One Nation for future. And they can actually say now, no, we are the opposition, because they are the ones against the Labor Party in so many of these seats now. You know, at the same time, without getting ahead of ourselves, you know, they're also pushing local campaigns. There's local elections in South Australia in November, whether they want to kind of march towards that now that they've clearly got some momentum. I say some, a lot of momentum behind them.
Like I just mentioned, that was kind of the first step. As you just mentioned there, those local elections will definitely be the next step. And then obviously the third step would be the federal election for South Australia, I suppose. That is the key one. Obviously, the federal election is probably their goal to, you know, even form opposition, even win government, you know. But, you know, a lot can happen in 3 years. You know, what are we now? Two years out. Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of just chipping away at margins, I suppose. And obviously preferences do have quite a large impact. You know, One Nation voters, you know, preferencing the Liberals or Labor or whichever party that, you know how the preference system works, right? So, look, it could play into their favour. It could damage them in future. You know, look, who knows? But their first real test, you know, you wouldn't be very upset if you were Pauline Hanson and the team at One Nation. And it's definitely, I guess, replicating, you know, the popularity in the polls, and that has converted, well, at this stage, we're not sure, but you know, if you were in One Nation, you'd be definitely hoping it converts into a seat that has been won here tonight.
Yeah, and still fascinated to see whatever's going to happen in Naranga, among other seats. Mawson. Hold on, what's going on in Mawson? Have we talked about Mawson, Maggie?
No, we haven't.
Just looking at those results,
I would be happy to talk about it.
Yeah, because I was saying the other day, wow, you know, One Nation's campaigning in Mawson a lot. Such a safe Labor seat. Why are they doing that?
I was like, yeah, no, they're not going to win.
Yeah. So talk to us. What's going on in Mawson here? Because I'm sweating.
Labor's on 29.6. That's down 22 points. For context, this seat, it's really it's below Adelaide Hills, below Adelaide. I think it takes in a tiny bit of some of the very outer peri-urban suburbs of Adelaide and the far south. It also takes in Kangaroo Island. Currently it's on 30 for Labor, 26.9 for One Nation, 25.3 for the Liberals, and 10.4 for Greens, plus 6% for legalised cannabis. So very huge swing against the Liberals, and that's all going to One Nation. It also should be noted that the incumbent MP, Leon Vignal, he's held the seat since 2004. He has a really big personal vote. From my understanding, he's very popular in Mawson, and he's retiring. So I guess it was expected Labor would be suffering here, but minus 22%, One Nation is in contention to win this. It's three-candidate contest between, can Labor hold this? Can One Nation beat the Liberals into second place? Or will the Liberals beat One Nation into second place? By second place, I mean the top two, actually, I should say. But that'll be something we have to keep an eye on.
Yes, definitely.
That appears to be a seat that One Nation ran in last time from polling from the ABC, suggests a 6% starting point. So it seems to be one they already had some presence in, which makes sense that they're committed so much this time around. Although the question then is, do they win on who do they get preference votes from? Because is Labor going to give preferences to One Nation or to the Liberals? Because Greens are at 10%, so that gives a buff to Labor, which gets them at 40.
I will, Maggie. I know you're working up behind the scenes. I think next time we crossed you on those graphics would be great to get a graphic up for Mawson, because I think the kind of visual of it is just fascinating. Tyler Green is their candidate. I believe he was once in the Libertarians. I don't remember off the top of my head. He follows me on Twitter. Talks about, I think, Bitcoin's in his bio. I don't know. Anyway, the point being, the reason he might be very confident with himself is because when I put out my prediction, he immediately replied, "No, One Nation will win at least one lower house seat," and that might be him. So, obviously, full credit to him if they're able to do that. More so, no. Labor losing seats in this election would be something. Labor having a serious chance of losing a seat is also something going on what we knew 6 months ago, even 3 months ago. So we'll keep a strong eye out for Mawson on that. And again, the other ones, and I'm just scrolling through the poll bludger, who do great work as well in terms of other seats where One Nation is listed as ahead, or they've listed one as gain, but we haven't. That is McKillop, Mawson, Hammond, Najuri, and Narunga. So cautious, but I don't know. For what it's worth, poll bludger, we're not giving it yet. Poll bludger, 98% chance of One Nation win in Hammond, they say. So keep an eye on that.
I've noticed about poll bludgers, I think they do their win probability, that they do, based on only the candidates who are in the top two, and it presumes that continues. And so, if it was One Nation versus Labor, sure, 98% chance One Nation wins that, they're saying, but a very good chance that's not going to continue being the contest.
Yeah, definitely. We'll also note out of McKillop, there is 1.2% counted. That is 325 votes. So, it's nothing. It's nothing. Mawson knows a lot
Leo,
more.
I've got that information for you. You are thinking he's ex-Libertarian. He was leading the Libertarian upper house ballot in the last Senate election.
There you go. Yeah. So recent, he would have gone over in the last 12 months then.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you very much, Stuart, for that. Keeping an eye on things there. But yeah, obviously, before we say any results, we really need to mention the count there. We will go to Roman. Ashton Hearn looks like, it's that time of the night where we're like, when are they speaking? Ashton Hearn can thank her electors in Schubert for returning her, you'd think. But as for the statewide result, not much to talk about.
Yeah, that's probably her only win of the night, I guess, for Ashton Hearn. Really, a couple more for the Liberals generally as a party. We are hearing that Liberal leader Ashton Hearn will make her way to her Liberal Party event. That's at Moffatville Racecourse. Expected to arrive there at about 9 p.m. South Australian time. So that is 9:30 Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 8:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. Obviously, after that, Peter Malinauskas will accept a victory. We know Pauline Hanson, One Nation, leader, not really involved to this level. She's at her One Nation event. We know the Greens leader is at his event. So it's really just a flow-on effect from there. Ashton Hearn, it'll be interesting to see what she says coming out of this. As I said before, probably won't resign as leader simply because, they haven't really got too many other options down there in South Australia. But we're expecting to hear from her at about 9 p.m. So not too far away for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's 9 p.m. their time, which is 9:30 my time, which is 8:30 your time. I don't know. Keep your questions, thoughts coming in. Let us know what seats you think One Nation won't pick up. Because there's a few. We're not calling any yet. As we said before, right? Cannot stress that this is one of those things where you have to be very cautious about. Making a seat call for One Nation is not something we're prepared to do lightly, and we won't be doing lightly. So we will wait and see on that. Continuing to wait and watch for these kind of results, though. Peter Malinauskas, of course, will speak sometime after. You'd think probably after 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight. We'll hear from Peter Malinauskas, and obviously he's accustomed to doing victory speeches. So nothing unusual for that about him. Continuing to stay up to date with these results, Stuart, what do you make of just those seats we were mentioning before in terms of Mawson, in terms of some of the others, McKillop, etc., where there could be, and of course the results vary and certainly the count in varies, but the results that could be good for One Nation. What do you make of those seats? There's about 5 of them.
Yeah, look, I think the situation for One Nation right now is like a bushfire. We're in a watch and wait mode is the best way that I can describe it, is that they're going to be wins, but we have to wait. It's going to take time because, again, they can't get in on primary alone. You have to check preference flows, and preference flows for One Nation are always difficult because, yes, it's mostly Liberal, but you do get some Labor. And the question is, how do independent flows go? Green will never flow to One Nation, but you've got the independent question in there, you've got some Labor, and you've got Liberal. So it's going to be very complex to calculate how they go. Again, I go back to the seat of Chaffey, where it's a 2% difference between One Nation and Liberals will probably win because there's no other preference flows going towards One Nation.
Account that may or may not be the official One Nation South Australia account is in the Six News chat for some reason. Hey, why don't you get one of your candidates on like right now? We'll DM you the Zoom link, please. Still waiting to see if we can speak to someone from Levi's Cannabis's campaign. By the way, waiting there. They have the Zoom link, balls in their court, etc. Lucky my timing. We'll cross there in a second, and we assume that they can hear on their end. This is the fun part of the night. This is always when we're crossing, but I will wait for a cue from Austin as to whether we can bring up Jessica Neese, who we will bring in just a second. We'll just hold on and wait to bring her in live now. We think ready. You able to hear us?
Yeah. Hi, Leo. How are you?
Good. Nice to chat again. How are you feeling about the campaign?
Really happy. I'm very happy with how we have spent the time getting around to South Australia, out and about, and we brought volunteers in from interstate. So it's been fantastic support for us really around the country, let alone South Australia itself. So just a positive result for us already.
You can see that support behind you. Very, very colourful, enthusiastic legalised cannabis supporters, as we'd expect from your party. What kind of things are you hearing about this? Because this wasn't an election where the main issue for in the headlines is cannabis related. How did you try to cut through on this?
Well, look, we're really happy that we did get into the mainstream media this time around with our mock-up dispensary display in Hindley Street in our shop. We had lots of interest in that, in bringing people in to see it for themselves, to ask questions. And we also were looking into the hemp industry. So, I mean, I think we got on radio a few times for that. So I think people are finally listening that this is not just about getting stoned. It is literally an industry worth opening up.
Looking at the up house numbers, let's say you do get in, which is we're very early numbers, but you can base it off the statewide total that One Nation should be able to get at least 2 seats in there. The Liberals won't have that many off this. Obviously, Labor's going to have the most, and the Greens will have probably 2 on there. If you are able to get in, with those other kind of seats, are those some people that you think and parties that you can work with for something like this? Because it's not something you can do on your own, as you would well know.
Absolutely. We've been in discussions already with the other parties. And in fact, Labor has said that if I do get elected to the MLC, then I will be able to participate in looking into the hemp industry, as well as opening up some more trials with some farmers to start growing again. So we're very excited for that. And hopefully when I get elected, that will be the first thing on my agenda.
Told right now that you're currently 5th in the count, although early. So no victory speeches. I'm imagining right now live on air, but we'll wait and see for that count. Obviously, I just want to get your thoughts, by the way, as well, just on the broader election. Labor obviously retaining government here, One Nation, chance of maybe 1, maybe 5 seats. We don't know yet at this point. Any surprises from you from what you've been observing in the House of Assembly?
Look, I've been following the House of Assembly since the count begun, and I've met with quite a few of the candidates there recently. So I've been all over the place trying to get out and about to a lot of South Australia, and it's good to see that there is people finally standing up for what they want. And I believe democracy really is shining through today with this election result.
Definitely. And look, we'll keep an eye on this. Best of luck with the current count. And look, I'm sure we'll catch up again in the future. Going to be close, but, you never know. And, I gave you the tip, so we'll wait and see. Wait and see.
Thanks
we'll wait and
so
see.
much,
Appreciate
Leo.
your time. Have a good night.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you very much, Jessica there from the Legalised Cannabis Party. We are waiting to obviously for upper house results. Definitely a lot of unknowns there. But as I was just informed by Stuart, who was giving me messages as well, we know that they're currently 5th in the upper house as well, which is we can still hear them, which is interesting to obviously note. Very early days, of course, and unlike One Nation in the House of Assembly, you don't get a good statewide House of Assembly vote where you can tell anything to legalise cannabis. Want to go to Roman, if we can, because we're hearing from Nick McBride, one of the independent MPs. Roman.
Yeah, Leo. Nick McBride, Liberal MP turned independent candidate. He held the seat, he won the seat of McKillop back at the last election. One Nation is currently leading on first preferences there. He had hoped to retain that seat as an independent, but he was arrested and charged for the alleged assault of his wife, which he denies at the moment. Now, he spoke to the ABC a short time ago and said some of his issues that I just mentioned there had, quote, come back to haunt him, and that One Nation has appeared to be on the receiving end of some of his supporters sort of turning against him there, reaping the benefits One Nation. That is another seat, McKillop, in the rural southeast of South Australia to definitely keep a close eye on.
Yeah, and look, it's fascinating. The rural independents are just an interesting bunch. Again, as we said before, you can't put equivalency one scandal to not be able to find a better word to another, but always interesting what they're up to. And look, at another election, maybe they'd be critical in forming government. Not this time, though. Labor's got that majority. And just once again, you can see that statewide vote. One Nation tracking over 20% now. The Liberals under 20%. Labor firmly there, although technically down on 2022's result. The Greens up. They're at 9 last time, 9-ish last time. They're tracking at about 12% right now. And under that, of course, Melanie Selwood would be elected to the upper house as an MLC.
Sorry, Leo. Just quickly on One Nation, I've just got some statistics here. The last time that One Nation attracted more than 20% of the vote in a statewide election was 1998 in Queensland. So almost 30 years ago. This is, they haven't had a result like this in about 30 years. So that's really saying something for One Nation. And, if I was a supporter of them, then, you'd want that, more records to be broken over these next few elections. But, a result like this in nearly 30 years, that's definitely saying something. And, One Nation supporters won't be mad about that.
Yeah, first and only time in 1998, Queensland. It's weird because that has been the benchmark that everyone's been using for 30-odd years, and now we have a different benchmark potentially. Obviously, the actual seat count matters here. And it's a big if. For what it's worth, the ABC, who have slightly different numbers to us, we've got them at 7. Actually, no, I should say we can update it to 25 for Labor now. Pardon me, 25 for Labor, just 2 for the Liberals still. For what it's worth, I'm not sure off the top of my head which seat which seat the ABC had been given to an independent. Whatever it was, that's been uncalled now. So currently they've got fairly similar figures to us. Obviously, well, actually, a lot of the Labor and Liberal races are a bit up in the air at the moment, but definitely all of the One Nation potential wins and independent potential wins and Green potential wins are up in the air. So those are the statewide results. As you can see,
That
seats
seat
that
was
we can call
McKillop.
at the moment. The seat was McKillop. Thank you, Stuart. Appreciate it. So McKillop has been uncalled by the ABC. It was called for early in the night. For what it's worth, it could have been to be honest, it could have been a mechanical thing, a technical thing. I don't know. Anyway, that's why you're not seeing one for the ABC. One
Nick
for the
McBride's
ABC,
seat, Leo, that one. So,
yeah.
The one I was just speaking about.
Yeah, easy. So thank you, Roman. Yeah, so Nick McBride, obviously, the campaign he's had, the fact he is a candidate as well in itself caused controversy. Still very interesting to see what goes on in
Keep
Mount
in mind,
Gambier.
you've got 1% of the vote in there on this, so it's very, very early days for anything from McKillop.
Yeah, definitely. And same with other seats. Mawson in itself, I know we were talking about that kind of, if I say excitedly, just because of the potential for a big upset there and it being a Labor loss in to One Nation. That's 8% in, which is not the worst, but it's still 8%, right? So take what you will out of that. We will go to results back again, and we'll get back to Maggie because looks like we can actually have a look at some of those upper house results and just see exactly where. Unless you want to go to seats, Maggie. Look, I'll hand it over to you, and you take us on the computer journey.
I'll go to the Legislative Council. So the numbers we have at the moment: Labor on 30, One Nation 28, Liberals 22, Greens 10, legalised cannabis 2.2, Family First 2, and a range of others. In quotas, that turns out to 3.6 for Labor, 3.35 for One Nation, 2.6 for the Liberals, 1.19 for the Greens. So this is 0.7% counted, and there is a skew to rural areas, so I imagine this One Nation vote will probably start dropping, and the Greens and Labor vote will probably go up a bit, but actually it looks like Labor's only going to get 4 upper house seats at the most. One Nation really looking like they'll probably get to 3. The Liberals, at least 2, could potentially get 3. The Greens on 1. And legalised cannabis and Family First may be in contention for an upper house seat. In total, there's 11. So do keep that in mind. But I will go to...
Connie Benares gone with SA Best. I reckon you can make a nice and early call there.
We can call that. Let's go to Mawson. Right, so I wanted to visualise this. Well, Leo wanted to visualise this. They've got 8.3% counted. Labor's on 30%, that's down 22. One Nation 27, Liberals 25, Greens 10, legalised cannabis 6. That's going to be really tough for Labor to hold. This could be, it's only 8% counted, but if there's any seat that's going to fall, it's going to be this one. So very interesting result there. And One Nation, if they continue staying above the Liberals, they are going to be in a very good position to beat Labor. Also note that legalised cannabis preferences, I should mention, actually quite a big percentage of them flow to One Nation, and a very small percentage of them flow to the Liberals. So it's possible One Nation could get third on primaries and still win this seat, because legalised cannabis pushes them above the Liberals.
Yeah, that's fascinating. And again, I'm really intrigued to see what ends up happening there. But 22%, that's remarkable in a landslide, what you'd call a landslide election statewide.
All right, well, can we go back to the graphics? There you go, thank you. One more seat that I wanted to go to was the seat of Badco, which is in sort of inner Adelaide, and I just thought this was a very interesting result. They've got Labor on 48.6%, down 1. Greens on 19% in second place, that's up 8. One Nation 18%, up 15, and the Liberals down 18% there. 5% counted. I guess sort of just wanted to illustrate that there is a small percentage of that sort of anti-major party vote that has been going to the Greens. Whether that translates to a seat in terms of the seat of Hanson, we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, interesting to have a look at that there. Mawson's just going to be fascinating if that ends up, going anywhere. What do you make, Maggie, of just, we don't need like numbers, etc., but just from having a look at it, I know obviously McKillop is a lower count, so cautious about that. But what about something like Hammond, which is 25% in, and it really could go a couple ways at this point. In terms of the final outcome there. We were talking about it beforehand. I guess it's been speculated as maybe like a 4-way race. So, yeah, for instance, like Hammond, what do you make of that in terms of One Nation? I guess anyone's chances there.
Yeah, so looking at that count, it looks, oh, wow, that's interesting. One Nation is 6.5% ahead of the Liberals at the moment in that seat. And One Nation and Labor are both tied on votes right now. One Nation's in a very good position to win that seat, obviously. Would not call anything at the moment. We've got 26% counted. That's actually pretty substantial. But looks like One Nation's in a good position to beat the Liberals and from there beat Labor. So definitely could be
you've got the independent in there as well. You've got the independent
on
in there
10%.
at 10%.
I'm not sure how those preferences will flow. Also, just wanted to take a look at Narunga. We've got 25% counted now. One Nation is on 36, Liberals on 24, Independent 16, Labor 16. One Nation also in a pretty good position to win that seat as well. They're in a solid position for the seat of Mawson. We have 4% counted in McKillop, where they are, they're on 40%, and the Liberals and the Independent are both on 20. So One Nation in a very good position to win the seat of McKillop as well. Mount Gambier, I haven't checked in a while, 24%. One Nation's leading on primaries, but the Independent also in a very good position. What other seats do we have? Finnis. In that seat, One Nation, Independent, Liberal, Labor, all very close on primary votes. So could go to any one of those. And what is it? The seat of Najuri, 26% counted, and actually looking like it'll be a Liberal versus One Nation contest at the moment, which would be very pretty good for the Liberals. I thought if any seat was won by One Nation, it would be that one, but looks like they might be able to hold on. But in summary, there's quite a few seats where One Nation's in a very actually good position to win a seat.
Yeah, I'm still kind of, look, I don't know. Mawson is just unbelievable in the context of this election. Again, I know we were talking about it a couple of days ago, right? But it's like, what do you mean you're down 22% in the landslide Labor election? How do you do that? What has happened in that seat and in that campaign for that to happen? There are people on the ground who could explain that better than you or I could, but it is just unbelievable. Even if Labor wins that, by the way, that's still remarkable that they are close to losing this. They shouldn't be. On paper, they should not be close to losing that. They should not be close to losing any of the seats they hold. Like, seriously, this is just grim. This is grim for Labor there. Overall, though, before we reminded in the comments repeatedly, it is a very good election result for Labor overall, and they can't complain too much about something like this. But yes, keep an eye on Mawson.
The seat of Giles, which again was a 19.7% margin for Labor, is now pretty close with One Nation. One Nation was ahead earlier. Now it's going back towards Labor a bit more, but it's still looking at a margin of 6% towards Labor. So that's a 13% swing by One Nation in a seat that was a safe Labor seat, and it's now potentially going to be a marginal seat.
Yeah,
because of the strong One Nation vote.
I was just going to say this is actually quite similar to the result we saw in 2022 with Labor, where overall statewide their vote went down, but they actually got a net gain of seats because their vote absolutely plummeted, like down 20%, something like that, in quite a few of those outer suburban seats, where they went from ultra safe to marginal. And then in the seats that they were actually trying to win up the Liberals, they actually often were able to get enough swings to win seats there. And I think that's reminiscent of this election where Labor's down hugely in a bunch of outer suburban seats, but it looks like none of them, or maybe there'll be a few, but a very small amount are going to fall, but they're getting their vote up higher in the seats they actually need to win off the Liberal.
Yeah. Again, a remarkable element of all of this, and I'll just keep that on screen now. Just have a look at those statewide results, because still, even if it's at the lower end, and One Nation's not going to get 28. Let's say they get stuck on 2021, right? No, that's still above the Liberals. That is still, by the way, that is in line with most pollsters. Pollsters that had them at 23, 22, 21. When you count margin of error, that is a good tip. If this result holds at 21, that is not a bad polling find. So really, and also same with the Liberal vote, which has been 17, 19, 18. That's fine. That's accurate. The Labor vote in these polls, 37, 38, 38, 40, 38. The polls have been pretty good here. Admittedly, they have been pretty good here. So, I'm obviously conscious that the polls don't get it right all the time. We know that. But so far, so good for polling results at the moment. Not that I have any stake in them. I'm not a pollster. Ozpoll does not do polls, like what people say on Twitter. So, yeah, frankly, it's going all right for polling stats at the moment, Maggie. And look, I know you and I have been going over those numbers meticulously for months and months and months. But, yeah, excluding, like, Resolve and Roy Morgan, it's pretty in line.
I guess sort of the reason maybe this seems like, wow, One Nation is doing better than we expected, is because everyone's been very cautious about the possibility of One Nation actually winning seats. And so now that it's actually eventuating, of course, we probably could have inferred this from the polls we've gotten, but people have been very cautious about predicting One Nation seats, and voice crack, rightfully so, that people are being have been cautious about saying, well, One Nation's going to win a bunch of seats, but 20%, something like that. What are they currently polling statewide? 21%. Yeah, One Nation's on track. Well, not on track, but in a very good position in quite a few different seats to win.
Yeah, definitely. And look, pollsters will be very happy to claim it as a win. I know Fox and Hedgehog has been putting a lot into this. This is the first election since Fox and Hedgehog was founded where they can actually compare something. So I'm sure they will be looking at this very closely, as all pollsters will, obviously. But I think they'll be happy. Resolve's experimental methodology of a 32% Labor primary, a 28% One Nation primary. I'm not sure what's going on there. I mean, even Roy Morgan, to their credit, 35% Labor isn't that far off. 28% One Nation is obviously something. Everything else looks fine. So, Resolve. We'll keep an eye and see if that experimental AI polling methodology retains for Resolve, because this is so far.
Just to go completely left field here, Maggie, can you look at the figures for West Torrens? Because Greens are second. I know it's been called for Labor a long time ago, but Greens are sitting in second place on primaries.
The Greens second on primaries. Look like One Nation would probably beat them after preferences. There's quite a few seats, I think, where the Greens have been getting a pretty big swing. Or maybe
bit of a
it's
slow burn, but good for them.
Yeah, it's more about the Liberals have kind of collapsed, but the Greens have gotten a consistent few percent swing towards them in the seats. Statewide, they're at 12%. That's up 3. Pretty good result for the Greens, admittedly.
Yeah,
I will actually go to the seats of Hanson and Cavill pretty soon just to check in on the Greens.
Yeah, Carver will be interesting. It's been spoken about a bit at the moment, and yeah, Hyson continuing to look at that. I think the Greens obviously there'll be some disappointment if they can't win Hyson, which is very possible that they won't, considering obviously the Labor vote, but the fact they're competitive in it is obviously a strong result for them. Notwithstanding, of course, the Liberal Party has just totally collapsed in practically everywhere, including Hyson. So they had an opportunity to capitalise, and from what I know, Maggie, and we've spoken about, and we spoke to, and you saw in that interview earlier, Melanie Selwood, the Greens candidate. The Greens have really kind of put their door knocking and a lot of their campaign focus in Hyson. I don't think they've spread themselves too thin, which would be deliberate for obvious reasons. I think they've understood where they can win in this election, and definitely if they can, it's a big if they can win, it is Hyson where they would be able to do that. Stuart. Again, I'm not a pollster, so I got no monetary stake in it. But still, some credit goes to most of them if these results continue to hold up statewide. It's been all right, and yeah.
So how's the SMS poll going?
The normal ones.
How's that holding up?
Let's go with the non-SMS, the non-AI experimental polls. I kind of confused about the methodology. I'm not really sure. But yeah, like if you average it out, I think it'd be pretty good. Well, yeah. I will be interested. I think we haven't had a conversation in all of this, by the way. We can't really. What we're supposed to calculate eventually for like the statewide 2PP here. The 60-40, I don't know. Like, who knows what it's going to be.
Is there a 2PP? It's going to be a 3PP now.
Look, 2PP has been thrown out the window at this point. But yeah, 3PP is where it's at, you think, this point. But yes, no, interesting, because obviously some pollsters are doing our people.
The question I've got for Maggie is, Maggie, on the figures we've got right now, what's the race between Liberals and One Nation looking like for seat count, potentially?
Seat count, did you say?
Yeah, between One Nation and Liberal. How are things... What's the field of play like? Because we were talking earlier, is it 5, is it 6?
We could probably update the seat count to 29 Labor and 3 for the Liberals. The third seat for the Liberals being the seat of Flinders, which is looking like it's going to be Liberal versus One Nation, but One Nation is just way too far behind. But almost all of those Adelaide seats pulled, with the exception of a few right on the outer regions where One Nation may be Labor. It's particularly the seat of Light, which is centred around the city of Gawler. That's looking pretty close between Labor and One Nation at the moment. But in the regions, there are actually quite a few contests between Liberals and One Nation, like Chaffey, Flinders. Said quite a few. I think kind of exhausts the list. Maybe the seat of Finnis as well. But obviously nothing to call for One Nation yet. But they're still looking like they're seriously in contention in quite a few areas.
I will note, by the way, and Maggie, it'd be great if possible to get up a visual of this. Croydon, Malinauskas' seat, which he obviously has retained fairly heavily. Not only are the Liberals 4th, the Liberals are on 7.4. Behind them is the Socialist candidate on 7.3, which would be pretty crazy in Croydon.
That's a 4-vote difference.
Yeah, currently a 4-vote difference. That is 30% counted in Croydon, and Malinauskas is up. Malinauskas is down 5. It doesn't matter. He's got a 55% primary.
Wow, yeah, that's a very impressive result for the Socialists. 7%. The party isn't even registered. The guy is on paper as an independent.
Yeah,
so that's actually quite impressive. I was wondering who that independent was earlier.
I agree. We spoke to him, I think, during the campaign earlier. So if we can get up a graphic for that, I know you're doing a lot of work there, but that'd be awesome to just kind of visualize that because that is remarkable. Also, must be said, we skipped over 2 and 3. Number 2 is Greens on 12. Number 3 is One Nation on 11.5. Obviously, it doesn't really matter because, it's obviously a seat that Labor's going to retain, obviously. We're not sure who the 2PP is. Notionally, it's Labor versus Liberal, but who knows at this point? But yeah, that is incredible that the Socialist candidate is even remotely near 4th place. And the 4th place is the Liberal. That is something. And so we can definitely say that, hey, we spoke to, it's Ahmed Azhar and we spoke to him. The SA Socialists, as you say, they are registered, but they were registered post the deadline, so they can't appear on the ballot. It's all this technicality stuff. We've talked about it before. They will be very happy with that, though, I imagine. So, yeah, wait and see how that goes. The 2PP against the Liberals for that, for what it's worth, by the way, it should be stated, it's 80-20, 81-19 at the moment. So, yeah, very interesting to see how that goes at the moment. I keep coming back to I don't need you to look at it, Maggie, while you're doing that, but just out loud, I just keep coming back to Mawson because, again, a 22% swing against Labor should not be happening in this election. Stuart, what do you make of the way the Liberals are just collapsing? Oh, by the way, actually, sorry to cut you off, Stuart, before we even start talking, but I will say the One Nation candidate, Tyler Green, just posted that he's absolutely, quote, absolutely in the hunt here. He's the candidate for One Nation in Mawson, so he's not wrong. Actually, Stuart, I'm going to have to cut you off because I have heard that Pauline Hanson is speaking at the moment. I'm going to see if we can listen into that. Here she is.
To support you. It has been a long battle, and I've had my ups and downs throughout the years. But with my other colleagues on the floor of Parliament and Federal Parliament, especially Malcolm Roberts, that's worked tirelessly with me over the period of time. And now we are joined by Sean Bell from New South Wales and Tyrone Witten from Western Australia. And then we also have Barnaby Joyce has joined our team. Today, it's not about Pauline Hanson, it's not about the members getting elected. It's the start of a new beginning for the people of South Australia and the people of Australia. It's for you the people, and to each and every one of you that has done countless hours or a couple of hours on a polling booth. Without you, we would never have got there, because without your support, your hard work and believing in us, that we have achieved what we have today. The vote... Thank you. To all the people that have voted for One Nation, please believe me when I say you have got a strong leader in Corey Bernardi here in South Australia. You have... You also have a very strong leader in this man, Carlos Quambero, being number 2. And hopefully we get the third one up with Rebecca Hewitt, who will take the third position. We're hoping she will take a third position also. It is unsure where we will stand with the lower house seats. We don't know if we're going to have 1, 2, 3 seats. We're not sure of that. At where we are tonight, just to let you know, this is the low tide. Once they really get to look at the votes that they've put aside as calling them informal, once they start to really sort them out, I believe that our vote will rise even more. So wait and see what happens next week. I will finish on this note. Peter Malinauskas, congratulations on your win. No, he did win his second term. But I will say to Peter Malinauskas, I'm still in South Australia now. I am leaving tomorrow to go to Canberra to continue my duties. But guess what, mate? I'm leaving you some landmines. They're called One Nation Members of Parliament. So I suggest don't step on them because they will explode. And that's what we're here for, to ensure you get good representation, good government, with a good opposition, which you have not had in the state for a long time. And that's going to come with One Nation. To each every one of you, have a wonderful night. Thank you very much for your support, and take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
That was One Nation leader Pauline Hanson speaking there. A lot of interesting comments. She is obviously... and she can't say anything else. Of course, Peter Malinauskas has been returned as Premier, but she said, putting in her words there, that One Nation has left some landmines for him and One Nation members of Parliament. Very confident, as we would be, and unless Maggie's going to shout me down, we can say that One Nation will get 2 seats in the upper house. That is a lock. Carlos Quambero will be up there with Corey Bernardi, it looks like.
I also want to say, in a pretty good position for free. In fact, ABC has called that they'll win free. I don't believe that, but they're really in a good position for free. So if anything else, they've won 2 upper house seats, maybe a third. In the lower house, they're in good contention in, I believe, Finnis, Mawson, Yajuri, what other seats? There's quite a few. Mount Danby, Hammond.
Outside chance you can Chaffee.
Outside chance and a few other seats as well, but they're in a solid position in 7 different seats. Didn't think I'd have to get a second hand for that, but One Nation in a very good position. I'll show you some election graphics. I know there's a few people in the chat about Hanson. We'll go to that after the top of the hour.
Yeah, perfect. And we will make it to the top of the hour. I don't think we can cut early, can we? Because I got someone who may or may not be able to join us on air, who may or may not have just called me while I am on air. I'm just trying to give me a second to sort it out. Yes, let's go to the break now. We will resume at the top of the hour, just after the top of the hour. Lots more results coming in, and you'll see those Croydon numbers. They're weird. Enjoy. You're watching 6 News Live as SA decides. Stay with us.
You're watching South Australia Decides Election 2026 live on 6 News.
Good evening and welcome to 6 News.
Could there be more? Will there be more? And with claims of a culture issue, is that likely to change anytime soon?
Roman McKinnon, our political editor, has been out all day.
6 News senior reporter Lincoln Holmes has the latest.
I don't think One Nation's winning in 6.
I just cannot see a reality where the Liberals are like 1 or 2 seats off forming a majority.
Australian news organisation 6 News,
the only news and current affairs channel which presents the perspectives of people their own age.
In my view, they're the best media outlet in our nation.
The Prime Minister gets up and says this, and I'm thinking, does this come from Channel 6 News?
Adam Bandt, welcome back to 6 News.
Thanks for having me.
Bob Catter, welcome to 6 News.
God bless all the listeners.
David Christopherly, thank you so much for joining us here on 6 News once again.
My pleasure, Austin. Thanks for having me back.
Senator Fatima Payman joins 6 News now.
Anthony Albanese, welcome to 6 News.
You're watching South Australia Decides Election 2026 live on 6 News.
I can say it now. 10 o'clock on the dot Australian Eastern Daylight Time, 9:30 Australian Central Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. Welcome back into 6 News' live coverage. We're waiting any moment now to hear from the South Australian Liberal leader, Ashton Hearn. In fact, there you can see she is walking up now. We'll rejoin that footage when she's actually on stage, which should be in a moment. But as you can see there, she will speak conceding defeat in the overall election depending on malinauskas front. She can claim credit. She has retained her seat of Schubert despite a swing towards One Nation there. Now, after we hear from her, and that should go for maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes. I don't know how much she's going to have to say with the result like this.
we'll wait and see. We are going to get a lot more results, including what's going on in Croydon. SA Socialists are sneaking up the back of the Liberals to fourth place. Also potential for up to 7 One Nation lower house seats, but we stress that is 0 to 7 lower house seats. And in the upper house, they're going to win 2. Very good chance of a third. Rebecca Hewitt, who would probably be less unhappy that she had to be bumped down 1 seat because of course, Corey Bernardi being added to the top of the ticket. Corey Bernardi, by the way, we'll remind you, the former senator is now a MLC or will be an MLC. Here is the South Australian Liberal leader, Ashton Hearn's concession speech live from Adelaide.
It's an absolute pleasure to be with you here tonight, and I wanted to let you know that I have phoned Premier Peter Malinauskas and congratulated him on his re-election. He has run a campaign that has been a good one. We've had some amicable times together, and I just congratulate him and his team for their re-election and what they're putting forward to achieve for the people of South Australia. The pundits, they said that we wouldn't get a single seat. But tonight we will prove them wrong. We have done a fantastic job across South Australia. There are thousands of Liberal supporters who have backed us in against the odds. But as counting continues, our position continues to improve as well. I'm really proud of the team. It's so fantastic to see so many volunteers here tonight. But look, it's a tough night for the Liberals. There's absolutely no doubt about it that things are tough. And lessons must be learnt. There are a lot of things that we need to reflect on, but now is not the time for that. Now is the time to celebrate the Liberal cause and to give hope for the future, because there is still hope for the Liberal future here in South Australia. I am a proud Liberal. I'm a proud Liberal. I love this party. I love what we stand for. And when I look out and I see so many of you here tonight, I see a sea of blue of true believers who really do believe in this Liberal cause, and there is still so much to fight for. You all know that I grew up on a farm on the outskirts of Anguston, and that I've reflected a lot throughout this campaign about what lessons I've learnt from that. And not every season goes your way. Sometimes it doesn't rain when you want it to, and sometimes the crop that you're growing doesn't produce the goods. But that doesn't mean you walk off the land. You stay and you fight another day because you love what you do. I would like to sincerely thank all of our volunteers to have the privilege of getting out to so many pre-polls across South Australia, to join so many of you on election day today, and to see you all really digging in deep and making sure that we are working overtime to convince people to vote Liberal. It was really a pleasure to see. So thank you so much to all of the volunteers for sticking with us. I'd like to acknowledge the Liberal Party campaign team. Thank you so much for all of your efforts. Yes, a big round of applause for them. All of the staff. I'd like to thank all of the staff at Liberal HQ. I'd like to thank all of my Leaders Office staff, and of course a big shout out to my Schubert Electorate Office staff. To all of the candidates, you're all amazing, and I know how hard you have worked. You have put in so many hours, and you have believed in the cause. You have knocked on thousands of doors. You have stood at supermarkets talking to people about our positive plan for the people of South Australia, and I'm so proud to stand by each and every one of you. You've all been fantastic, and I feel so proud that you've been part of the Liberal team for 2026. So a big round of applause for all of the candidates. To the members of Parliament who have been in my team, thank you so much for all of your support. We have lost Vincent Tarzia. He has conceded his seat of Hartley. So I'd like to take the moment just to recognise him as a former leader. He has been incredible for our team. The work that he did in particular in defeating Nick Xenophon was exemplary, and he has gone down fighting, and he is an example for all of us well into the future. So I'd like to thank Vincent very much for his service. To my leadership team, who I can see here, thank you so much. You've worked your asses off as well, and I've been really proud to be in the trenches with you. It's been an absolute honour and a privilege to be with you. To my community of Schubert, my local community, which you all know I love dearly, the Barossa Valley and the Northern Adelaide Hills have returned to me as their local Member of Parliament, and I couldn't be prouder. And to my family, I couldn't do it without them. My husband Adam here is here somewhere, and he's been amazing behind the scenes, helping with our little Rupert, who's nearly 2. I looked at a photo of him actually only this week, and I thought, God, he's grown so much over this last little while. And it underscores the sacrifice that we all make to put ourselves forward for public office, and it can be a lot, but I'm so grateful for that family support. To my mum and my dad who are watching somewhere in Angaston, and my brother Shannon, my nan and my in-laws, thank you for all of your support. You've been incredible. But into the future, we've got, yes, we have been sent a message tonight, and it's not just the Liberals who have been sent a message, it's the Labor Party as well, that there is a large cohort of South Australians who are sick to death of the status quo, and we have to acknowledge that, we have to learn from that, and if anything, we need to dig in on what we've been talking about for the last 100 days of my leadership, and that's all about getting back to basics, focusing on those bread and butter issues that South Australians are crying out for leadership on. And so whilst the Premier, he's lived to survive another day, and he'll have 4 more years in office, and I do sincerely congratulate him on that, we are going to come back stronger than ever. We're going to keep fighting for not just the Liberal cause, but for the people of South Australia, because at the end of the day, that's what we're in politics for. We're not in politics because of ourselves. We're in politics because we ultimately believe in our local communities, and we ultimately believe that we've got the best vision for the people of South Australia. And whilst the voters didn't give us the nod this time, we'll keep fighting to earn their respect into the future. The voters never get it wrong. And they've sent us a clear message, and it's up to us now to heed that advice and to look forward with a true sense of optimism, because like you, I do see an optimism in South Australia. We've got so many fantastic opportunities ahead of us, and we all just need to band together, keep working hard and backing one another in. Now is the time to come together really as a party and to be in lockstep together for the future. It's been a pleasure to be your leader for this campaign, and I'm looking forward to leading this party well into the future for the next 4 years and making sure that we continue to climb back bigger and better. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. That was South Australian Liberal leader Ashton Hearn conceding defeat, but saying she intends to stay on as leader for the next 4 years. Just got that comment in at the end. Must be said, a lot of comments made there. Stuart, one comment just at the start. I'm sorry. Quote unquote, the pundit said we'd get 0 seats, would prove them wrong. You've won 2. She's got 2 seats right now.
3. We have 3.
3, maybe
right now.
3. Come on. This is. I mean, not that many pundits, by the way, said they get 0. By the way, like pre-election, no one. I don't think there were that many saying 0.
I think we had 3. I think we had 2 or 3 models that said 0.
A couple, but not many. Look, at the end of the day, there's not much to celebrate. And she acknowledged that.
3 models.
Yeah,
that's 1 model per seat.
Yeah, and We'll see. We'll see with the Liberals, and we'll see with One Nation, and we'll get to some more results graphics up shortly, including with Detroit, and we'll get to some of these other seats. Maggie is standing by for that. Roman, I'll go to you. What did you make of with what Ashton had to say there? Defiant in terms of not going anywhere. She says she absolutely wants to keep leading the party, and I suspect she won't have issue remaining leader.
Yeah, and I feel like that was the really only decision she could have, really, especially since she's only been leader since December. She spoke, used the metaphor of, her farming life, growing up on a farm. Sometimes, this is quote, sometimes it doesn't rain when you want it to, and sometimes the crop that you're growing doesn't produce the goods, but that doesn't mean you walk off the land. That's really, sums up the, her character, all of these different traits that has her campaign, those things like that. And, if she's got the backing of her very little party room that is left, then could she take them to the next election? It's a long way down the road, but yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on, and, holding strong is Ashton Hearn. I feel like it's the only way to do it, especially when her party is in the state that it is at the moment.
The state that it is one way of putting it. We'll go to Maggie Perry now, who's got the election supercomputer up. And Maggie, I'll let you go.
Really need to stop calling it a supercomputer, Leo.
I love it.
Personally, I'm just going to quickly say, I saw some people saying One Nation's still on 0 seat count. There's no particular seat where we can be 100% confident One Nation is going to win. At this point, I'd say it's more likely than not One Nation will win seats. But I have so many seats to go over. I have like 7, something like that. Very excited. First, I'll go to the upper house. Currently, we're sitting at about 4 quotas for Labor. We've got 2.5% counted. This is going to be skewed to the regions. One Nation on 3 quotas, Liberals on a bit above 2, Greens on a bit above 1, legalised cannabis on 0.3. This probably plays out with 4 for Labor, 3 for One Nation, 2 for the Liberals, 1 for the Greens, and then you've got one more where it really could be between, I guess, maybe Labor if they keep going up, maybe the Liberals, maybe the Greens, maybe legalised cannabis. Family First. There's going to be interesting to follow that. Let's go to some seats now. We wanted to go to Croydon because we wanted to discuss the socialist vote here is very high.
Has he overtaken?
Yeah. No, he has. He's above the Liberals now. You've got 55, so this is Peter Malinauskas seat, we should know. 55% for Labor, 12% Green, One Nation, 11%. Independent Socialists, Socialists can't contest the election, so he's an independent, 7.5% above the Liberals, who are on 7.2. So just found it remarkable that this independent socialist candidate is polling that high, 33% counted, by the way. This is no early figure. Let's go to what seats do we have here? I think the seat of Enfield, I also wanted to talk about another socialist on 7.1%. And the Greens 13, One Nation 16, Liberals 13, that's 18% counted. But this is the sort of area you're seeing swings away from Labor towards One Nation, the Greens. Clearly here there's a swing to the socialists. Let's go to Hanson. This is in the Adelaide Hills. The Greens are absolutely targeting this seat. They're desperately trying to win this one. Still very close. Liberals on 31. We've got 37% counted. The Liberals on 31. Labor 25. Greens 24. One Nation 15. We will be getting postals and early votes soon, but often votes aren't very favourable to the Greens. I'm actually not so sure if that's the case in this state. So it still is very much a close contest between all 3 of those candidates. You've also got a big One Nation showing there. So we will have to wait and see. Probably will not know tonight whether the Greens win a seat in South Australia. Let's go to Carvel. Is that how you say it?
I was told by a comment section on YouTube that it is. So, yeah,
Okay.
I assume so.
Right next to Tyson, this is centered around Mount Barker. The independent here is retiring. He's endorsed Matt Schultz, another independent. And it is just such a split field. Labor on 23.6, Matt Schultz 21, One Nation 20, Liberal 17, Greens 13. This is going to be an extremely chaotic result. We will not know it for a while, I imagine. Clearly, if the independent ends up making the top two with the preferences we have, he'd probably win. But, you know, there's a big Liberal vote and there's a big Green vote. And that will probably, I mean, imagine a lot of those Liberal votes are going to boost One Nation up. And a lot of those Green votes are going to boost Labor up. So that independent Matt Schultz might not necessarily win that. It's a very split contest here, 35% counted. Let's head to Mawson. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. This is
Please do.
right south of Adelaide. It contains Kangaroo Island. This is a safe Labor seat, but the incumbent MP, Leon Bignell, 22-year incumbent, very popular in the seat, he's retiring. That's had a big impact on the Labor vote. They're down 20% here. Labor's on 31. One Nation, One Nation, 28%. That's up 21. Liberals, quite a bit behind that on 21% themselves, and the Greens on 13. One Nation is in a pretty good position here. They're ahead of the Liberals by quite a bit too. You'd imagine they're quite likely to finish above the Liberals in the end here. I wouldn't say it's certain. But Labor's down 20%. One Nation could beat Labor here. This is a seat Labor is definitely capable of losing at the moment. This is supposed to be a landslide election. They're down 20% in this seat. They should not be getting results like that at a election that they've won in a landslide. Do we have any other seats here? I don't think so. And yes, the seat of Taylor was the last one I wanted to look at. It's on the suburban fringe of Adelaide, right up north, west of Gawler. I mean, the Liberals are in 5th place here. This place, I'm not even that surprised. There's been quite a few seats like that so far where the Liberals have somehow managed to fall to 5th. Labor's on 41. One Nation, 30% here. And they're on 44% of the two candidate preferred in contention to win this seat. Probably Labor's most likely to win this, but it really highlights that Labor's seriously in trouble in a lot of these outer suburban seats. And this is going to be a problem in the future. If One Nation stays as a political force, Labor has to worry about these seats. They have to worry about Taylor, Light, Gawler, Hurdlevale, Counter, so many other seats. They have to seriously worry, is One Nation going to be taking this? And so, Labor has to take this threat seriously, whether they like it or not. It's not only affecting One Nation. It's not only affecting the Liberals. One Nation's going to start winning seats off Labor. So they need to be worried about that. But I think that is every seat. Any thoughts on that? Any thoughts on the results we've gotten so far, Stuart? Not the seat of Stuart. You're on mute. Oh my god. You're still on mute.
Is he muted on?
No, sorry, I've been in the background trying to work out the postal vote figures for Hanson from the past. I've been doing that. Sorry.
Right. Okay.
No, I've been trying to work out Hanson's postal voting to see how the postal votes went. No, I'm not surprised to see by these figures again with regard to, especially again Hanson. It's going to take a while. Flinders, did you call Flinders?
Yeah, we've said
Flinders for Liberals. Because I don't think Sky's called Flinders. No, this guy's called Flinders for One Nation. Regardless, it's going to take time for some of these ones. I'm trying to work out who's calling Flinders. It's going to take time for some of these. Upper House, again. Look, you're right. Upper House is skewing regional. And it's going to take time. What did you say was 2.5% counted? Last time we did it was 0.7% counted. That was an hour ago. So it's going to take time till we get those figures in. And that'll take weeks to find out how exactly that goes. But I do tend to agree with those figures. It's skewing higher than expected for One Nation. And unfortunately, Leo and I, we're not going to get our legalized cannabis seat, it looks like. Again, although it is skewing regional, so that will increase when we get the urban vote.
Stuart, and Maggie as well. I wanted to ask you guys about what you guys made of Pauline Hanson's comment saying, she said, "I'm leaving you some landmines." They're called One Nation members of Parliament, and that the rest of Australia is going to be watching what's happening here tonight. I just wanted to see what you guys made of those comments.
I think it's accurate in clearly this has shown One Nation is an electoral force. This has been the first election we've got in a really long time. Sorry, not in a really long time. We've gotten since One Nation started polling crazy numbers. And clearly it's not just a polling fluke, they're actually getting these results for actually getting seats. And so it shows to the rest of Australia and to these other states, particularly got the Victorian election in November, New South Wales election in March next year. Well, that's it, but they're two pretty big states. And they're places One Nation's polling pretty big numbers. In Victoria, One Nation was polling first place, I believe, actually, a few weeks ago. So it really shows.
Whose poll was that?
I forgot, but it was One Nation's continued to poll pretty close to first place in Victoria, and so this election result, it's not just a fluke. One Nation.
Let's not forget you've got Babet there. Let's not forget you've got Babet there as well. So you have that right-wing swing in Victoria that potentially One Nation could exploit and use that. There's definitely a voter base for it.
Yeah,
whether or not that converts into lowercase seats or lower house seats is uncertain because it's a Senate seat. Whether or not they converts to lower house, but definitely there. I mean, you've still got the Libertarian Party is a bit of a presence there, but definitely One Nation's in for a few seats there, definitely regional seats. And based on that federal polling, potentially we could see a number of the national seats that are held in Victoria going to One Nation as well.
Yeah, Stuart, just on that, the federal coalition, obviously, One Nation have taken a chunk of the South Australian Liberals vote percentage tonight. What kind of message? Obviously, that sends a very strong message towards the coalition and, of course, Labor. How do you think that will be interpreted ahead of the Victorian and New South Wales state election?
Look, and I think that's what everyone's looking forward to tonight to see is exactly how that will go, and I think it will translate. Between that and the polling we've had just this week, the Liberals need to be worried, and Nationals especially Nationals need to be worried. Potentially, the Nationals are presence after this. I mean, Leo and I were talking earlier about South Australian Nationals being a presence supposedly, which is really just as I said. It's really just a, roll call here, present, and that's all it is in South Australia. But at a federal level and in Victoria and New South Wales, I mean, they're already established in New South Wales, but based on the polling we've seen out of New South Wales as well, in the lower house, grabbing more seats there, and in Victoria, grabbing more seats there. I wouldn't be surprised if we see 5 or 6 seats in Victoria, again, mostly national seats, grabbed up regional. They go One Nation there as well. That'll depend ultimately on how the seats go tonight. Because if we see any urban seats picked up, Maggie, are they in for any urban seats right now? One Nation with an edge?
No, I'll have to take a look at the seat of light. They're still in with a chance, an outside chance in the seat of light. But I think they've come pretty close, but I don't actually think they're going to win any of these Adelaide seats.
Chaffee, how inner city is Chaffee?
I don't think you could get more outer city. Well, more regional than Chaffey. It's on the
well then
it's on the New South Wales border.
The only reason I was thinking, the only reason I was thinking of Chaffey is because that's a good Liberal contest. I haven't paid much mind to Chaffey, but I mean, if there's nothing except light, then, and even then, light's affected by the redistricting as well. So don't forget that. I wouldn't see them taking too many Liberal seats. It'd be more your national seats that are at risk. That being said, are there any Liberal seats left in Melbourne after the last time round?
Well, that's the thing. Sorry, Maggie. Obviously, Urban Australia, those seats at a federal and a state level, that's the next big test for One Nation, I guess. Obviously, you've got Farrer, which is regional New South Wales, as you mentioned, Stuart. But Urban Australia, if you were to form government, even a large amount of opposition seats, Urban Australia is where you go through. So do you think in Victorian and the New South Wales state elections, if they do perform well in those urban seats, that could, change up their predictions, I guess, for even an opposition, even, a chance at a hung parliament or even minority government?
And I'll have to check the distribution for Melbourne. It has been affected for the remaining Liberal seats there after the last election. But I know definitely talking Western Sydney, if we see any Western Sydney seats go, and again, Farrer's your test there. If Farrer goes One Nation, then that means that a lot of Western Sydney, potentially some Eastern Melbourne seats, go One Nation as well. And then that's a very big warning for Liberals. So I'd be looking more to Farrer for that. Then based on these figures, then for South Australia, then I'd be saying your question for Urban Australia is going to be more tested in Farrer than it is going to be in South Australia. South Australia is a test generally, but for Urban, you're waiting to see what happens in Farrer. Because if they can win Farrer, then they can win Melbourne and Sydney seats, at least at a city. If they can't win Farrer, then they can't win Melbourne and Sydney seats at a state level. So your question there's Farrer's, not South Australia.
Yeah, so, and if they were to win Farrer, it would be, like you said, a bit of a domino effect onto Melbourne, onto Sydney inner city seats. Maggie, your prediction?
Inner city Sydney goes Teals, and then outer city Sydney goes One Nation. What's left?
Yeah, just very early predictions, I guess, for Farrer. Do you think One Nation? Obviously, they're in with the shot. Do you think they're going to win it, or will it be the independent or
I haven't checked polling too much. Independent there. I didn't one of the independents, and I could be very wrong. I haven't touched Farrer for a while. Independent polling there wasn't going amazingly last I checked. Or there was someone. I know someone's dropped out, but I'd have to recheck Farrer polling. But I'd say 40% is my current. Although I'd need to check polling in more detail first.
Yeah, and I know federal opposition leader Angus Taylor was there a few press conferences just this week gone, I believe. Just the Liberals' position on that. How does One Nation play into that, particularly in Farrer?
Well, One Nation grabbing up the vote from the Nationals is really the big pick there. Remember, this used to be a national seat before Susan May picked it up at a by-election, because usually the rule is that Nationals and Liberals can't contest one another, but at a by-election they can. And so the Nationals want that seat back from the Liberals, and based on current polling figures and based on South Australia, One Nation can grab it from the Nationals. So the question is, for the LNP voters, how many of them go Liberal, how many of them go National? If a lot of Farrer voters would otherwise go National, then they'll go One Nation. If a lot of them would go Liberal, then it's not so much. Based on the South Australia figures, I'd say that if it's more a national-leaning seat, then it would go One Nation. If it's more of a Liberal-leaning seat, then it's a bit more toss-up, and for that you need more details on the seat itself, and I haven't looked in detail in the Farrer polling yet.
There is a lot of phone calls in my ear. Really interesting continuing to look at those results.
Maggie, it's still about 7 seats where they've got chances. One Nation, that is, got chances in the lower house, from what I remember from the last time we were talking about it. And it is something, and obviously the circumstances are unique, and this isn't necessarily the kind of thing that plays out in the House of Representatives perfectly. But it must be noted that One Nation is potentially taking from Labor, a Labor seat, potentially taking Liberal seats, potentially taking independent seats here, which is really something that they've been able to do that. Obviously, there's varying factors, and we know they all have the kind of similarity of where they're based regionally. But if you're in One Nation, Maggie, I think, I'm sure One Nation would start to make the argument now that they can compete against anyone, which is kind of backed up here.
Yeah, you could even argue the Greens in a few of the state seats, maybe in New South Wales. I'm particularly thinking Allan, which is a Green seat. But One Nation, yeah, they've had an amazing night, evidently. And they're definitely still on the cards in quite a few seats, and they're looking quite likely in Narungga. I've just been preparing some graphics for Narungga because I thought it was really it's tempting to call it, but let's get to the results here. 33% counted. Labor's on 1 Nation's on 36.5%. The Liberals are on 22.9%. Fraser Ellis 16.4%, Labor 16.3%, Greens 3%. So One Nation has 14% more than the Liberals, and there's only about 19% with Labor and the Greens. So obviously, those will preference against One Nation, but then you've also got an independent. Who knows where his votes are going to go? They might favour One Nation even. And so One Nation, they're in a very good, I wouldn't call it actually, but they're in a very good position here. 33% counted. I'd say this is One Nation likely. It's not a guarantee, but they're likely in that seat. And I've also got Mawson, where something really interesting has happened. The Liberals have fallen to 4 behind the Greens. And so what Labor's regained quite a lot of ground, and the Greens have also gone up here. Labor's on 37, One Nation 26, Greens 15, Liberal 15. One Nation obviously still going to come second here above the Liberals, but I guess the Liberals have fallen far enough that they're now in 4th place here in a seat. But, we were considering maybe the Liberals should win this. But Labor 58 to 42. Still down 6% in the two-party preferred, but not so bad as it was earlier when it was looking pretty dire.
Looking remarkable there. We're hoping on standby. I've been dealing with this kind of behind-the-scenes option. We're hoping on standby. In fact, if we can bring him up now, and he knows he should be able to hear us, Carlos, but we're just bringing him up on screen now. There we go. Carlos Gremba. He is One Nation's one of 2, at least, MLC elects in South Australia. Carlos, congratulations.
Thanks, mate. And how you going, buddy?
No, going well. How are you going? You're an MLC.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting feeling. We're really enjoying. But the thing is, Leo, I think the silent giant, which is the Australian and South Australian public, has now woken up, and they're ready for change.
We're putting you in contention for anywhere between 0 and 7 lower house seats. Are there any particular electorates you're looking at for potential gains?
Mate, anyone is welcome, and whether it's 1 or 7 or none, South Australia now has another voice, and that's the One Nation voice, and we're going to fight hard for all South Australians moving forward.
Rebecca Hewitt's 3rd on your ticket. You reckon she's got a chance?
I would say that. Looking good, mate. She's a solid worker, great solid earth person, 7th generation farmer. One Nation's about bringing some real people back into politics. No more of these cardboard cutouts, and it's going to be awesome.
Has to be asked, Carlos, because it has been somewhat of a problem with One Nation defections within the party. Can you stay on air right now? 100% staying with the party as long as you're in Parliament?
Guarantee you 110% I'll be staying with the party, and we're only going to get bigger and bigger, and I'm going to make sure I keep everybody in the tent. That's going to be my job.
110%. All right, pretty clear there. Just quickly, because I know you're very busy here. Obviously you've had the very last minute disendorsement. Apart from that, the campaign was a large campaign. Anything you changed from how you operated over the past few weeks and months, or are you happy with it considering what's been going on so far results wise?
Look, there's always improvements, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to take a few days off, and then we're going to start our review and make sure that we get everything we need in place, ready for local council elections coming up in November. We're going to be helping out the Victorians as well with their election, and then we're gearing up for the federal. So we're just not going to, it's pedal to the metal now for One Nation moving forward, and it's just going to be so exciting. And I'm looking forward to the challenge.
And I just will note very quickly at the end there, that is confirmation One Nation will be contesting the South Australian local elections.
That is important. Yes, we're going to be trying to get as many candidates as we can, because local government needs to be reformed, and we need to get good South Australian representation in local government. We're going to be coming up with some reform bills as well for local government. I'm actually a councillor, and I see what the waste that goes on, and I think it's another tier of government that definitely needs a bit of a One Nation touch given to it.
Well, we know you're very busy. Really appreciate your time, and I'm sure we'll catch up in the future. Carlos Coimbra, thanks very much. Congratulations again.
Awesome, Leo. Keep up the good work, buddy.
Thank you. Carlos Coimbra there. He is one of the newly elected MLCs for One Nation, one of at least two elected, and caught my attention there, as I think Maggie also as well, that confirmation that that party will be contesting the local elections, because we've been kind of waiting for that. So we'll let Carlos disconnect there from the Zoom call. But really appreciate him getting on. I know he's very busy. And you just see that quote there, Pauline Hanson saying to they're still on the Zoom call. Pauline, there we go. Pauline Hanson saying to Peter Malinauskas, I'm leaving some landmines called One Nation. They are getting at least two MLCs. But Carlos Coimbra there joining us, maybe exclusively. I don't know if he's spoken to other media. Shortly after confirmation, he is now an MLC, and he looks very excited about that. Maggie, he definitely just from the perspective of One Nation in South Australia, and if we can talk a bit broadly, they're in line for potentially gaining some federal seats if obviously projections in the long term are correct. We've spoken about seats like Grey. There was an MRP that even had them winning. Mayo, although that's a bit more contentious because there's more local factors there with Rebecca Sharkey, but Grey has been one where we've been looking at that consistently. And then, you just heard him there, confirmation you'd see them at the local election. So you'd imagine a lot of candidates that did not get up here, you're going to see them on the ballot again come November. That wouldn't be a big surprise, would it?
One Nation hasn't really ever truly ran much of a local election campaign ever. Maybe they've run the occasional candidate here and there, but I don't think we've really seen this. So it'll be interesting to see One Nation running for local elections. I know they're running for the Tasmanian local elections that are going to be coming up as well. So that will be interesting to follow. Obviously, it's more about the South Australian state election right now, but that is very interesting to know.
Well, he said it, and it's like, hang on a second. This is I'm the localelections.com.au guy. So, had to say something there, but got that confirmation on there. You're seeing, by the way, live Peter Malinauskas briefly speaking to media, but he's going to give his full speech shortly. Obviously, he would be more than happy with the results. The only place Labor might not be happy is Mawson, where they might lose to One Nation depending on things. And I was just speaking to someone from One Nation, not Carlos, to be clear, but at least he said he wasn't really tracking Mawson. So this one might have kind of snuck up on them. Although, in fairness, Corey Bernardi was posting about Mawson, I think, yesterday. Tyler Green's the One Nation candidate. There's, we've said, former Libertarian Party candidate. So interesting what's happening there. Had not a confirmation. So I just had someone else I speak to about politics. I don't know how broad that sounds, but more confidence from someone that One Nation might win Hammond. Maggie, I'm curious. I might have spoken about it while I had one ear on the phone, but I'm curious just again what Hammond's looking like at the moment.
Yeah, we've got 32% counted in. One Nation's in first place on primary vote. Labor's 26.1, Liberals on 19.9. And an independent on 11.4. One Nation about the same as Labor, by the way. What's important to note here, so two-party preferred, we've gotten those results 53.5 for the Liberals against Labor, but right now it's looking like it's going to be One Nation versus Labor. And if One Nation can come top two, they'll probably win against Labor if that is the result. And so I imagine they'd be feeling pretty good there. I'm trying to think of the other seat where, Narungga, right. Narungga and Hammond, it looks like One Nation's on track for a pretty good result. Probably favoured to win in those areas, but nothing called yet, just because there's no seat where I can say 100% confidence, that's going to One Nation. I'm just not confident on that.
And can you just kind of reiterate the point, because you can kind of articulate it better than me, just on Mawson, on legalised cannabis, who were 6% there last time, and kind of, the idea that maybe, some people would think that's automatic Labor preferences, but it's not, is it? Like they're kind of all over the place, and certainly could be backing One Nation. I'm sure there'd be more than a few who go legalised cannabis One Nation too.
Yeah, so often I've looked at so many preference results. Often when legalised cannabis is eliminated, it'd be like 35% to the Greens, 30% to One Nation, something like 20% for Labor, and then maybe about 10% for the Liberals. Kind of a split field, but the point is One Nation and the Greens are the ones who mostly benefit from that, and the Liberals are the ones who get the least preferences from legalised cannabis. And so the point is that legalised cannabis is on 5% in Mawson right now. A lot of those votes are going to be going to One Nation in preferences. I was just looking in the seat of Hunter, where it was a Labor versus One Nation count federally. Legalised cannabis votes, 50% of them went to One Nation, 50% went to Labor. So that's
I'm going to use that statistic. That's a great stat for reference in something like this.
51 Labor, 49 One Nation. You get the point.
Same thing.
But again, Mawson, I feel like you weren't really there for this, but the Liberals are now in fourth in Mawson, Leo.
Well, we could have led with that. Okay, so surely at the least that is a One Nation Labor 2-seat P.
Yeah,
right? The Liberals seem so far behind. I will get into this in a second. It does look like, though, Peter Malinauskas is coming up now. We will hear from him a victory speech. Look, a lot for him to celebrate, of course, outside of the elements with One Nation. At the end of the day, he's done what everyone thought he would. He's retained majority government. He will remain Premier, and he remains an unbelievably popular figure in South Australia. Again, the preferred PM stats really can't be ignored. He news poll, it was 64-37, and those kind of stats are very hard to come by. And the scale of different kind of Premier popularities. Look at someone like Jacinta Allan or something like that for approval or preferred PM ratings. Not to bag on Jacinta Allan, but that's next door state over Labor Premier. So, Peter Malinauskas can't be displeased with anything here tonight, even if we're talking about a Labor loss potentially in Mawson. Lots to celebrate. It's a very familiar situation for him. This is, again, his second victory speech as the Labor leader. Here is Peter Malinauskas speaking live from Adelaide.
Friends, I am somewhat humbled to be standing here tonight on the lands of the Kaurna people, and I feel it's entirely appropriate to pay my respects as Premier of the state to the longest living culture that human history has ever known. More than anything else, tonight I'm overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude, a gratitude to so many people who have provided this government the opportunity to be able to continue to serve, to be able to continue our work of making sure that the momentum in South Australia delivers for the people who deserves it most, and those are the people of South Australia. Earlier this evening, I received a couple of phone calls, and I do want to take this opportunity to first and foremost pass on my thanks to Ashton Hearn for the gracious way she conceded defeat. I give Ashton great credit for her poise and commitment throughout the course of the campaign, and I wish her every success in whatever undertaking she takes into the future. Similarly, I also received a phone call from Corey Bernardi, and One Nation, Corey Bernardi and One Nation also deserve recognition, not just for the way they went about going out of their way to contact me this evening, but also for getting a very significant result at the ballot box, which does deserve recognition and credit. And I say to both Ashton and Corey Bernardi, along with leaders of other political parties elected to the Parliament tonight, that my government stands ready to work with each and every one of you for as long as it is in the interests of South Australians. But let me assure you, it is in no way lost on me as I stand before this rather full room that without doubt I am fortunate enough to be able to lead one of the most disciplined, united political parties in the history of our federation. So I would like to thank all of the women and men in South Australian Labor, the candidates, the volunteers and the mighty trade union movement. The coordination of such an outfit and organisation is an immense task. So tonight I want to give a particular shout out to our campaign director. I first met him as a rather shy and quiet boy from Port Victoria, until he got a few bundies under his belt. And let me tell you something, you can take the boy out of Port Victoria, but you can't take the York Peninsula out of the boy. And he has shown all of that grit and determination throughout the course of the campaign to steer it home. Eamon Burke. Well done, Burke Mo. To my staff, working in any office in a political environment is robust. It's tough. It's long hours, as all of our MPs and ministers will attest to. But that's particularly true in the Premier's office. I've got an incredible team, ably led by, without doubt, the hardest worker I have ever come across. And I can't thank John Bistrovic and the team within the Premier's office enough. For my parliamentary and cabinet colleagues who chose to put their faith in me almost 8 years ago to the day, when we were in opposition, that was a big decision, and it has never been lost on me how grateful I am for the enduring support, the absolute loyalty and dedication that you have provided my leadership so we can focus on the task at hand. To each and every one of you, I thank you, but particularly I want to take this opportunity to thank a great man, a man with a heart of gold, a man who is Labor to his core, a man whose work ethic is only matched by his carpentry skills. And I'm of course talking about our leader in the upper house, the Deputy Premier of South Australia, Kai Ma. I also do want to take the opportunity to give a shout out to our loyal Labor line. Our Labor line's loyalty is only outweighed by his wisdom. I've tried taming him every now and then, it doesn't work. But he fights for our great party every day, and I do want to take the chance to thank the longest serving member of our parliament, the father of the house, Tom Koutsantonis. The other person who I do want to give quick acknowledgement to, I think is well deserved, is our campaign spokesperson, who has done an outstanding job stepping up throughout the course of the campaign, and Blair Boyer. But my most important thanks, hopefully doesn't surprise anyone. I do want to thank the people that mean more than anything to me in the entire world, and that is, of course, my beautiful, ever patient family. Most of all, the most incredible woman I know, a woman full of kindness and warmth, intelligence and grace. And that's my beautiful wife, the love of my life, Annabelle Margaret Malinauskas. She's most importantly, she's the incredible mother to our 4 children. This time, 4 years ago, we had 3 kids. Now we've got 4. And I can promise you there are no more. But to Sophie, Jack, Eliza and little George, who's in his cot as we speak, I love you so much, guys. I'm so proud of all of you, so thank you so much. Beyond my eternal gratitude, I do have 2 reflections tonight. One for my colleagues and another for the people of our state. To my colleagues, although this is a historic result, although it is the best result our party has ever achieved, it's very important that no one confuses tonight's result as adulation. Instead, we should see it as only being an invitation to continue to work our guts out for the next 4 years, to make sure that the next 4 years are as busy as the last 4 years. If you're looking for satisfaction in the parliamentary Labor team, it shouldn't come from tallying votes. It can only come from using the power invested in us to be used to advance the interests of our state and our people. And when I say the people of our state, I mean each and every one of them, regardless of who they voted for at this election. Which brings me to a second reflection. I lined up today, as I've done at each election, at the Woodville Gardens polling booth in my electorate. It's home to one of the more diverse communities in our state. And I got chatting to the gentleman in front of me, who I had met before, and he was Vietnamese. A man small in stature, but tough as nails. He was a boat person. He came out here from Vietnam, fleeing communism, looking for the same thing that my grandparents did. an opportunity to live in a peaceful country where he knew he could work hard, provide for his family, put a roof over his head, and then in turn give back. And as he was queuing up to vote today, he said to me, rather quietly, "I like elections." Thankfully, he had a Labor How to Vote card in his hand. But it sort of struck me as being a clear signal of what patriotism can look like. It reminded me that patriotism in our country comes in a number of forms, all of them good. And I subsequently this afternoon, when I was thinking about tonight, I couldn't help but go back to a poem that was written by one of Australia's greatest authors, if not greatest writer, in Henry Lawson, who of course appeared on our $10 note. And he wrote a piece titled "The Duty of Australians." He wrote it just post our nation's federation, well over 100 years ago. "'Tis the duty of Australians in the bush and in the town to forever praise their country, but to run no other down. When a man or nation visits in the heyday of its pride, 'tis the duty of Australians to be kind but dignified. 'Tis our duty to the stranger, landed may be, but an hour to give all the information and assistance in our power, to give audience to the new chum and to let the old chums wait, lest his memory be embittered by his first days in the state. 'Tis our duty when he's foreign and his English very young, to find out and take him somewhere where he'll hear his native tongue, to give him our last spare moment and our pleasure to defer. He'll be father of Australians as our foreign fathers were." Lawson was onto something that has remained true to this day in our island continent that we call home. And it's why Australians should be patriotic and can be proud of what our nation stands for, because it is distinct. Australians' version of patriotism is a little different to our Northern Hemisphere friends. We are famous for being just a little bit more laid back. That is to say, less brash and boastful and more dogged and determined. We can and we should wave our flag with pride, knowing that Aussie patriotism sometimes means sitting with a stranger and having a cuppa or a frothy and arguing about the footy, not our faith. It's been a hot summer in Australia, so maybe we should all look forward to the temperature coming down just a little bit, so that when we sing the national anthem with pride, we don't forget there is a second verse, which reminds us. It reminds us that when we all combine, we can achieve anything. When we work together, diversity has always been our greatest strength. And for South Australians, that matters, because right now in our state, it's all hands on deck. We've never had more opportunity in this state than what we have before us right now. And if we are going to unlock that opportunity to take a growing and expanding economy and turn it into improved living standards for everyone, then we've got to work together. If we're going to overcome the challenges that will be before us in order to seek and share that opportunity, we've got to work together. There is no way that this state comes to its full potential unless we work together. But if we get this right, if we focus on what unites us, a shared love of living in a peaceful, prosperous place, a state full of hard-working people that value care and compassion, then we can harness this moment with our newfound confidence as a state to look out rather than just in on ourselves, to create new wealth and prosperity by celebrating capital as well as labour, so that everyone has a seat at the table of opportunity, so that we set our state up for future generations who can choose to call this state home with pride as much as we do here tonight. This is a great state in the most magnificent of countries. So let's be proud and patriotic in the Australian way and work and walk together to ensure that when we look back on this moment, we can honestly say we did our bit, we made a difference, and we made sure that the journey of South Australia's march and momentum continued, so that everyone benefited, regardless of where they live, regardless of where they come from, regardless of the circumstances they've endured, regardless of their background, just as long as they call South Australia home. Thank you very much. Let's protect the world.
There you go. That was South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas giving his victory speech thereafter. Of course, Labor was able to get that landslide victory, as we all know was happening, as was widely expected. But there you go. That was the Premier speaking there. We're going to be wrapping up our coverage at the top of the hour for South Australia, so that's in 25 minutes from now. But want to just kind of continue to go through over some of the results. First of all, Stuart, we'll go to you. What do you make of what the Premier had to say there? Obviously, you know, he had to be gracious in his victory speech, because we know it was always going to be a landslide. But yeah, what did you make of what he had to say?
It was definitely correct in terms of the majority. I mean, it is pretty much a record for South Australia, definitely for recent decades, to have such a majority. So definitely quite gracious in that knowledge. I would definitely agree. It was interesting that he had a phone call from One Nation, although I think he handled that very well. I know there was definitely, there were definitely people in the crowd who wanted him to have a go at One Nation for that, but I think he handled that very well.
Yeah, and look, I mean, even saying, you know, for the interest of South Australians who work with the Liberals, One Nation, Applied Greens, any party that is in Parliament got elected, and look, you know, he had to note that One Nation victory, or I say victory, so the One Nation success in terms of getting a 21% statewide vote, and of course, you know, getting a 2, probably 3 upper house seats, potential in the lower house as well for quite a few seats. The current tally, we've got 31 Labor, 4 Liberals, none for One Nation, but of course we're being very cautious there. But, it's not something that you can ignore, right, Stuart? I mean, this is pretty historic for One Nation, regardless of what happens. This is their second best ever result, only behind Queensland 1998.
We all know how that went down. So, but apparently there's going to be no division. I will reserve judgment on that for the next coming months. But definitely, you're right. It's not a victory, but it is a success for One Nation. I guess it's a victory in a way because, as you said, it's actually probably that. I'd say in some ways it's probably the best result because they've got seats in both an upper and a lower house at the same time, which they haven't had in Queensland, although that's because we don't have an upper house in Queensland. But they've managed to come from nothing to something in both houses. Thank you to Game for that. But in the same election, getting both houses, which is definitely something.
Roman, we'll go to you. A really solid result, obviously, for the Labor Party in this election. At this rate, they haven't lost any seats, even if Mawson is still up in the air, although we'll get the more new results. The position for Labor has improved a lot in Mawson, it must be said. But yeah, Roman, he's got the opportunity to do a lot for the next 4 years. And it's going to be all eyes on him, given what they were able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And, gaining on his most popular premier role, no surprises here, a huge Labor victory. As I mentioned, he's one of the country's most popular premiers, and you could see that just by the reception he got when he entered the room and, all around the polling booths, just South Australians simply love him. I did find this point interesting where he spoke about patriotism. Australians' version of patriotism, he said, quote, is a little different to our Northern Hemisphere friends. And then he went on to say, when we work together, diversity has always been our greatest strength. When we sing the national anthem with pride, we don't forget there is a second verse. It reminds us that we all combine, we can achieve anything together. We should wave our flag with pride, knowing that Aussie patriotism sometimes means sitting with a stranger or having a cuppa or a frothy and arguing about the footy, not our faith. So really something powerful given our political landscape and, the hostility that has occurred in the last, 12 months here in Australia. Just a really powerful moment just to, show that, as you said, when we work together, diversity has always been our greatest strength. A really solid result for Labor.
Yeah, and that really goes without saying in this kind of election. Also, obviously, Roman, One Nation, just moving away from Malinauskas' speech there, One Nation, they can still take away a lot, even if they don't end up, and I think they will, but even if they don't end up with the lower house seat here, 21%, and that leaves a lot of room. As we heard Ashton Hearn about half an hour ago, there's a lot of room for reflection for where the SA Liberals go from here. I mean, it is a beating, even if sure they held on to seats, even if Bragg stayed in Adelaide. This is a real catastrophe of a result, and that might be putting it mildly. It's never been this bad before in South Australia.
Yeah, well, this is rock bottom for South Australian Liberals, and the federal opposition will really look at this, hardly, they will look at it strongly, I'm sure, and they will take away what has occurred, especially with the One Nation vote here. And, One Nation has sent a warning. Barnaby Joyce, not in South Australia for this election, but he said earlier in the night that the move is on. The shift towards the party seen at this election, going on to say it will be replicated in other states. So this really is the start for the movement of One Nation, and the other parties will be looking at that, and they'll probably be nervously awaiting how much better they can do in the other elections as well. And obviously the Liberal leader paying her respects, I guess, to the One Nation campaign, as well as Labor acknowledging it as well. So they really are a force. They really are here to stay. And then obviously Carlos as well, who we had on the program a little earlier, saying they will contest the November local elections. That's probably their next step at a state level, or a local level, I should say. They'll something he said along the lines of the One Nation effect that he needs. He said he was a councillor as well. So, putting the One Nation effect, that's what he said on the local election. And that's probably what we're going to see at the Victorian, New South Wales, and then ultimately the state election federal election in just 2 years' time.
Yeah, and it's incredible again for One Nation. They can take away a lot from this. Obviously, you don't want to overfocus, because we're talking about an election that Labor has obviously won, right? And you have to give them more than credit for that kind of result. But it really just can't be ignored here, because at the end of the day, we knew the outcome going into this. We all expected it. One Nation expected it. The Liberals expected it. Just about everyone expected it, right? But now we're in a situation where you can actually say, well, the Liberals are in a situation that has never been before seen. They're polling under 20%. That'll very good chance, I reckon, that'll hold. And again, it must also be noted that the polls have, and I'll repeat this shortly, but the polls have largely been right on this kind of thing. Roman, just the momentum that they've got here is just touching on what you ended with there. This does give them credibility, and it'll be boosted if they win 1, 2, 3 lower house seats, as well as 2 to 3 upper house seats, as they're going to get. But really, this can only boost them for Farah and for Nepean, and they can go to voters and actually say, we can win. It's not just made up polling numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the example that their policies and their consistency in their messaging is now working. It's been shown here tonight. And as you mentioned, Farah and Nepean, New South Wales and Victoria state elections as well. It will work, and this is their prime example. So this will build, no doubt. And this is really just the start to win a seat from next to nothing. I think Stuart mentioned earlier in the night that there was one seat that had had already polled in previous elections. That's one seat out of a magnitude of seats that will look like they're going to win tonight. So. One Nation will, it look on the final results, it looks like 1 to 2, even a few more than that for One Nation seats won. But, with all the context that has occurred and their popularity, especially the polls, I guess, they've got it right for One Nation, and it will continue to grow for them.
Yeah, and again, looking at some of the results that One Nation could potentially win, and again, we'll get to more specifics in just a second. Mawson's chances have gone down. The Labor vote has really picked up there. But you still look at something like Naranga, where they've got, and again, we'll get into specifics in a second, I know that, but you look at things like Naranga, you look at things like Najuri, what else? Hammond as well. I've had people confident about that. There we go. I was just down on the Pop Logic website for a second. There we go. So, there's plenty of opportunities, but of course, lots of interesting chances for them there, and definitely just a lot of results across the country, which we'll get into in a second. Obviously, also notable what's going on some of these independent seats, like Mount Gambier, where there are 2 CPs, and of course it must be stated, because it kind of gets missed in some of their headline results. How many seats One Nation is actually making that the 2 candidate preferred in, things that were previously pretty unheard of. It's now happening, and that makes Nepean feel very real. That makes Farah especially feel very real. And then what's going to happen for Victoria? What's going to happen for New South Wales? What's going to happen for any potential other by-elections that could come across? Who knows what kind of by-elections we could get up in the future. So want to wrap up our coverage, as I said, in the next 15 minutes, but we want to go and kind of relook at some of those results where One Nation could potentially retake the lead. I should repeat that. We want to look at some of those results where One Nation could potentially take the lead on the two candidate preferred result and actually win outside of Queensland in the lower house for the first time. No better person to do that than with Maggie Perry, who's going to go over all of this. Maggie, I'll hand it over to you because there are more than a few opportunities for One Nation if they want to get into the lower house now.
Yes. So I've actually prepped graphics for every seat we haven't called yet. We can up the Labor counted to 32. I think Labor will win Taylor. I will start with the seat of Stewart up in the northeast of South Australia. Let's go here. So what is interesting to note here, we have independent Jeff Rock, 35%, One Nation, 28%. We've got 30% counted, by the way. 21% for the Liberals. The Liberals are actually, I looked at the how to vote card, they're preferencing One Nation above the independent here. So it does make me wonder, if One Nation could take their seat off of the independent because the Liberals have preference them here. So this will be something to keep track of, but probably staying in independent hands here. Let's go to Narunga. There we go. Once again, this is a huge One Nation result. If they're going to win anywhere, this is probably their most likely seat. One Nation 37, Liberals 23.5. Labor and Independent both on about 16, 15%. We've got 40% counted as well. These are no early results. One Nation looking like they are in a very good position to win here. So we'll keep track of that. Nijuri, north of Adelaide, the incumbent Labor MP for Light is running here, and yet it looks like he might actually get third place. One Nation in second right now, but Liberal Penny Pratt might actually be able to hold on here. But, three candidate contest, going to have to keep track of this. The next seat we should look at is McKillop. 14% counted. One Nation is 14% ahead of second place here. We've finally got some development. One Nation 37, Liberal 23, Nick McBride 15, Labor 14. Not looking good for Nick McBride, the independent here. He left the Liberals during this parliamentary term. And he's been embroiled in some scandal. And it looks like One Nation has been the beneficiary of that, as we've talked about earlier. So One Nation could very well win here, 14% counted. Let's go to Mount Gambier. Very tight contest, One Nation 29, Independent 27. We've got 34% counted. Not going to call this for the independent yet because we haven't got a preference count, but I imagine a lot of these preferences will favour the independent here. Let's go to Mawson. The position for Labor has improved a lot here. Labor's on 38, One Nation 27, Greens 15, Liberal 14. Liberals in fourth place should be noted. 34% counted. But One Nation is still in with a good shot of winning this seat off Labor. Let's go to... Sorry, I'm going through so many of these, but there's a lot of seats we haven't called yet. Hammond, out east of Adelaide Hills. One Nation currently leading primary. Liberals only on 20%. They're quite far behind. If One Nation stays above the Liberals here, they'll probably win. We've got 37% counted. One Nation looking like they're in a good shot here as well. Havel, centred around Mount Barker, independent Matt Schultz. If he ends up in the top two, he'll probably win, but One Nation, the Liberals, Labor, any of them could finish up here. Any of them could win, actually, I would even argue. And so this is going to be a very close contest, something we're going to be keeping track of for a long, long time. Wrapping up here, we're on the seat of Hanson. We've got 70% counted. Liberals 33.4, Labor 24.4, Greens 23, One Nation 14.4. Labor 52 to 48 on the two-party preferred. I've actually got some news here. So I've heard from some Green scrutineers that One Nation preferences, obviously most of them are going to go to the Liberals, but a much bigger portion of them are going to the Greens over Labor, allegedly. So that will be good news for the Greens. There's also Animal Justice on 1.7, Independent also on 1.7. You can't see that. Greens looking like they'll get some favourable preferences. Will it be enough to beat Labor and then beat the Liberals? I'm not sure. But currently looking very close. I think we're just wrapping up. And I believe the last seat we're looking at is Light. Thinking, I've missed one more seat. I'll get to that. Centred around Gawler. One Nation looking like they might be able to win this off Labor. 64% counted. So we will have to keep track of this. Let's see if One Nation can win a seat off of Labor. Especially, it'll be important because the only Adelaide area seat One Nation could win right now. The last seat we've got is Finnis. So I will stop talking for so long. South of the Adelaide Hills, Liberals 24, One Nation 23, Independent 21, Labor 18. Looking very close. Lou Nicholson, the Independent, currently beating the Liberals on the preference count we have, but it's only 30% counted. A lot could happen here. I imagine, though, she probably will end up in the top two. The question is whether it will be against One Nation or the Liberal. So that is my wrap-up of seats. In summary, a lot of very complex preference counts. There's actually none of the seats we haven't called are just Liberal versus Labor. That's out of the window. That's not even a contest. All of these are complex preferential results that we're waiting to see play out. And a lot of them One Nation's in serious contention, especially they're definitely favoured to win in 3 different seats at the moment, I would say, in Hammond, in McKillop and Narongga. So One Nation 3, looking fairly possible at the moment. Nothing called yet. For One Nation, looking like they're in a pretty good position.
Maggie, thank you. I know you hate me calling it the supercomputer, but it looks absolutely fantastic. You did a great job wrapping through all of that because there is just so much. And as you've said, every remaining count here is complicated, to say the least. And I don't envy the work the ECSA people and all the scrutineers who are having to look at this. Interesting, of course, you mentioned Hanson there if we're talking about Greens' chances and, what kind of preferences they could go with. We, of course, remember that the kind of the One Nation open how to vote cards as well, which kind of an interesting note to all of this. But whether that kind of plays a factor, we'll wait and see. Certainly, of course, seats like Hammond looking like their best shot. I know, obviously, Narunga's been called in other areas, including by the poll bludger, but we're not calling any One Nation seats as of time now, which is 11:23 Eastern Daylight. But Hammond definitely looking like a good shot if that result is. And I think you showed there it was about 37% counted in Hammond. So not just an early result or anything like that. But just a fantastic result.
By the way, I just want to clarify, I was reading the YouTube chat. So I'm constantly looking over here because I've been working on my election graphics, typing everything in. I've got a big screen over here. I've got my camera over here. That's why I'm looking over here all the time. I
feel you. I've got my screen right there, so I totally get what you're doing. But it's a pretty extraordinary result overall, and among other results, of course, as we've discussed before, there's kind of novelty areas like in Croydon, where the endorsed independent socialist candidate is polling ahead of the Liberals or is practically neck and neck with them for 4th place, I might add. There are seats where the Liberals have fallen to 4th, earlier in the count, 5th or 6th, which is pretty remarkable at the same time.
The Liberals are looking like they might, well, not looking like, but they're currently polling 5th place in a few seats, which is remarkable in Croydon. I think Elizabeth as well, maybe Ramsey. Liberals polling 5th behind the Greens, One Nation, Labor, and another candidate. Pretty remarkable. I might as well go over the upper house just quickly. So Labor's got 4 seats, One Nation 2, Liberal 2, Greens 1. We've got 2 seats in doubt. One Nation will probably win a 3rd here. We can't be too confident. And the last one is going to be a contest between, at the moment, it looks like Labor, the Greens, legalise cannabis, and Family First. So we will have to keep track of that. See how that plays.
Yeah, we absolutely will. We'll keep an eye on that. Carlos Quaremba, speaking of 6 News earlier, of course, he was able to speak after becoming an MLC. And you're right, Rebecca Hewitt is third on the ticket. She will be hopeful of getting in. Maggie, thank you very much. Stuart, we'll just quickly go to you before we wrap. Overall, no surprise in terms of the government formation, but how do you rate One Nation's chances, just very, very quickly?
Yeah, look, going into it, I thought they had a pretty good chance, and it won't be the 4, but that's fine. But it looks like they will get a couple, and we could even get the Greens. So, looks like seats for the Green potentially, and also One Nation probably, and a pretty good turnout for the upper house for One Nation as well. They're going to be very happy with that, and hopefully legalised cannabis gets in as well. But yeah, as we all expected, massive win for Labor, and Liberals might not even get 5. They might get 5, not going to get anything more than that, so very bad for them. As she said, they need to do a lot of rethinking because this is not a good turnout for them. Remembering that they were in government back in 2018, so it's not even been. It's been what? They lost government 4 years ago, and they're now down to 4 or 5 seats. That's not reassuring for anyone in the Liberal camp right now.
Thank you, Stuart. And just Roman McKinnon, very, very quickly, again on One Nation, we've spoken about, what this could do for them. But again, they can now come out and say that the polling is proving them right, which it largely has. 4 of the 6 most recent polls from the 6 different pollsters recently, they have been correct in the ballpark when you account for margin of error. Some of them, I know YouGov has been very happy to say that they're coming out and saying they were the most accurate so far based on the current results. But yeah, One Nation, a lot of momentum as we head into some big elections in May in the Nepean and, of course, especially the Farrer federal by-election.
Yeah, absolutely. And they'll definitely take every single bit of this as they, surge towards, I guess, the federal election as their goal, I suppose, long term over the next 2 years. Obviously, those state elections and those 2 by-elections that you just mentioned. Before then, obviously, in the next few months. But yes, they'll definitely take this momentum towards those. They'll be very happy with these. It's a disastrous night for the Liberals, as Stuart touched on before, and it'll be interesting to see post this South Australian election. Will this have an effect on One Nation's polls leading into these by-elections? Will people see this as a real opportunity for change? We'll find out in the next few weeks, and obviously the by-elections, One Nation's next steps forward, and as I mentioned, the popularity surging, and this is Exhibit A, really, of that.
Absolutely, we will find out. And we will be here, by the way, live for the Farrer by-election on May the 9th. I can't wait for that. It is going to be a fascinating race. Labor has been returned to government in South Australia for another 4 years. No real surprises. All the polls, all the pundits, everyone here predicted it, certainly. Peter Malinauskas returned to government. He will remain the Premier, of course. He is the most popular Premier anywhere else. Pauline Hanson, she's very happy to say that she's leaving some landmines called One Nation MPs for the newly re-elected Premier. When we look at the seat count there, Labor 32 seats, the Liberals 4. We're not confident predicting anything for One Nation, the Greens, or Independents yet, but certainly room to grow. And as Maggie said, there are so many races that are tight to call. And as you can see in the statewide vote, there are more votes statewide for One Nation than the Liberal Party, which is extraordinary. Labor, of course, well ahead, 2% shy of what they got in 2022. You can stay up to date with all the latest headlines, of course, by following us on social media, heading to our website, SIXNewsAU.com, and we've got more coverage on our YouTube channel right here. We'll have a new episode of Sixth Preference, maybe a special next week. There's a surprise for you, Maggie. Maybe we'll record something soon. But plenty of time to rest on this. There is so much to talk about. We'll continue to cover every result, every final seat. We will be there, and we will give you all the latest updates on that. You can, of course, support that and see full episodes of Sixth Preference, patreon.com/SIXNewsAU, starting from just $4 a month. Thank you very much to the entire Six News team, Maggie Perry, Stuart Jeffrey, Roman McKinnon, and of course the man behind the scenes who has done an amazing job, Austin Pollock. How good has he been tonight? How good has this looked? We've been back first time since Tasmania in July last year. It is great to be back, and it is great to be here. As I said, we will be back Farah, May the 9th, live here on 6 News. For now, though, on this very busy, very big South Australian election day, I'm Leonardo Puglisi. Thanks for your company. Good night.
This has been a special live presentation from 6 News Australia.